Mic check, mic check. I believe we do a quick mic check. There we go. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome behind the scenes. We're Trevor. I don't have one. What? Trevor Otts. Trevor Myron Golden. Okay. Okay, doing a mic check on the right side, left side. Let me go over, open up the live. Here we go. Save. Okay, we're going to do a test in just a moment. Landing page, instant broadcast, preview. Whoa. Okay. All right. Okay, I'm feeling like everything is going on here. You guys got a sneak preview up there. Let me do this here. Email. Okay, get this out. Get something to drink here. It's going to be amazing. Okay, folks are behind the scenes. Okay. Okay, make sure I do this. Okay. Okay, I'm by myself, but I see there are viewers popping on. Welcome, welcome. You are at the right place. You're kind of behind the scenes right now. We're going to have them open up the private, the elusive, the exclusive Facebook group. Welcome one, welcome all. You're in for an amazing evening. Just a great treat. I can't wait. Now I've got to make a few changes here. You're here 10 minutes, not early, but you're here 10 minutes early. So we're going to share some content. You see, I'm in a different location over there. There's the board. I'm going to go to that in just a minute and kind of share what's going to go on. And maybe we'll take you around the office where we are this evening. I'm going to check on my colleagues and find out where they are. So we'll be right back. Hold on just a moment. Okay. That's firing off there. Okay. 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 Come in. Make sure this goes through. Okay, this is there. Okay, there we go. There we go. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Head on over to the private, to the elusive, to the exclusive Facebook group. Now, if you're just arriving and you're here not early, but you're here on time because you couldn't wait till this evening. Here's what I would like for you to do. Get on over to virtualnetworkinglive.com. Again, virtualnetworkinglive.com. Or you can look right below the video. You're here. Welcome. Look right below the video, and where you see the little link, Virtual Networking Live, go ahead and hit that button. Or you can open up another browser and type in virtualnetworkinglive.com. Come on over, say hello. When you get there, knock. Today you'll be accepted. And once you're in, you can enter your first name, enter your last name, tell us where you're from, and more importantly, tonight, I like to know what you do. Hold on. Okay, there we go. Now the group's now open, so now at least you can say something. Hold on, let me bounce back over there. Okay. I'm making a few adjustments for those that are early. Maybe I'll do something great for you this evening. Okay, I see Kathleen Smarts. Welcome to the group. Donna Davis, welcome to the group. Diane Ramsey, welcome to the group. Glad you can make it. April, welcome to the group. Glad you can make it. Courtney Mohawk Hawkins, welcome to the group. Glad you can make it. Robin Coase, welcome to the group. Glad you can make it as well. Now, here's what I like for you to do. Type in your first name, type in your last name, tell us where you're from, and more importantly, tell us what you do. Now, Roger D. King, I see you. Knock, knock. Now, for the group, why don't you tell them, Roger, tell them where you're from, because you're here, you're in the group. Tell them what you do. That would be pretty fun. That would be pretty cool. So go ahead, type in your first name, type in your last name, type in what you do, and more importantly, tonight, share with the audience where you're from. We'd like to hear where you're from. Let me hit this here. Okay, Michelle Flagg, welcome to the group for the very first time. Glad you could make it over. Miko, welcome to the group. Glad that you can make it in. This is going to be totally incredible. Denise, Dennis, hey, Denise, I'm glad you're here. Glad you could make it with Prepared Mind Coaching. She says, I am the side business strategist with Prepared Mind. You're here. You showed up. You're ready for just an amazing evening. We've got some great content to share with you. You can all see I'm in a different location. I'm here at the office. I'm excited. Got myself a little water to drink while I'm here. My charger's going on. You notice here with my charger, by the way, I had to put my name on it because Trevor Otts has one like this, and yeah, I don't make sure he doesn't take mine. So notice it says Shay Brown. Sometimes you still have to do these things. Can you imagine that? Can you imagine that? But it's pretty cool. All right, I see.
Mic check.
All right, here, echo. Sounds like an echo in there, but that's the Trevor Otts. There he is. Okay, looks a little grainy there. Yeah, it looks very grainy, Trevor Otts. Looks very grainy, but we'll come back to you in a second. For everyone else who's joining on, who's here, here's what I like for you to do. Look right below the video, and you see where it says Virtual Networking Live? Please, if you can, do me a favor, because tonight's going to be an incredible night. Tonight is going to just be amazing. Tonight's going to be one of those nights with 38 days. You're going to be just excited that you're here. Here's what I like for you to do. Enter your first name. Okay, first go to virtualnetworkinglive.com. If you're not there, go to virtualnetworkinglive.com is where the happenings are. And then here's what I want you to do. Type in your first name. Type in your last name. Tell us where you're from. And more importantly, tell us what you do. Okay, Louis Goldsby said, I'm in the house. I'm a software developer from Germantown, Maryland, at Louis Goldsby on Twitter. Hey, was that a shout out on Twitter? Nothing wrong with that. Monique Blair, welcome this evening. Hey, it's just you and I hanging out right now. The rest of the crew, they'll get here when look, let's just have a fun. So I want to do a shout out. She's from Cleveland, Ohio. She says, I help individuals with cash flow management. Thanks a lot for joining this evening. Donna Zimmerman says, here and present, business consultant and mediator. Whoa, where'd it go? It's going to be on tonight. Teak Lee Call from Call Bay area, California. Hey, you know, it's about 32 degrees here. I'm sure it's nice over in California. He says, I'm a real estate consultant and leadership coach. Soon, I believe, soon to be off. Those is words, not my words. Also, want to do a hello, shout out to Diane Ramsey. Excited to be here on the call. You're not on the call, Diane. You're on the broadcast. But you're here from Newport News, Virginia. That's what I'm talking about. I'm from Washington, D.C., not too far away. Uh-oh, by way of Riverside, California. Did you say Riverside? Welcome, welcome. I'm a project manager by day and an owner of Sisters with Beauty all day. Hey, tell us a little about Sisters with Beauty. I'm kind of curious. Let's do a shout out to you. Regina Clay, the Regina Clay, not a Regina Clay, but the Regina Clay is in the house. Regina, they might not know what you do. So please take a moment, take a step back. Tell them what you do. Tell them what you do. I want to welcome to the group for the very first time, Stuart Marshall Gully. Welcome to the group this evening. Antron Daly, welcome to the group for the first time. Tell us where you're from. Tell us what you do. This is an opportunity for you to spotlight your business. Marvin Peterson, welcome to the group. We're glad to have you aboard. Tell us where you're from. Tell us what you do. And more importantly, if you're not in the private group tonight, now you might be wondering, Shay, why should I even be in the private group? I'm going to tell you that in a moment. The number one reason it's where all the happenings are. So tonight it's where the speakers will be located when they get here. And they will be here. It won't just be Shay Brown all night, but they will be here. It's where the speakers will take place. It's where you can post your questions. That's what I'm talking about. It's also where some goodies, some nuggets, where we're going to drop some nuggets right into the private, elusive, exclusive Facebook group. You're here. It's going to be right there. It's also, let me tell you what's also going to happen tonight. Tonight, when Trevor Otts shows up and the rest of the gang, we're going to ask him to give away some free gifts. You know what? We're going to say, look, by golly, we were here on time and they show up. We're going to say, give us something for free. And I'm going to tell them to put it into the private, into the elusive, into the exclusive Facebook group, because I'm excited about today. I'm excited about what it's going to do for not only you, not only your family, not only your community, but more importantly, for this world. I mean, I believe there's a need for this. There are folks out there that have skills, they have lessons, they have life lessons, they've overcome challenges, they're business experts. And tonight is your night to shine. So we're going to honor you. We're going to respect you. I mean, I'm going to tell you, I'm just excited. Look, I don't need a reason to get excited. I woke up this morning. That was a good enough reason. Let's see who's out there. Tell me where you're from. Okay. Hello to author Monique Doyle from the DMV. Hey, where's the DMV? I'm in Washington, D.C. I'm a first-time author, blogger, inspirational speaker, and singer. All right. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Esther Charlene, checking in from Bay Area, California, an attorney, an entrepreneur. Oh, she did a shout out. Man, we'll all do shout outs on Twitter. You know what? Let's do a Twitter shout out. In a minute, we're going to do a Twitter shout out. We're going to do a Twitter shout out to those that are here early. I'm going to do that in just a second. So get your Twitter handle. Find your Twitter handle, because in a minute, it's about to get busy in here. I'm telling you. Okay. She's at Esther Charlene on Twitter. We got Renice Edwards. Renice Edwards is a small business consultant specializing in business development and crowdfunding campaigns. Did I hear crowdfunding campaigns? All the way from Houston, Texas. Welcome to the call. Your vibe goddess, Melina. Oh, wow. Okay. She said, hello, Trevor. Hello, Shay. Hello, Myron. Hello, Allison. Hello, Dr. Letitia Wright. Hello, Della Toro. Thank you for this wonderful opportunity. I'm waiting to be assigned to a mentor. Uh-oh. Waiting to be assigned to a meter. Don't want it. It's happening. Now, you put my Twitter handle wrong, but you put @Shay Brown. It's @Shay Brown Sales. But thanks a lot for trying. You're doing the best you can. Prophetess Mitchell Spencer is in the house from Landover, Maryland, overseer of Heaven's Helpers Ministry. Helping the community with food and serving the seniors. Thank you for all you do. Thank you for all you entrepreneurs out there. Tonight's your night. Bree Nichelle, all the way from Washington, D.C. That's what I'm talking about. Home of the nation's capital. Welcome today. D.C. Executive Assistant by day. Let's see what it says. An event planner by night. Let's give a shout out for all those folks that work 2, 3, 4, 5 times that are out there making it happen, while my colleagues, it looks like they're getting signed on. I'm going to ask them for their free gifts. I'm going to ask them for their goodies. We're going to say, look, life is about giving. They got to give something going on. Let's see. Someone looks kind of weird here. Let's see what's going on down here. Whose is that? Let's see. Okay, Myron's working on his. This is Shay's. Okay, Dr. Wright is showing up. Let me go back here and just do a few more hellos to folks. Trinita Williams. from Stockbridge, Georgia, founder of Professional Women Entrepreneurs, Inc. I help women start and grow their business. Thank you for all you do. Thank you for joining. Glad to have you on here. Misty is on here, Master Certified Life Coach, also known as the Stress Strategist. And she uses principles from Shotokan Karate, Taki Chuan, did I get that right? Running. Hey, I'm a runner. I run 4 marathons. We got something to talk about. And hula to assist people in creating a stress-less lifestyle. I like that, lifestyle. Tracy B. Thread says she's excited. Rose Joy says, Mary Nicholas from Barbados, West Indies, in the house. I'm a budding writer. No, you are a writer. Today is your day. Not if, could, would, you are. Angela Edwards, welcome to the group. She says, I make it right. Shante Herkley, welcome to the group for the very first time. Paula Do Right Jones, welcome to the group for the very first time. John Brighterside Williams, welcome to the group for the very first time. Pamela Chesson, welcome to the group for the very first time. Candace, the greatest, welcome to the group for the very first time. Des Gray, welcome to the group for the first time. I just want to say hello to some folks who are here, who showed up. I'm excited. Mitch Lanner, welcome to the group for the first time. Consuelo Brandt, welcome to the group for the first time. William Jones, welcome to the group for the first time. Sylvia Corella, welcome to the group for the first time. These are first timers, ladies and gentlemen. As they're coming to the group, and you might be joining as well, do this if you can. We're going to say hello to everyone. We're going to do a big Twitter hello to everybody in just a moment. But here's what I want you to do. I'm going to accept some more folks. I'm doing as fast as I can. I'm hanging out with y'all, by the way. Here's what I'd like for you to do. You're watching now. You're listening. You want to participate. You want to network. You want the goodies. You want to connect with the speakers. And you want the secret gift. I don't know what it is, but we're going to ask Trevor Otts, what's the secret gift? Here's what you do. Look below the video. And it says Virtual Networking Live. Click that link right now. Just click that link. And if not, you can knock. You go to virtualnetworkinglive.com and you can knock. I hear a mic check. Let me see. Okay, we got Trevor Otts there.
Mic check.
All right. It sounds like an echo, but we can at least hear you coming from your phone, it looks like. Myron has to restart his computer. That's fine. I'm gonna tell you, Trevor. I promised him a Twitter shout out, and we promised him a hello. But let me accept some more folks, because we've got one incredible lineup this evening. I'm really excited about that. Check in with Myron, by the way, Trevor. Paul and Goins, I think he has to reset his computer. Pastor Mel, welcome to the group for the first time. Tangi Jones Granite, welcome to the group for the first time. Sunita Hill, welcome to the group for the first time. Latrice Williams McKnight, welcome to the group for the first time. Stay Jones, welcome to the group for the very first time. Zeta, welcome to the group for the very first time. So many of you who are joining for the very first time. Sydney Lee, we want to welcome you. I'm Zeta, Tickliss, Zane Mago, welcome to the group. Walter Jordan, welcome to the group. Carletta Galloway, welcome to the group. Monique, welcome to the group. I'm going to say hello. We're going to get started. Laura, welcome to the group. Loretta Moss, welcome to the group. When I say the group, ladies and gentlemen, for those that are listening, I say that with all honesty and all sincerity. It is an honor and a privilege tonight to serve all of you tonight with the best content, the best ideas, the insider tips, the tricks, the secrets, real ideas for real folks that really work in order to do what you want to do, which is become project bestseller. I can't wait. He's got a lineup for you tonight. I will just say hello, and I promise to do a quick Twitter shout out while we're getting a few things tweaked in the background. Carmen White, Janae, welcome. She said she was here and ready. I got your email messages earlier. Michelle Flagg says, from New Jersey, I'm a life coach and an aspiring author. Looking forward to this. Let me tell you, you want to get ready. Misty said, forgot to say, I'm from Dallas, Texas, Error. I did say, did I say error? I did say error, didn't I? Okay, somebody give me some water. Somebody give me some water. Lakeisha Richards, welcome to the group. She says, hello. Lakeisha Richards is here and ready to go. Sylvia Coralla, hope I got that right. I'm doing the best I can, ladies and gentlemen. From Midland, Texas, says, I'm an independent associate with Legal Shield. I'm also an on-site photographer. See, there are folks from all over the world listening right now. I'm not going to be, I'll get to as many as I can. Wanda Watts said, Wanda Watts from Watts, Lynn, and Watts for dinner. All right, is that a joke? Was that really serious? Okay. Tanisha Robinson said, hey, Shay. Thanks a lot for the shout out, acknowledging that I'm here working as hard as I can on your behalf. But shout out to all of you. Kathleen Smart says, hello, everyone. My name is Kathleen Smart from Chicago, North Carolina. I help small businesses and entrepreneurs create big dreams and help them solve businesses and personal puzzles. What is a personal puzzle? But I like that. Glad to be here. It's time to start. That's the first book I have to write. Is that really a title? I like that. I have smarter ideas. All right. Shout out to you. Ashley Sauls checking in and looking forward to tonight. AJ says, I'm here from the Bronx. Okay. Now, I did say earlier, while my colleagues are getting a few things tweaked in the background. Let me come over here. I was saying hello to folks, and now I'm bouncing back and forth. Oh, I had it on the wrong. Okay, there we go. Okay, I had it back and forth. Let me do a mic check. Myron Golden, mic check. Are you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Well, you're looking cool today, man. It must not be like 30 degrees down there in Tampa. What's the weather down there?
It was actually 85 today, so we're back to Florida weather. Yes, sir. 85.
I got a sweat on up in here. You know what I'm saying? I'm here on the East Coast, but that is fine this evening. We're letting the rest of the folks begin to start to check in. Okay, so we got you on here. We're going to start in a little while, in just a few minutes. Let me see here. Let me do a mic check with Dr. Wright. Whoa, Dr. Wright is chilling. Mic check, Dr. Wright. Well, you're smiling, but
all right. Mic check.
Oh, well, mic check. How are you? Okay, well, we can't hear her, but she's doing the best she can.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you now. How are you?
Great, thank you.
All right, and you're coming in from where?
Los Angeles, California.
What's the weather in Los Angeles, California?
It dipped down. It's a little cool. It's 69.
Oh, 69. Oh, come on. You guys are killing me. Ladies and gentlemen, they're killing me out here. Now, just a minute ago, we said we were going to do, they were doing some Twitter follows and doing some hellos out there. Let me get Jari Jeffries. And we're going to get going. I know we've got a fantastic lineup. We have some great content this evening. Trevor Otts is going to be doing a very, very special first time open to the public session on Project Bestseller, and I can't wait. And Myron Golden is going to share some fantastic content. He'll be coming up in just a few minutes as we do a few tweaks in the background. Dr. Wright is there, and she'll be here chatting with us this evening, and I can't wait.
The mic check real quick.
Okay, we got a mic check. Now say something.
Image quality, just making sure we're getting all set for the night.
It's coming in. It's not crystal clear, but do you have the mic on or no?
I do have the microphone on. I can turn the volume up if you need me to.
I can hear him. Let me see. Myron, can you hear Trevor?
I can hear him.
You can hear him. Okay. Well, the good news is...
Echo, any feedback?
No echo, no feedback. You do sound a little underwater.
Yeah, you definitely sound muffled. I mean, definitely sound muffled.
I'm going to adjust the feed real quick.
All right. Well, I'm going to take the camera off you. I'm going to go back and say hello to everyone who's out there. I'm going to give you some very specific instructions. And then in a moment, we're going to give you an opportunity to just do what you do best. Spotlight your business, spotlight where you're from, and spotlight, more importantly, what you do. We'll give everyone a chance to spotlight. And heck, we might even do something special tonight. It's something that Trevor talks about. I'll give you a hint. It starts with social. It has flash. At the end, it says mob. We might do that before we get started. Oh, this is going to be so much, not fun, although it will be fun. But it's going to be very beneficial. It will be financially rewarding, and tonight will change your life. It's my promise to you tonight. That's one of the outcomes for tonight, is that this broadcast is a good use of your time, and you walk away with one idea that you'll use that's going to immediately not only change lives, but put money in your pocket so you can do other things, and that's going to be exciting for you. First, let me set up some folks, and I'll tell them what we're going to do. Danielle Lockett, welcome to the group for the first time. Shonda, welcome to the group for the first time. Teresa, welcome to the group for the first time. Brian Call, welcome to the group for the first time. Vaughn Baker, welcome to the group for the first time. Vanessa Sanford, welcome to the group for the first time. Joanne Empower Speaker, welcome to the group. I'm just saying hello to some folks, and all you folks, a couple 1,000 folks out there that are eavesdropping on my conversation. Donna Darden, welcome for the first time. Lydia Best, welcome. Vanessa Brown, welcome. And Roger Love, welcome. All right, here's something we're going to do tonight. We're going to do this just for fun. Just as a way to get started, as we're about to kick off with some fantastic content, and Myron Golden's there, so Myron Golden will be kicking off. But I like to do something just in recognition to everyone that's here, to all the business owners, to all the entrepreneurs, to the subject matter experts out there, to the moms, to the dads, to the sisters, to the brothers and uncles and nieces, and all those out there. Let's do something just to promote everyone's business. Let's all do something today that just does something different. We'll kick off in a minute when Trevor makes a few tweaks to what he's doing. Right now his screen black, so you obviously can't see him yet. But here's what I like to do. Myron, we're going to do something called a social media flash mob. Now, that sounds something. That sound cool?
Sounds like fun.
Myron, I don't even know what it is, Shay. It's something that Trevor Otts, that creative genius, just happened to create, and we're going to all love it. So here's what we're going to all do. We're going to all do this. What we're going to do tonight is you're going to have an opportunity to promote what you do and the problems that you solve. So if you have a Facebook business page, we'll start there. Facebook business page tonight. Tonight's your night to be able to share it with the world and share what you do. Now, in order to do this, you've got to be in the private, in the elusive, in the exclusive Facebook group. And I'm going to share with you what we do. Now, this is called social media flash mob. Now, I don't have Trevor to do it with me, but Myron don't even know what it is. But social media flash mob. But this is just a little something to kick us off, and something to have a little fun, and something to get started. So let me tell you how it works. I have a phone here. Let me see. iPhone 6, by the way, iPhone 6. Not that I get paid to tell you that, by the way. And what you're going to do in a moment is you're going to type in your Facebook business page. Now, let me tell you how you type it in. The first thing you do is you go to the private, to the elusive, exclusive Facebook group. Don't do it yet. You'll get a chance to do it in a minute. And then once you get there, you're going to type in www.facebook.com/ your Facebook page, and then you're going to put a space there. You're going to put a space there. Now, when I do that on the count of 3, you're going to go type in that into the private, into the elusive, exclusive Facebook group. So you're going to post your business page there. And then we're going to have an opportunity for everyone watching right now to participate, where you now can share your Facebook page, and we'll let you do that for about 2 minutes. And then we're going to go, and we're all going to go like certain Facebook pages that are out there. We're gonna pay it forward. We're gonna support other business owners, other entrepreneurs, other speakers, other coaches, other network marketers, folks in the areas of personal development and professional growth. You see, there's a need out there right now, and the need is really to make this world a better place, and we all can contribute. It costs you nothing. So here's what I want you to do. On the count of 3, I want you to head over to the private, to the elusive, exclusive Facebook group. Now, I pinned an example up at the top. Once you put in www.facebook.com and you enter in your Facebook page and put a space at the end, it will then post an image of your page right there up top. So how do you do it? You go into the private, to the elusive, exclusive Facebook group over at Virtual Networking Live, and on the count of 3, you're going to type in www.facebook.com/ your page, mine is Shay Brown Sales, and then space. Now, that's the social media flash mob. That's how we do the social media flash mob. Now, this is just me. I'm just doing it now. When the experts get here, they'll get here. But right now, let's just get going. Let's just pay it forward. So everyone right now, on the count of 3. 1, and you have 2 minutes to do this. 2, 3. So right now, go right now to the private, to the elusive, exclusive Facebook group, and we're going to like some pages. So Myron Golden put his page out there, so I'm going to like his page. Now, you've got 2 minutes. You post your page, and then go like someone else's page. Let's pay it forward. Let's see hello to some other folks who are in the group. Alika Finch is in the group. She posted. She's here as a co-host. Now, at least at the end of yours, you got to put space there, but I did like your page, so she's out there doing it right now.
Shameless self-promotion going on there. Some shameless self-promotion. By the way, mic check, shameless self-promoter.
No, it wasn't shameless. I was here. We wasn't shameless. We got Elena Kotulich, I hope I got that right, from Connecticut, liking her page.
So
Get
what
out
you're
there right
saying,
now.
he wasn't ashamed to promote. Is that what he's saying, Myron? He wasn't shameless self-promotion because he wasn't ashamed.
He wasn't ashamed. That's right. He
No,
wasn't ashamed.
I gave them an example. Cheryl Williams posted her page. Put yours up there too. I just liked hers. Joanne Meeks posted her page. Todd Cheek posted his page, just liked his page. Everyone go out there and do that right now. Let's have a little
Welcome
fun.
Labricia Lachey to the group for the first time. Let's welcome Latoya Burns Cornwell to the group for the very first time. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
And Taya Bolton, you try to put your page in there, but when you put it, you got to put facebook.com/ your page and then a space after that. But I'm going to like it the best I can. Shantae Herkley, welcome. I just liked her page. Kawana McClurry with the insurance lady, just liked her page. Now let's go out there and let's like someone's page. Go look at their page.
Let me give you the rules for the social media flash mob. The rules are very simple, everybody. The rules are very simple. Here's what I want you to do. You post your first name. You post your last name. You tell us where you're from, and then you post the link to your Facebook fan page / business page or personal page. And so here's what I want you to do. If it was me, I'd post Trevor Otts. Where am I from? National Harbor, Maryland. And then I would post www.facebook.com/Trevor Otts. But don't get clickitis. Before you hit the post button, before you hit the enter button, after you type in your link, you want to hit the space bar. You want to hit the space bar. What does that space bar do? It's a special command. It's like a secret command to Facebook to go to your page, pull down your link, pull it into Facebook. That way, it makes it easy for people to just hit the like button on your page. Now, here is the rule. You got to go out and you got to like as many pages as you can over the next 2 minutes. You got exactly 2 minutes. You got 2 minutes to like as many pages as you can. After all, this is about the big give back. Not only are you looking to connect with people who may need your products, may need your services, but more importantly, may need you, but you're also going out there and liking other people, supporting other professionals, supporting other entrepreneurs. That's why going out there and hit the like button now. But remember, don't be rude. Introduce yourself. First name, last name, where you're from. Where are you from? You got to know where you're from. And then post the link to your Facebook fan page or business page. Now, how do you do that? You put in www.facebook.com/ whatever the link is to your business page. So mine would be www.facebook.com/Trevor Otts. Now, if you haven't gotten a vanity URL, just go to your business page, get the link, come back in and post it. The secret to posting your Facebook fan page is after you put the link in, you gotta hit the space bar. You gotta hit the space bar. So many times people are like my page, and I gotta click the link, go out of my browser, over to the next tab. It's just inconvenient, and you're not gonna get many likes that way. So follow the instructions. And oh, where are my manners? Hello out there. It is good to see you. We're back. We missed you guys. You know we've been on tour from San Antonio to hanging out there with the Fast Track Millionaires down there in Tampa, Florida with Myron Golden and the crew. And we got a chance to get some good eating, folks, some good eating down there with Allison Bird. She is known as the Profit Accelerator, but I'm pretty sure that she can be known as the Waistline Accelerator too, because me and Shay had some good eating, and I had to come back and get on the treadmill. And then we got Dr. Letitia Wright coming to us from sunny Hollywood, California. Welcome, everybody. This is going to be an action-packed, one of the best hangouts that you've ever been on this year. We guarantee it. We're going to show you how to write your bestseller in 48 hours. Shay Brown, I just turn it back over to you.
Well, Trevor, welcome aboard. We're liking Joanna D.D. Golden's page. We're liking hers. We're liking Sam Ward's page out there, liking his. Cheryl L. Williams and Miriam. Hey, Miriam. Foo. Did I get that right? I'm doing the best I can. I hope I got that right. I've been practicing that. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Kathy Sermon. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I like the page Focus and Empower Cummings Doctor. I'm not sure what she does, but that's a great name. Julia Consulting Services. Like Trevor said, tell us what you do. I just liked your page. Not sure what you do, but I liked your page. Also like Camille Mac Sheep. Hope I got that right. Camille Speaks. Hey, Camille Speaks. Thanks a lot for joining this evening. I mean, we've got an all-star lineup for you today. We've got some great content that's going to really change lives. Welcome, Clark Anthony Donaldson. Welcome to the group. There's still a few minutes. I'm going to just hit the reset button. Just give you an extra minute. Hit the reset button because Trevor came aboard and gave some great points of clarification on how to post your business page. And why do we want you to do that? Because when you got started as an entrepreneur or as a business owner, you started for one reason and one reason only, and that was to solve a problem, a need, a want, or maybe just a desire. And that's why you got started. So this is a good time to recognize you, the business owner, the backbone of this economy, the hardworking person. And it doesn't matter if you work by day and you do something at night, as some of you were saying. It doesn't matter. You're always an entrepreneur. You're always working. And one of my favorite sayings is, an entrepreneur's light is never out. So let's go out there right now and let's do what you do best. I know we're getting started in a minute, but Trevor, I'm going to recognize just a couple of folks and all that we're doing. I know we got Myron in the queue, and we'll get the official kickoff in a moment. But let's just go welcome some folks. Now, some of you who are sending me private text messages, you want to know how to get into the private group? Here's how to do it. Look right below the video, and where it says Virtual Networking Live, just click that link. That'll bring you over into the private, into the exclusive Facebook group, where you can connect with none other than Johnny Magnificent Mac, who's here right now as well. Or you can open up a separate browser. Now you can do this. It's a lot of fun. And type in virtualnetworkinglive.com. Now once you type that in, if you're not a member of the group tonight, don't worry. Tonight's the night. You can knock, and you'll be accepted into the private, into the exclusive Facebook group. There is no group like that out there that exists on the planet. Not yet. There'll be some, but not right now. So welcome. Trevor, I know we got content. I got so carried away, Trevor, because sometimes I get so excited when I see like Tawana, the Ignite coach, posting her page. I'm liking it for the first time. Or Beyond Thomas, We Sparkle Magazine, posting her page. I just liked her page as well. Or Deanna Moore, who says, hello, my name is Deanna Moore from Cleveland Heights, Ohio, owner of Dipsy Consulting Group, the creator of The Leader Style. I'm a leadership and personal development coach. I want to welcome her. Aline Gaet Dion, I want to welcome you with Multi-Language TV. I just liked your page. Thank you for all you do. Monique Blair, I just liked her page as well. Thank you for all you do. And Keisha Green. Now, Keisha, tell us what you do. I like that. Keisha M. Green International. Love the color. Surpassing your, I can't even read that. Anyway, she has surpassing something in her banner. I really can't read it. It's kind of hidden right now. Kathy Sermon, I do want to say hello to you with Moments of Motivation. Hey, Myron, isn't that a cool name? Moments
of Motivation.
You know, Catherine, I tell you what, I like to hear a moment of motivation. Now, wouldn't this be cool? Now, I'm not supposed to do this, Myron, but heck, Trevor's not here to stop me right now. Okay, Kathy, here's what I like you to do. We want a moment of motivation from you, and then we're going to kick off. Now, here's how we're going to do a moment of motivation. I have my cell phone. Now, everybody's texting me. Y'all can all stop texting me. But, Kathy, you can text me. I'm going to give you my number, and we're going to get a moment of motivation. And this is your moment to shine before all these other folks start. You can text me at 202-270-1662. Again, 202-270-1662. And just text me. Just say, Kathy. Now, once you do that, if you do text me, I'm going to call you. And we want now she said a moment, right, Myron? Is that what I read?
A moment of motivation.
So is a moment 2 minutes or a moment 1 minute?
A moment can be, it depends on, it can be as long as it is motivational. 1 minute or two.
Oh, I like that one. That was a good answer.
He gave you an out. So, Kathy, if you're listening, this is my personal cell, 202-270-1662. Now, if you don't text me in the next minute, whoever texts me, you may get a chance to give us a moment of motivation. I just like to see that.
While that's going on, Shay, a couple things that we just want to highlight here. If this is your first time, I mean, we have thousands of people now joining us from all over the world. We have people joining us from Dubai, South Africa, Australia, right here in the DMV, that's the Washington, D.C. metropolitan area. First thing, Welcome to the Hangout. And if this is your first time in the Hangout, you're right now in our virtual networking component, which ends in about the next 3 minutes. And here's what we want you to do. If you want to participate in this virtual networking environment where you get to connect with people who could potentially need your products, your services, your inspiration, your moment of motivation, if you want to connect with other entrepreneurs, serious authors, and serious speakers, you're in the right place. Now you're wondering, well, how do I connect? Well, here's what you do. You come on over to virtualnetworkinglive.com. You open up a browser, you open up a separate tab in your browser, and you come to virtualnetworkinglive.com. It's where all the networking is happening. It's where we're meeting other people. But more importantly, it's where you get to directly connect with the speakers, with the presenters, with the experts. There is no question in the Hangout that goes unanswered. We've been on Hangouts as late as 3 in the morning answering every single question. If you are an entrepreneur, a professional, a speaker, or an author, you got a burning question, you got a burning desire, you are in the right place. Now get on over to virtualnetworkinglive.com. Now, when you get there, where are your manners? Don't be rude. Here's what I want you to do, and this is for everybody. Right now, I want you to do this right now. Everybody, under the sound of my voice, put in your first name. Put in your last name. Tell us where you're from. We got to know where you're from. And then tell us a little bit about the product, the service, the mission, the organization, or the brand that you represent. That's right. Come on over. Where? To the private, the elusive, the exclusive Facebook group. There's no other group like it on the planet. And when you get there, by going to virtualnetworkinglive.com, post your first name, post your last name, tell us where you're from, and tell us a little bit about the product, the service, the mission, the organization, or the brand that you represent. And if you don't represent any of them, represent me, 5Me. And here's what we're going to do. We're going to shout you out. We're going to love on you. We're going to highlight your business, highlight your organization. We're going to highlight the important mission that you are on. And with that being said, Shay, I go ahead and I turn it back over to you. And Shay, we forgot the magic words. Mic check, mic check.
Mic check, mic check. I'm giving a call out to Stacy. We could hear you, Trevor. You sounded good. A little scratching going on there, but I don't know if that was your mic rubbing. Otherwise,
my mic rubbing. Sorry about that, Shay.
You looked good, but you might want to move it down to the middle. All right, I'm calling Kathy, Marvin. I don't know if she's...
Hello?
Well, it's a great day. Kathy, is you and I and tens of thousands of folks who are eavesdropping in on our conversation. How are you?
I'm doing great.
Now, for the audience, will you please let them know that this is the first time you and I have ever spoken? Please tell them that.
Yes, this is the first time, and I hope I don't get tongue-tied.
Wait a minute, you said moments of motivation. Now I didn't mean to put you on the spot, but I saw the message. It resonated with me. Well, let's do this first. For the audience first, before you give them a moment of motivation, just slow down for a minute. Tell everyone your full name, tell them where you're from, and then please tell them what you do. They're watching me as I talk to you.
Okay, my name is Sherry Burden, and I'm calling from Upper Marlboro, Maryland. And the business that I just started this year is Queen She Visions, where I provide photography or pictures, and also I'm a musician.
All right, so go ahead and take a moment. Thank you for sharing. We appreciate you being here. Project Bestseller tonight is going to be one of those sessions that everyone's going to be glad they were here. So please, if you can, go right now and please give us a moment of motivation, which means for you speakers, that means 1 minute, by the way, maybe go a little over, 1.5 minutes max. Go, go, go. I'm turning the mic over to you. Thank you for participating. Go ahead. We're all listening right now.
Yes, my moment of motivation is I would just like to say that I started out where I've always wanted to start a business. I love taking pictures and also performing and doing music. I feel that the music and pictures and art is something that really helps people express themselves, and also it helps people feel better. And also, so I love providing that type of art to people, especially in the music. So I believe like the motivation part that I have is that, you know, I believe that once you believe and keep striving towards something that you're in your heart, that's a burning sensation that you really want to do, and you find that purpose that God has for you, then He will open up doors to allow people to come into your life to help you meet those goals. And I think that this organization that I found at some point in time, I went to one of your deep events, and that was held in Temple Hills, Maryland, at a library. And I just wanted to just say thank you, because this is definitely one of those opportunities that I believe has come into my life to help me move forward in reaching some more of my dreams.
All right. Well, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Thank you for sharing your words and sharing what you do. Keep doing what you're doing. We know the best is yet to come. Thanks a lot.
And more importantly,
Thank you.
for the opportunity to serve you. We get the opportunity week after week, day after day, month after month, year after year, to serve you. And I want everyone under the sound of my voice to know that it's truly an honor to get the opportunity to serve you with our entrepreneurial gifts and skills. And we love each one of you. Thank you so much for honoring us with your presence tonight. I turn it back over to you, Chef.
All right. Well, thank you all. Thank you again. We're going to get started now. We're officially going to kick off. We've got a great lineup of folks who have prepared some of their best ideas. Some of them have prepared ideas they've really only shared with their paying clients. Some of them, you'll hear from Myron in a moment, typically they don't just come on an event like this and just release these insider secrets that really just help folks just grow. But as Trevor said, they wanted to give something back, number one. They wanted to help, and they said, now is the time. And we asked them. That's another reason why we just ask. Sometime in life you got to just ask. But Trevor, when we get started, we like to start off with 4 words. We want everyone to participate. We want to pay it forward. We're now starting off. We're going to bring up our speaker, but we're starting off. Now, we start with these 4 words. For those that don't know, we do 4 words. The 4 words are, if you don't know, it's a great, you got that right. So 4 words are always, it's a great what day. And here's what we'd like for you all to do to participate. We want everyone to participate right now. And then when I say 1, 2, 3, Trevor, I, and Myron, and of course Dr. Wright are all going to say, it's a great day in unison. But before we do that, we'd like for you to participate. We want to have an opportunity for you to make a difference in someone anywhere in the world. Doesn't matter if it's morning. Some places it's morning, some places it's night, some places it's afternoon, some places it's a.m., like 3 a.m. in the morning, depends on where you are. So here's what we'd like for you to do. Look right above the video feed. You look right above the video feed. See right there above the feed? I want you to hit the share button. Just hit the share button. That's all you got to do right now. Just hit the share button. Once you hit the share button, a browser is going to pop up. And I want you to type in, it's a great day, and then put space, and then put hashtag amazing. That's all. This is just a gift to the world. This is something just to encourage someone, to inspire someone, to uplift someone, to do more, be more, and have more. So how are we going to do that again? You're going to hit the share button right now. Now don't hit enter yet, because we got to wait till we count to 3. Hit the share button, type it's a great day, space, hashtag amazing. I'm just going to put hashtag amazing. I wasn't going to put hashtag project, but hashtag amazing. This is just a gift. Are you ready? If you didn't do it, just please hit the share button. Let's all let's have this sound just heard right now. Okay, on the count of 3. Myron, are you ready?
I'm ready.
You stay ready, right? Dr. Wright, you ready?
Absolutely.
All right. Mic check to Trevor Otts. Are you ready?
Mic check.
Trevor Otts has his jacket on. He has his suede cool jacket on, Myron. He's ready to go. Got his handkerchief there, looking at the computer. Oh, he has a whole bunch of stuff behind him. But today we're going to go on the count. We're going to say 1, 2, 3. I'm going to say it's a great day. All right, ready? Now when we do that, you hit the enter button. What do? You hit the enter button. Please. Let's help someone out there put a smile on their face. When they see it come across, they're like, whoa, it is a great day. Okay, 1. You ready, Myron?
I'm ready.
All right, 2. You ready, Trevor?
I'm ready.
All right, 3, Dr. Wright. It's a great day.
A great day.
Oh, that's the only thing I get to do, by the way. That's all the fun I get to have. That's it. They don't let me do anything else. I don't get to talk. I get to just say hello to you. Okay, it is now time, Trevor, for us to officially kick off Project Bestseller.
And as we are getting ready to get started, because you guys, we're going to kick it off, right from the gate, when we're going to get razor high. You may have never heard of the 7-figure whisperer before. But I'm going to tell you, if you've never heard the 7-figure whisperer, I mean, that's the person who just by his very words is creating wealth. You're in for a surprise tonight. That's right. None other than Myron Golden, the golden boy, the seven-figure whisperer, the person who is generating wealth just by opening up his mouth, is here tonight, and he is live, and you got him at no cost. Let me give you the official hashtag for tonight. The official hashtag for tonight is hashtag ProjectBestSeller. Now, here's what I can guarantee you. The seven-figure whisperer, the golden boy, Myron Golden, is going to drop some nuggets on you tonight. He's going to drop some empowering words on you tonight. But every time he says something that resonated with you, every time he says something that was meant for you, every time he stepped on your toe, every time he walked down your aisle, every time he says something that resonated with you, here's what we want you to do. It's our digital applause system. You're going to write down whatever that golden nugget is, and at the end of it, you're going to put hashtag bestseller. Now, you're going to do it twice. You're going to post it in a group, and then you're going to hit the share button above the video. There's a share button right above the video. If you look right above the video, there's a Facebook share button, a Twitter share button, a Pinterest share button, a LinkedIn share button. Choose your favorite, but hit the share button, and whatever golden nugget he gives you, you write that down, and at the end, you put hashtag Project Bestseller. Now, as you know, we like to reward the best learners. We like to reward the top students. And so we're going to be going back and tracking those golden nuggets. And we're going to do a search for Project Bestseller. And as you know, we give out amazing rewards for great students. And so we're going to be tracking that. That's hashtag Project Bestseller. As a matter of fact, let's get it started off right now. Everybody hit the share button above the video and just put the seven-figure whisperer has arrived. Hashtag Project Bestseller. Just hit the share button above the video right now and put the seven-figure whisperer has arrived. Hashtag Project Bestseller. And then once you hit the share button and post on Facebook, I want you to copy that and just post it in the private, elusive, exclusive Facebook group. There's no other group like it on the planet. And one of the things that I'm getting you used to right now is I want you to understand that the hand is a digital recorder for the mind. And as you're doing these things and executing these activities, it is designed to increase your learning. What we call this is super learning. And what we want to do is want to increase your learning through using some of the most powerful tools that you've been given. The hand is a digital recorder for the mind. It is a tool that you can use to program the mind. How do you know that? Close your eyes and draw a picture. And even though your eyes are closed, your mind can see what your hand drew. It's really quite an amazing thing. And so go ahead and do it right now. Hit the share button above the video. Type in the seven-figure whisperer has arrived, hashtag Project Bestseller, and then go ahead and post that same post right inside the private, the elusive, the exclusive Facebook group. And Shay, I'll go ahead and turn it over to you to give the formal announcement. The man of the hour, the person who is generating wealth just by opening his mouth. And he's going to show you how to do the same.
All right, with that being said, Trevor, you gave a great introduction. Let's go ahead and give the formal introduction. I'll read the gentleman's coming to the stage next, this virtual platform, to share with you his story. Myron Golden understands how to overcome adversity. He contracted polio as an infant and has walked with a metal brace on his leg his entire life. In spite of that fact, he had a brace on his leg. Myron used the discipline he learned from his parents to become a black belt in martial arts. Myron is the author of the international best-selling book, From the Trash Man to the Cash Man, How Anyone Can Get Rich Starting from Anywhere. He's also the author of the new book, Click and Order, From Brick and Mortar, Online Strategies for Offline Market Domination. He is he has an integrated marketing consultant who can help any business use technology to generate leads and then optimize them to convert over into business. So with that being said, let's go ahead and introduce to the stage none other than Myron Golden. Myron Golden, mic check, mic check. Are you there?
Mic check, mic check. I'm right here, brother. How you feel?
Man, I'm feeling fine. I'm going to turn it over to you. You might want to make sure your mic doesn't hit the side, by the way. Might want to make sure the
probably won't. I've got my iPhone high-tech microphone working.
Right, it works just fine as long as it doesn't hit your collar. But go right ahead. The audience is all yours. Thank you for sharing, and I'm can't wait to get these golden nuggets you're about to drop on us. Heck, they might be golden boulders. Boulders.
Well, thank you, Shay and Trevor. I appreciate that introduction, and I want to say I appreciate both of you guys and the value, the incredible, huge, and tremendous value you guys bring into the marketplace. And I appreciate you putting on this conference right now on Project Bestseller, because everybody listening to the sound of my voice right now, you definitely desire, even if you don't realize it yet, you definitely desire to be a bestseller. You definitely deserve to be a bestseller. And what I want to do is I want to help you get over the hump, if you will, and break into the book business, because a book is not just a book. A book is a business. And if you're taking notes, that may be the first note you want to write. If you want to learn how to write books and how to sell lots of books, you are definitely in the right place at the right time. If you don't want to learn how to write books, then that'll probably change by the time this call is over. So as Shay said, you know, I had some challenges growing up. I contracted polio as an infant. I'm one of those guys, though, that you know, I guess whatever the situation is, I did really well in school. I'm not sure how many of you can relate to that, but I did well in school all the way through. And I'm sure there are some folks on the call right now who are thinking, yeah, I did well in school. I'm going to be a best-selling author. Well, I did really, really well in school all the way through the third grade, and it went downhill from there. And the reason I tell you that is because I know that a lot of people make the mistake of thinking that if you didn't do well in school, you can't be an author. Well, what I want to do is help you overcome the belief in your limitations tonight. Now, let me say that again. I want to help you. You're watching right now. I want to help you overcome the beliefs in your limitations about becoming an author. Because if you think you can't become an author because, and I'm going to name some of the reasons. Well, who would want to listen to me? If you think you can't become an author, or you shouldn't become an author because, well, I'm not good at writing. Or you may be thinking, well, I can't become an author because I don't know what I'd write about. Or I can't become an author because I don't know how to sell books. I can't become an author because I did great in school, or I didn't do well in school, or I'm just and then whatever your profession is, you put that after that. Whatever those reasons are, they're not really reasons. Those are just, when you say things like that, all you're doing is stating to those people around you that you believe more in your limitations than you do in your possibilities. And what I want you to understand is the most important thing about you writing a book is the fact that you need to believe more in the possibilities of you becoming a best-selling author than you do in the limitations from you becoming a best-selling author. So there are a couple of mistakes people make. People think, well, you know, I've got to be good at English grammar, at grammar, or spelling, or punctuation. I'm going to tell you right now, I've sold over 140,000 copies of one of my books, and we sold thousands of copies of other ones. But I've sold over 140,000 copies of From the Trash Man to the Cash Man: How Anyone Can Get Rich Starting from Anywhere. And do you know what? If I had to pass a 9th grade English test, I would need a 9th grader to assist me. So you say, Myron, what are you saying? I'm saying none of those limitations matter. Whatever your limitations are, they don't matter. I don't have enough time to become a best-selling author. It doesn't matter. I'm ADD. It doesn't matter. I'm ADHD. It doesn't matter. I'm ABCDEFG. It doesn't matter, because the only thing that matters is your belief in your possibilities. And I've said before, and I'll say again, that I believe that expectation is the greatest power human beings have. And what I want you to do that are on this call, I want you to begin to expect that you're going to write a great book, and then I want you to begin to expect that it's going to be a bestseller. Now, what's really amazing about being a best-selling author is, well, for me, is the fact that my book is self-published. And so I'm going to cover for you tonight how to overcome some of the things that are holding you back. And one of the first things that are holding you back, if you're a first-time author, is or one of the mistakes first-time authors make is they buy into this idea that they want to get a book deal with a major publisher and get their book in bookstores. Well, I submit to you that couple things. Number one, for your first book, getting a book with a major publisher is probably going to be a huge mistake if it's your first book. unless you have a really ginormous list and a whole bunch of mavens that can go out there and tell people to buy your book. Writing a book and getting it published with a major publishing house is probably going to be a ginormous mistake. And I know ginormous, you may be thinking it's not a word, but it's actually a word. Ginormous is the offspring. When gigantic and enormous have a child, that child's name is ginormous. Okay, so what I want you to understand is that attempting to get into a major publishing deal is a mistake. Why is it a mistake for first-time authors? Because most first-time authors want to make some money on their book. Well, I'm going to tell you how it works when you get your books published with a major publishing house. First of all, you need to understand that the publishing house gets 35% of the sale of the book. So let's say you write a book and you sell that book for $20, whatever the book is. And it doesn't matter, I've got a bunch of books here, but let's say you write that book. I've got this book right here, and I probably paid $20, $24. Search engine advertising, buying your way to the top to increase sales. Okay, great. So I bought this book, and it was probably $20. Let's call it $20. When this person got this book deal with this publishing house, they got, and I don't know if it's a great book or not. It's one of the ones that I haven't, one of the few books that I haven't read. But my point being, if you go through a major publishing house, you get that book printed, it's a $20 book. The publishing house is going to get 35%. Your book distributor that got the book into the bookstores is going to get 15%. So if you add the 15% to the 35%, that leaves 50%. You're saying, okay, well, I can live with that $10 a book. Well, but the only challenge with that is when you get the book into the bookstores, the bookstore is going to get 40%. So now the distributor and the publisher got 50%, the bookstore got 40%, that leaves 10% for you. That's right. When you go through a major publisher and you write a book, you get, and that book sells for $20, you get $2 from every one of those books. Well, fortunately for me, I'm the publisher of my book, and my books generally sell, my physical books sell for $20, Trashman to Cashman. Click and Order for brick and mortar sells for $24.95. When I sell my books, I make most of that money. Instead of me getting 20%, I get 90+%. So that's one of the reasons you don't want to make the mistake of going through a publishing house. One of the reasons you don't want to make the mistake of trying to get your book into bookstores out of the gate is because when people go to bookstores, they are going to bookstores to look for a book they already know exists. They already know they want to read it. If you're not famous, people aren't going into the bookstore looking for your book. So the way you can make your book famous by either you becoming famous or by you going out there and getting a lot of publicity for your book before the book comes out and doing a pre-launch on television shows and radio shows and newspapers, et cetera, et cetera. But the fact is, getting into a bookstore if you are unknown is a huge mistake because your book probably won't sell. It'll get sent back to the publishing house, and then you will get a charge back on your advance, and your book you'll get a reputation in the publishing industry as somebody whose books don't sell, and you'll never be able to get another book published. It makes more sense to publish your book yourself the first time, do a self-published book, or better yet, even use the strategy that Trevor's going to show you through this Project Bestseller. Use that strategy to get your first book done, and when you do that, what's going to happen for you is that's going to give you the ability to literally hitch your suspenders to somebody who's successful and take your book to another level. So you don't want to go into bookstores. You don't want to go through a major publisher. Now, another big mistake that people make when they're writing their first book is they take way too long to write the book. Now, from the trash man to the cash man, and I don't have one close to me here, from the trash man to the cash man, how anyone can get rich starting from anywhere. It sells. I sell it online. I sell it at my conferences. It also is a Kindle book. That book, we sold over 140,000 copies of it. It took me 3 days to write that book, and another 30 to 40 days to get it all edited and printed and all that stuff. So within 45 days, my book was done, but I wrote the book in 3 days. So don't think that it has to take a long time. Now, Click and Order for Brick and Mortar, it's more of a technical book for business owners, where I teach business owners how to grow their business. That was more technical. I had a lot of technical stuff in it, so it took me a really long time to write that book. It took me 5 weeks to write Click and Order for Brick and Mortar. But I want to tell you a story about speed writing for writing books. I wrote a couple of books for the network marketing industry. Now, what's amazing about that is I did it in December of 2012. I wrote 2 books in December of 2012. Now, what's amazing about the fact that I wrote 2 books in December of 2012 is not the fact that I wrote them, but the fact that we packed up all our stuff in our house, moved from Pennsylvania, sold our house, moved from Pennsylvania to Florida, and in the same 30-day time period, while all that other stuff is going on, I wrote 2 books. I'm not telling you that because to make you think, oh, Myron, you're so wonderful, but I'm telling you that to let you know if you are taking more than a few weeks to write your book, at the most, it's taking you way too long. So huge, ginormous mistake. Now, another mistake is, big mistake that people write is, another big mistake that people make when they write their first book is first-time authors make the mistake of not promoting the book until it's done. Huge mistake. If you really want to take a play from if you want to take a page from the playbook of success and how to sell stuff, take a page from Apple's playbook. They will announce their new phone for 4 to 6 months, or their new product that's coming out 4 to 6 months before it's available. And then even when they launch it, they over-launch it and they under-produce it. You've got to really build up some momentum when you're going to sell something. You've got to create some anticipation in the marketplace. Don't make the mistake of waiting until the book is done to start promoting it. That is called the kiss of death for authors. Now, there are a lot of mistakes authors make. One of the other mistakes, huge, ginormous mistakes that authors make. This is probably the second biggest mistake authors make, and that is not having a subtitle. Every book that you ever write from now on for the rest of your life should have a subtitle. Okay? Don't ever, again, write a book that just has a title and no subtitle. All books that are rapidly selling, especially by new authors, they have a subtitle, and the subtitle basically is giving people another reason on the front of the book to buy your book. Now, if I was going to say the biggest mistake most first-time authors make, and many authors who have been around for a long time make, the biggest mistake they make is the title betrays the book. The title, they'll name the book something, and the title won't have anything to do with what's in the book. It makes me scratch my head. It makes me crazy. It's like, why would you name your book that? First of all, nobody wants to read it. And by the way, I'll come back to that. First of all, I really remember I was doing a 6-figure business school. In fact, I was doing it in the Baltimore, D.C. area many years ago, probably 6-8 years ago, and I was talking about the importance of having a good title when you write your book, and a guy who was there went to a leadership lunch that we did, and at this leadership lunch, he said, I've got a great book title, I'm so excited about it, blah, blah, blah. I said, okay, what's your book title? He said, are you ready? I said, I'm ready. He said, here's the title. What are you going to do with the yolk? And he said, it's going to have a picture of an egg yolk on it. And I said, well, what's the book about? He said, and he told me it was about, it had nothing to do with eggs or yolks. I said, can I coach you? Because I didn't want to just say that's the worst title I've ever heard. But I said, can I coach you? He said, sure. I said, that is not a good title. Now, here's what I'm going to tell you. When a person creates a book title, people try to create clever or catchy titles. You don't want your title to be clever or catchy. Here's what you want your title to be. You want your title to be clear, so the people can know when they read the title, do I want to read this or not? I mean, I know it sounds simple, but I'm telling you, This is the, like, of all of the blunders that people make, this is worse than typos in your book. This is like the biggest blunder in the history of book writing. Making up a clever, catchy title, or the worst title formula in the world is a title that is a riddle. So you gotta add this one to that one and take that one away and divide by 2 and take out your financial calculator and then add an algorithm just to figure out what the book is about. People don't want to work that hard to find. I mean, consider yourself fortunate that people want to read enough to even pick up your book. Don't make them work to figure out what it's about because they don't care that much. It is your responsibility as an author to create clarity in your title so that people know they want to read your book. Now, the best-selling book, I'm not talking about the Bible, but I'm talking about like other books other than the Bible. The best-selling book in history is called Chicken Soup for the Soul. Now, I don't have to tell you what that's about. Now, that's a little bit of a riddle, but not really a riddle. That's more of a metaphor. And here's what I mean, a metaphor. I know when I was a little kid, if I wasn't feeling well, my mom would give me chicken soup. I don't know. Maybe those chickens, maybe it's all the penicillin they give chickens so they don't, I don't know. Okay, that was horrible. That was horrible. Okay, so I don't know what it is about chicken soup, but I knew that if I got sick, or if I faked like I was sick, don't let the word get out, that I was going to get some chicken soup. Well, guess what? They came up with chicken soup for the soul because they know there are a lot of people out there who feel like their soul is sick. That's why they came up with chicken soup for the soul. You want to come up with a title that is clear. It tells people right out of the gate, this is who this is for. By the way, if you try to make your book for everyone, I'm going to give you a formula to know why that won't work. Anything that's for everyone is also for no one. So if you go about to make your book for, who's the book for? Well, my book is for everyone. Wrong answer. But we do have some nice consolation prizes for you in the back. Your book can't be for everyone. You need to pick who it's for. And then when you title it so those people pick it up and say, I've got to have this book. For instance, when I wrote From the Trash Man to the Cash Man, how anyone could get rich starting from anywhere. From the Trash Man to the Cash Man, you automatically know that book is about a guy who used to be a trash man. And yes, I used to drive a garbage truck. There was a day when I drove a garbage truck for a living for $6.25 an hour, $9.50 an hour for overtime. And I thought, and I can remember saying to my beautiful young wife when I first got that job, it was the first job I got after I got married, I can remember saying to her, baby, if we can just make $300 a week, we're going to be okay. Okay. That was as big as my vision was then. That was a long time ago. But you know the book is about a guy who went from being a trash man to being rich. Why? Because the subtitle says how anyone can get rich starting from anywhere. So the subtitle is designed to make you believe, okay, to convey the message. If a trash man can get rich, I'm a school teacher. I know I can do it. If a trash man can get rich, I'm a janitor. I know I can do it. If a trash man can get rich, I'm a lawyer. I know I can do it. If a trash man can get rich, I'm a doctor. I know I can do it. If a trash man can get rich, I'm an engineer. I know I can do it. So it's designed to convey the message that a trash man got rich and you can do it too. The whole premise of the book. And so that's what the title is designed to do, create clarity. So who's it for? It's for people who want to make more money. It's for people who want to go from before to after in the financial arena. So when you write a book title, you've got to make it clear. One of my favorite books is called The 1 Minute Millionaire. I don't know if you've read that or not, but it's a book that you definitely deserve to read. And if you knew how good it was, you would desire to read it. But it's called The 1 Minute Millionaire. The subtitle is The Enlightened Way to Wealth. See, 1 Minute Millionaire, yeah, $1 million in a minute, I can get excited about that. And I knew that I had to read that book based on the title. So here's what I want you to do. I want you to stop making your books riddles and puzzles and stuff that people have to figure out what they mean, and just go ahead and be clear. Now, here's what's really, 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 really cool. Now, I've told you about some of the mistakes. I'm going to tell you about some of the really, really cool stuff that can happen for you when you become an author, especially a best-selling author. And one of the things that happens is it creates fans for you. Now, here's what's really, and when I mean fans, I'm not just talking about Facebook fans. I'm talking about fans. I remember one time I was going to North Carolina to do a seminar. I got off the plane. I went over to the rental car place. My name was on the board, Myron Golden. I got there to pick up my car. And when I got there, this young man comes up and says, Mr. Golden, I've been waiting for you to get here all day. I'm like, okay. And I'm thinking, I don't know, was he at one of my seminars? Was he at a church that I spoke at? I'm doing my best to recall where I know this young man from. And he said, I said, so do I know you? He said, no, I read your book and I loved it. And I just had to, when I saw your name up here, I just had to meet you. I'm thinking to myself, okay. So if I've never met you before, and this is what I said to him, where did you get my book? He said, my brother got it in New York, and he sent me a copy of it. So what happens is when you write a book, especially if it's a good book, by the way, when you write a book, you want to write a good story. The book has to be a good story. Even if your book is about technical aspects of doing a thing, you've got to include some elements of story in there for a couple reasons. First of all, people love stories, and people hate for stories to end, and it's easy for people to remember stories. It's easier for people to share stories. So you have to get good at telling stories, because stories are a good and easy way for people to remember what you're talking about. So that's one of the real cool things that you create fans. Another really cool thing that happens when you become a best-selling author, you get free publicity. Free. Okay, I'm going to pull something out here, and I just thought of this. This is a magazine. Okay, this is a magazine, and on the cover, this is me right here on that cover. See that right there? On the cover. Now, that's me. It's not my magazine, but I was on the cover. Two-page spread in the magazine. I paid nothing for that. It's free. You get free publicity in the magazine. This is the Harrisburg Patriot News. Okay, this is the Harrisburg Patriot. Okay, here's what I want you to see. This is Osama bin Laden. This is the Arlen Specter, a state senator for Pennsylvania. Penn State, they got this little bit of real estate up here. This is me right here. Big piece of real estate. Oh, you can't see it. Big piece of real estate right in the middle. Okay, this is free on the front. You can't buy advertising on the front page of the paper. But because I'm an author, from the trash man to the cash man, and I had a story, newspapers love stories. So I got it on the front page, got it on the back page. You get free publicity. This is like half of the back page, most of the front page of the newspaper. You can't buy advertising on the front page of the newspaper. I've been on countless radio shows, television shows, because I'm an author. This is what writing a book can do for you. Let's don't even talk about the money, or shall we? Well, here's what I'm going to tell you. My first week, when my book first came out, you probably saw this in this magazine. When my book first came out, it wasn't called From the Trash Man to the Cash Man. It was called The Ebony Treasure Map, The Roadmap to Riches for African Americans. And this is what the cover looked like. Now, I know it's a pretty ugly cover, but that's okay. When this book first came out, I got a little bit of echo to do with that, guys. But anyway,
that was Allison's. Gotcha.
Okay. So when this book first came out, this book, I sold 900 copies of The Ebony Treasure Map, The Roadmap to Riches for African Americans, the first week it came out. 900 copies at $20 a piece, no discounts. That's $18,000 my first week as an author back in 2006. That's from a guy who barely made it out of high school, no college degree, and if I had to pass a 9th grade English test, I'd need a 9th grader. You say, Myron, why are you telling us this? Because I want you to get excited about the prospects of you writing a book and becoming an author. Author is short for authority. And so when you write a book on a subject, you become, by default, the authority on that subject. That's why, and by the way, for those of you who are in business, no matter what your business is, I'm going to tell you one of the best ways in the world to promote your business. People hand out business cards. I don't even have business cards. You know why? You know why I don't have business cards? And I'm going to say something that probably people are going to disagree with, but that's okay. They've been wrong before. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I could be wrong about this, but it's okay. I revel in it. I don't have business cards because they're a waste of time. People don't look at them. And when I want to keep in contact with somebody, I'm not going to give them a business card and hope they'll call me, because I already know if I give them the business card, they're not calling me. Hopefully I'm not keeping it too real. But if I want to stay in contact with somebody, you know what I do? I get their phone number on the spot. A business card is an easy way for people to procrastinate. Also, if I give somebody a business card, I'm giving it to them for free. I would 10,000 times rather sell somebody my book. You know why? Because my book is a business card on steroids. When you give somebody your little business card, they take it home, they put it on their desk, they put it on in a shoebox, they put it in the trash can, they leave it in the car, they never look at it again. When somebody buys my business card from me for $20, they take it home and spend the next day and a half reading it. Sign me up for that program. So, and I don't mean to come over the top, like, I hope I'm not coming over the top like I'm coming at you, because I don't mean to do that. But I want to encourage you to write a book, no matter what business you're in. If I was in the business of skincare, I would write a book on skincare. If I was in the business of health and wellness, I'd write a book on health and wellness. If I was doing network marketing, whatever I sold in that industry, like if I sold identity theft protection, I'd write a book on identity theft protection. I'd never mention the name of the company, so I'm gonna do a caveat. If I were in network marketing, and I'm not, but if I were, I'd write a book about the result your company's product solves. I would not mention the name of your company in the book. I would not mention the name of your product in the book. I would just establish yourself as the expert in that arena, because a book sets you up as the de facto authority in any situation when you write the book on the subject. I am a business consultant. I teach business owners how to grow their business, not just a little bit, but exponentially. That's why I wrote the book, Click and Order for Brick and Mortar, Online Strategies. For what? For offline market domination. I teach people how to use the internet to generate leads, drive those leads to an offline location, convert those leads into sales for the purpose of growing their business 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, 10 times, 20 times larger than it was before. And yes, I've got students that are making hundreds of thousands, tens of thousands, millions. I've got my one client that did over $10.7 million in revenue this year using my click and order strategies. So what I'm telling you is I write books that position me as the authority in my business. If I was a golf professional, I would write a book on golf. If I was a basketball coach, I'd write a book on, and I did basketball camps, I'd write a book on basketball. If I was a fitness trainer, I'd write a book on fitness. Because a book is a business card on steroids that sets you apart from everybody else in the industry. You become the person they refer to because they got it from your book. So with that being said, and I know that was a lot, you want to be a best-selling author. One more thing I want to tell you about becoming an author, especially an ebook author. Because we've got books on Kindle, and we've got physical books. I like to go both, because some people just like physical books. I want you to get my books regardless how you like to read, okay? So I want you to get my books. Click and Order is not a Kindle book yet, but the other ones are. So here's what I want you to understand. Here's what's really cool about becoming an ebook author, especially with the Kindle program. Amazon has over 500 million customer credit cards on file in their database. And those customers, I being one of them, can order anything from Amazon I want to without having to take my credit card out of my wallet. All I got to do is put in my password and click order, and it's on its way to me. Well, here's what's really cool about that. Amazon, with its 500 million customers, will promote your book to their database once you get it done. They'll send emails. They'll do email marketing for you for free. If you can get your book to start selling, they will do everything in their power to keep it selling. Now that's exciting. Trevor, hopefully some of these nuggets that I shared with everybody are going to assist them on their journey in becoming a best-selling author and a first-time author who becomes a bestseller. I'm going to turn it back over to you if you want me to hang out and answer some questions for a little while.
I'd love you to hang out with us for a few minutes. I got a couple of questions for you. By the way, this is just a nugget. Myron is going to be coming back in the later part of this series, because we have more parts of this series where he's going to be teaching more in depth about how he can assist you in this process. Before I ask you the questions, Myron, there's two things I want you to do. If you don't have his book, Click and Order for Brick and Mortars, you want to get it. If you don't have his book, From the Trash Man to the Cash Man, I want you to get it in. Before we ask you some of the questions, Myron, where can they go right now to get From the Trash Man to the Cash Man, and what can they go to get Click and Order for Brick and Mortars? Okay, so here's what I'm going to say. It would be a good idea for them not to get it. Okay, and here's why. Because I am going to do a Black Friday sale. And they'll be able to get it cheaper. Okay? Now, so right now I mean, if they want to get my sales course, those books come with my sales course, but that's neither here nor there. I'm going to do a Black Friday sale on Friday. Both books are going to be on sale on my Black Friday sale. So here's what they want to do. They want to go to my website, myrongolden.com, and put in their name and their email address. That's all they have to do. They're going to get a free video from me called The History and Mystery of Wealth. And in that video, I break down why it's easier to make money now. It's a free video too, by the way. Why it's easier to make money now than it's ever been in the history of the world, and why it feels harder, even though it's easier. It feels harder to a lot of people. And I break down every economic era from the beginning of time all the way up through 2013. Every economic era in history and where all the wealth moved, because wealth shifts. It shifted from agriculture to industry, from industry to distribution, from distribution to technology, etc. And I break down the years and when it happened and why it feels like it's so hard to make money. And by the way, when they get this, Trevor, this free video, they're really going to understand why it's absolutely essential for them to become a best-selling author moving forward. It's going to make so much sense to them. So go get that free video. If you have a Kindle or a Kindle reader, you can go get Trash Man to Cash Man at Amazon.com just as a Kindle book. All you got to do is go to Amazon and do a search for Myron Golden. If you're in network marketing, you can get my Make Lots of Money in MLM book on Amazon, or you can get my Line 'em Up and Sign 'em Up. It's a recruiting book on Amazon. But those books won't be on sale on my Black Friday sale. And Trash Man to Cash Man will, but it won't be any cheaper than it is as a Kindle book right now. So that's where I recommend they go get those books. But go get the free video. Go to Myron Golden, MyronGolden.com. Put in your name and email address. And when you do, you're going to get that free video from me. And then you'll get notified of my Black Friday sale. Plus, Trevor, I'm going to tell you a little secret. I'm going to be giving away a free, amazing free gift on Thanksgiving. It's going to be amazing. Oh, the amazing free gift. I love it. I love it. I love it. So, Myron, let me ask you a question.
Yes, sir.
I heard you say that you sold about, from the cash man to the...
From the trash man to cash man.
Sold about 140,000 books.
Over 140,000 books, yes.
And Shay, the numbers guy, is there, and I just want to drive home a point here, and might check Shay Brown if he hasn't abandoned the chair yet.
Mic check. I am here. I've done the numbers.
So 140,000, and let's just do on the average book sale. Clearly, he sold some more, but let's just do average book sale about $20. Because one of the things, Myron, that you're making is we got to redefine what a bestseller is, and talking about selling something that's in our best interest, and that's what I like about how you broke down the publisher's model. And so, Shay, go ahead, Shay, our numbers guy, go ahead, take it away with. I just sold 140,000.
Trevor, I just did a quick calculation right back here. You can't see it yet. I didn't bring the board up, but I did a quick calculation. Did 140,000 books times $20. That comes out to be $2.8 million. Now, just imagine for a moment if you were able to generate extra $10,000 a month because you shared your area of expertise, you shared your knowledge, you shared your life lessons. But $2.8 million?
And actually, those numbers are a little skewed, if I may.
Okay.
For two reasons. They're a little skewed. So one of the things that I do is I sell a lot of books in bulk. So some of the books I sold for less than $20. But that's okay because the book is also a front-end product. So we've actually made way more than $2.4 million as an author because the book is a front-end product that leads to a lot of back-end sales.
Got it. So I can't wait to hear how all that works.
Don't tell them all the secrets, Myron, because they got to come back.
Well, trust me, bro. I got so many secrets, I'd have to go dig out some of my notebooks to remember some of them.
Oh my gosh. So let's go ahead and put in place some of the things that Myron just said. He said that author is short for authority. He also taught us about the pre-sale of the book. This is very important, folks, about becoming a bestseller. We're not talking about becoming a bestseller for the publisher. Matter of fact, hey, Myron, people call me up, and do you know, Myron, I got some phone calls from like authors from around the world. I got a call from like about 20 or 30 different authors. Trevor, what do you mean by bestseller? I mean by really selling the book. And one person called me up and said, well, Trevor, with my publishing deal, I sold about 200,000 books. And I said, well, exactly how much money did you make off the book? And all you heard was crickets. I mean, it was just, I started playing the violins about what had happened. And so when I say bestseller, when we use bestseller for this series, we mean actually selling the book, selling a product that's in your best interest. What
Absolutely.
is best for your bottom line? What is best for your revenue? By the way, for all of my author friends out there, you now have your answer. We mean, when we say bestseller, we really do mean sell the book and put the money in your pocket or in your bank account, depending on what your choice is. But that being said, let's go ahead and put in practice what Myron said. Here's what I want everybody to do. Do this right now. You didn't realize what we were doing, but we were positioning you right now to start to sell your book. So I want you to hit the share button above the video. Take a second, everybody, right now. Hit the share button right above the video. Hit the share button above the video. And here's what I want you to type. I want you to put in, I'm attending the Project Bestseller event. I am an expert in blank. I am attending the Project Bestseller event. I am an expert in blank. Look out for my new book. Hashtag Project Bestseller. Just put that in there. Now here's what's happening. People all over the internet right now are seeing this hashtag going out. Project Bestseller, Project Bestseller. You know what they're doing? They're clicking on the hashtag. They're investigating the hashtag. They want to know what is going on with this hashtag. And when they go to look at what's going on with this hashtag, here's what they're going to find. They're going to find information about you you've just mentioned that you're an expert on blank and that you're going to write a book about blank. Who are they going to see? They're not going to see Trevor Otts. They're not going to see Myron Golden. They're going to see you. See, there were some people who followed the instructions. And see, what you got to do is learn how to create your own momentum. What you got to learn how to do is create your own tipping point. What you got to do is not let others decide or define what success is for you. You got to get involved in being successful. You got to get in. See, you can't wait for Amazon to sell the book for you. You can't wait for the publisher to sell the book for you. You got to get active right now. I mean, take some action right now. Here's what I want you to do. Now, some of y'all are going to just multiply this effect times 4. You're going to hit the share button above the video. You hit the Facebook share button. You're going to say, I'm attending the Project Bestseller book, right? Project Bestseller event right now. I am an expert in blank. Look out for my new book. And then put hashtag Project Bestseller. Why do you want to put hashtag Project Bestseller? So that all around the internet, when people are looking up Project Bestseller, they ain't finding me. They're not finding Allison. They're not finding Shay. They're finding you. They're finding out what you're an expert about. And you've just started the process of the pre-sale. You just started the process of the hype. You've just started getting people interested in you. And you'd be surprised who might reach out to you. And if you know the title of your book, you can say, I'm an expert in blank. Look out for my new book titled blank. Hashtag Project Bestseller. How do you get involved in the advertising? It's advertising you, promoting you. How do you get involved in your success? Just following the instructions. Now, there's one way you can do it. You can just get an immediate effect times 1. But if you want to double that effect, then you do the same thing on Twitter. You want to triple that effect, hit the share button for LinkedIn. You want to quadruple that effect, hit the same share button for Google+. I don't know what it is when you do it times 5, but if you want to multiply it times 5,
quintuple.
Quintuple, thank you. I knew you would know the word, Myron. If you want to do it times 5, do it on Pinterest. See, what I'm asking you tonight is what type of success do you want?
Mm-hmm.
Do you want people to hand you the success? Do you want people to loan you success? Do you expect them to just show up at your doorstep and say, here's the check? Come on, folks. And we just getting started. As a matter of fact, Taria, let's just give them a pan real quick, and let's just show them a little bit of what we got in store for them. I mean, first of all, we got Allison Bird, the Profit Accelerator. We got none other than Mario Price, that's Bowtie Brother bringing brilliance in the house. We got Dr. Wright, that's right, Dr. Wright from the Right Place TV show, the leading expert on crowdfunding. And you just heard from the 7-figure whisperer. I told you, he creates wealth just by opening his mouth. For many of you right now, he just broke through some of your wealth blockages. But Taria, go ahead, just show them the board, Taria. Just show them the board. Let's just show them a teeny little sneak peek at what we got in store for them tonight. Let's just show them that step-by-step
But don't give it all away.
we're going to use. Great, Taria. Zoom on in, zoom on in. It's okay, Taria. Zoom on in. Let them see a little bit of the secrets. Let them see a little bit of that step-by-step process that we're going to be using to create that Project Bestseller plan. We're going to show them exactly what we're doing. Matter of fact, I'm going to leave my seat, Shay. She's having a little bit of problem.
I'm looking like it's all focusing on your head, but that's fine. We're now able to see a little bit. Don't give away all of what you're doing over there. Don't give away all of what you're doing now, Trevor. I know you're coming back and you're excited about what you're going to be walking through, how they'll be able to fill in the blanks, and how they'll be able to walk away with Project Bestseller.
Whoa, whoa. So, Shay, why don't we see what Bowtie Brother bringing brilliance has to say, what he has to say about the 7-figure whisperer, Myron Golden. Let's see what he had to say about it.
Mic check, mic check. Mario, coming to you. I'd like to get some comments on what you heard from Myron. Maybe give us a minute or two.
Mic check, mic check. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. It's definitely not coming from your headset, but that's fine. Go right ahead.
Let's see what I can do to fix my headset, because I'm still a student of all of this stuff. Let's see. It looks like it says it's coming from my headset.
All right, that sounds good. Go ahead. That's a very good view you got going on there, by the way. I wish I can get a camera shot like that.
Well, I'm looking at you guys, and I'm excited. But I tell you, what I heard was just some amazing stuff, because I came here while I have an expertise in network marketing and about building and whatnot. I was sitting there taking copious notes of Myron, the man with the golden touch. It should be Midas instead of Myron, because he was dropping straight nuggets, and I appreciated that. But because I wrote this book, Part-Time Magic, if I can put it up there, Part-Time Magic, 7 Steps to Increasing Your Worth While Decreasing Your Work. And it was an Amazon bestseller, but it didn't sell 140,000 copies. It's my first book. I didn't do it in 3 days either, so I got a lot to learn about the production and the money-making side of it. But it was some powerful nuggets, and it was just real. Because one of the things and I was one of those people who was an intellect in school. I actually did well in school, and that was to my disadvantage, because school is a great way to deprogram all entrepreneurial thoughts and efforts. It's a great way to teach you how to have a job and be tied to somebody else. And so I appreciate just hearing just practical nuggets about breaking it down, about making money, about becoming a true bestseller. And that's why I'm here right now, to offer a few nuggets about what I do, but really I'm learning. I'm stealing. I'm ear hustling, as they say. I'm ear hustling and I'm cyber hustling, because I got a pen and I'm taking notes. I got a journal full of notes. As you can see, it's line after line after line after line, because I want what he's got. Because in the way you get what certain people have is you have to hang around people that's got more than you and doing more than you, and that's why I'm here. But it's been awesome stuff. But great stuff, Brother Golden. I'm glad we finally made our acquaintance. I've seen you from afar. Now I see you a little bit closer, just because you're on my computer right now.
Thank you, sir. It's good to meet you as well.
All right. So as we get ready for the next speaker,
Hey, Trevor, can I throw something out there real quick?
I want to encourage everybody to connect with Myron via Facebook. Go on over to MyronGolden.com. Do that now. Do that now. And somebody asked me to repeat the instructions. Let me repeat the instructions on how you can get involved right now. You hit the share button above the video. You type in these words exactly this way. I'm attending the Project Bestseller event live. I am an expert in blank. Look out for my upcoming book. Look out for my upcoming book. and then at the end put hashtag Project Bestseller. And what's going to happen is all around the internet right now, thousands of people are seeing this Project Bestseller hashtag go out. They're seeing it on Twitter. They're seeing it on Facebook. It's already gone viral. It's gone viral before you realized it. And all of a sudden, they're seeing all of these golden nuggets with Project Bestseller. They're seeing all of these videos with Project Bestseller. But as they get there, they find you. They don't find me. They find you. And so I would do it on Facebook. I would do it on Twitter. I would do it on LinkedIn. I would do it on Pinterest. I would do it on Google+, because I want to get involved in my success. I would even post it in the private, the elusive, the exclusive Facebook group, because half of us don't know what you're experts on. I don't know what you're an expert on. And Myron taught us that author is short for authority. And in addition to that, he taught us about using the pre-sale model. Go ahead and do it right now. Take it away, Shay Brown, and let's get our next guest queued up.
Absolutely. Thanks a lot for all those that are listening. The best is still yet to come. Myron did a great job kicking off, and anyone has sold 140,000 books. You want to know what they did. And I can't wait till Trevor comes on later and just wraps all of this together. He's going to walk you step by step. And for those of you who hang in there that are in the private, the elusive, exclusive Facebook group, and you can get there by going to virtualnetworkinglive.com. You may have opportunity to get the goodies that he's going to release. Maybe he'll drop those into the private group. Okay, coming up next, we have all the way from San Antonio, Texas. Let me do a mic check first and put the camera on her. Mic check, mic check. Hold on, Allison. We can't quite hear you. Maybe hold up. There you go. Say something now.
All right, mic check, mic check. It's Allie B in the house. Can you hear me?
Oh, now Allie B. You catch that, Shay? Allie B in the house. I mean, bust out with a rap next. Allie B in the house.
Well, y'all know I'm pretty fly like that. I can make it happen. I can make it happen.
You can make it happen. You even have your own signature piece going on there. She has a coffee mug in hand. She has how you can connect with her ready. She comes to the party ready to go. Now, Allison, if I can, let me give him a little official rah-rah, for a little official bio. I won't tell him how crazy you are. No, I'm not going to tell him that. I won't tell them how hard you work. No, I'm not going to tell them that. And I definitely won't tell them how you're an entrepreneur that makes it happen out there. I'm not going to tell them that. And I won't tell them you can cook. I've been there. The tilapia is off the chain.
You ain't
but I'm not going to tell them that. No, Allison, I'm not going to tell them that. What I am going to do is read this bio that's been given to me, because tonight I got to be serious. We only have so much time tonight.
Well, I gotta say, I know you're serious when you have a sweater and a collar on. Like, you are fancy right now.
Thank you very much. Trevor tried to get me to put a shirt and tie on. I refused to do that, but since I was in the office and it's cold outside, I wanted to at least put a sweater on. When it's 32 degrees, I think you should wear a sweater. Okay.
You look good.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the comment. See, stroke my ego, make me feel good. It works every time. Okay, with that being said, let's talk about Project Bestseller 15. Let me do the intro and bring you on. Allison Bird, widely known for her reputation as the Profit Accelerator, doesn't apologize for who she is, and she doesn't think you should either. Allison didn't always have it easy, and she wouldn't change a moment of the life experience that led her to living her divine assignment from childhood and teenage years that were beyond shaky and unstable at times to a series of career forward failures. Only Allison can get away with saying that. Allison has just the right mix of education, motivation, and most importantly, vision to help take your business to the next level through her unique method of accelerated profit strategies. Allison has coached her clients to win contracts and with Fortune companies, including a number of them: Walmart, Kraft Foods, Ford, Mercedes, Bank of America. The list goes on, but it also includes Walt Disney as well, which even makes it even more cool. So with that being said, let me bring to the virtual platform, and for everyone that's out there right now, get ready. Tune in with new ears, watch with new eyes as Allison walks you step by step what it takes in order to be a bestseller 15. Go right ahead, Allison. Take it away. Thanks a lot. I'm coming from them cookies, though, by the way. You fix some mean cookies as well. Over to you.
You know what? You telling all the secrets. You telling all the secrets.
They want to know. They want to know.
I am an excellent cook. You know, what I know for sure is anyone is excellent at what they're passionate about, and I'm passionate about serving. So if you come to my home, I'm going to love on you, I'm going to serve you, I'm going to find a way to give you the things that make you laugh, make you smile. So you guys were here for the Blogalicious conference, and it was exciting to have you guys over. So I have to say, hanging out on a Sunday is one of the most remarkable things that I think we can do. And let me tell you why. Statistics show us that 7 out of 10 people in the world today, this is a statistic by Resource Associates of America, they say that 7 out of 10 people today feel like they are invisible, they are lost, they are not seen, and they are unnecessary. So that tells us that only 3 people out of that group of 10 feel like they have anything to say. If you're hanging out on a Google Hangout to figure out how to become a bestseller, you're looking at how do I elevate my message? How do I extend my platform? How do I make money? How do I make a difference? You are one of those 3 people. You know you're necessary. You know you add value. You know you give a contribution to the world, and you know you matter. I want to be clear on the perspective that I come from as a facilitator tonight. And the reason that I want to do this is because you've got many teachers, and so it's important to know what filter or what lens is that teacher coming from. So the first thing I want to know from you is what you need, so that I can give you the lens in which how I can apply that need. So I want you in the elusive, the exclusive Facebook community, I want you right now, I want you to message me in the group and just put it right there on the page. And I want you to say, my next step, my next best step as an author is, or what I need next is, because I want to see what you're saying. I want to see what is keeping you awake at night. I want to see what's challenging you. It may be trying to find a literary agent. It may be honing in on a subject. It may be, should I self-publish, or should I go and try to publish, find a publishing house in which to do that. So my next best step is, and you can put what you think it is, you can put what you make it up to be. I just want to be able to see it right now in the private, the elusive, the exclusive Facebook community. So I want to be able to see that right now. I see you guys loading that in. And I want you thinking about this, because as we're facilitating, it's important that we understand, number one, what you need, and number two, you understand what you need. Why? So that you know when you get it. Because the worst thing that you could do is come and spend and invest your time, and you don't know when you got the reward that you came for. So it's imperative that you're able to say, this is the thing that I came for. This is the thing that I know I need. Or for you to even say, maybe I don't know. Maybe I don't know what my next best step is. So I want you guys, I'm going to reference that in just a few minutes. So those of you that are in the private, the elusive, the exclusive Facebook community, I want you putting that out there. What is that next best step? What is that thing that I need? And Trevor, when you get a few minutes, because I won't be able to flip back and forth between screens, I may jump back to you to ask you to kind of share what some of those are. Are you okay with that?
I got you. I'm monitoring the private, the elusive, the exclusive Facebook group. There's no other group like it on the planet, as you know. They can get there by going to virtualnetworkinglive.com. I had to put the picture there, but I'll turn it back over to you, Allison.
All right, so let me say this, that when I come to you, I am facilitating from a position of how do you create greater leverage as an author? How do you create greater leverage as a speaker who is positioning themselves as an author? How do you create greater leverage that helps you monetize more efficiently? And the reason that I want to say that is because statistics show us that 15% of your success is based on your skill, your knowledge, your talent, your education. So that tells me that 15% you need to be good and know like you know at what you're doing. 15%. 85% is based on who you be, the attitude, the energy that you bring to the table. Why am I telling you my positioning and where I'm coming from? Because I want you to understand that you got to have a lot of things good about you. I'm going to talk to you about the money. I'm going to talk to you about how you can leverage yourself in the industry to have a dominating mentality. I'm going to tell you how you can take over. I'm going to tell you how you can have long lines at the back of the room when you finish speaking. Like, I'm going to give you those details and that clarity. And what you need to know is I studied so much when I began positioning myself as a speaker and as an author. I put myself out there. I looked at C-SPAN 6, 7, 8 hours a day studying authors. How did they position themselves? How did they speak from the platform? How did they speak about their book? I looked at my favorite authors. I looked at YouTube videos. How did they do it? How did they make it happen? There's a lot that's required in the acumen and in the leadership of being a business leader who becomes an author. There's a lot that's required. And we're giving you all of those elements. Is why this 5-part series is necessary, because there's no way we could teach you everything at one time. When I look at this particular subject matter, I have roughly probably about 92 hours of coaching, of training, and of teaching that I would give to you if we were working one-on-one, which means it would take us over 2 weeks to just even be able to go into one particular subject that I'm talking from. Trevor, there's like a weird echo that's coming. I don't know where it's coming from. If you can help me.
Let me just make sure it's not coming from my headset. 1 second.
All right.
And Shay, I think you have the controls on the mute button.
I said, what's going on now?
She was getting a bit of an echo, but you were rocking out there. You were rocking out.
There's like something weird, but I'm going to talk through it while you manage it. Is that okay?
Gotcha.
All right, perfect. So here's what I want to say. A book is a positioning of your knowledge. That's the first thing that I want to put out there. A book is a positioning of your knowledge. I didn't write a book just so I could sell books. Some people write books because they want to sell books. I really wrote a book so that I could leverage my talent and my skill inside of the industry. That's why I wrote my first book. So when I look at my books, I brought them here so you guys could see them. All right, book number 1, When God Takes a Bath, Lessons of a Life Transformed. I came onto the market as a transformational coach, and I wanted something that was experiential, something that could take people through a process. And I wrote this book. This was my very first book ever that I wrote, and then I put a CD that came with it, which is the second part of it, which is called Bath Time, Reflections of a Life Transformed. Now let me tell you guys how this book came to market, because I think this is important. How this book came to market was I was speaking at an event, and I had one of the best opportunities. Susan Taylor, who used to be the editor for Essence Magazine, a lot of you know her or have followed her. She's a well-published author herself. Susan Taylor had come into San Antonio, and I was opening up for Susan. And we were sharing a platform. It was one of the best opportunities that I could ever have had. And I got up and I spoke not one time, not 2 times, but 3 times. So it was truly sharing the platform. I got down off the platform, met, greeted everyone, shook hands, hugged necks, did everything. And there was a lady, and the lady waited behind everyone, and she was older, and people were standing in line, and they kept trying to get her in front so that she wouldn't have to stand in line. And she said, no, go ahead, you guys go ahead. And she kept pushing everybody ahead of her. Well, finally, about 34 minutes later, I'm looking, and the reason that I know how long it was is because I'm standing in 5-inch heels. How many of you women know what that pain feels like? And I'm ready to take a seat. And this woman is the last person. And I looked at her and I said, you have waited all this time. And I said, can we take a seat? I said, my feet hurt so bad. She said, oh, baby, let's take a seat. Let's sit down. And I said, tell me, what were you waiting on? And she looked at me and she said, baby, when you got up there and spoke, she said, I didn't know who you were. I said, oh, okay. I'm sitting there thinking, I don't know where this conversation is going. And she said, I didn't know who you were. But what I learned very quickly is you came with what I needed in your mouth. And I said, wow, well, thank you. And she said, and I sat here, and as I was getting fueled by what you were saying, all I could think about was my daughter, my nieces, my grandbabies, and all I could think about were the women in my family who I wanted to share this experience with. And she said, so as soon as it was over, I rushed over to the tables because I was ready. I wanted to buy a book for, and she went back through her list, grandchildren, daughter, nieces. And she said, and I looked, and she said, and you didn't have anything. You didn't have a book. You didn't have a CD. You didn't have anything for me to take away this experience. And I just looked and I said, well, you know, I've just started out. You know, I want to write something, or I want to record a CD. Like I'm looking at her like she's going to be happy and excited for me and with me that I'm on my way, that I'm an aspiring leader, right? So I'm looking for her agreement in that. And how many of you know she was an angel sent in that moment because she did not agree with me? She said, there is no way you should ever get on a platform and inspire people the way that you inspired them and speak to them in the way that you spoke. She said, and to pour into us in the way that you did and leave us empty-handed. There is no way. Man, that was a hit to my gut. She said, it is irresponsible of you to do that. And she said, and I waited because I didn't want to embarrass you, but I knew I could not leave without telling you. Just the story today, I feel like I'm there. I remember the feeling. I remember the burden. I remember the pressure that was on my shoulders instantly like that. Why am I saying this at the very beginning? Because some of you are still in the fantasy that you have time. And today, I came to be an unapologetic stand to tell you, you are out of time. To make an unapologetic assault on your procrastination, on your fear, on your mentality toward the project, on your mentality of lack, on your mentality of I don't have enough, I don't have enough money, I don't have enough time, I don't have enough knowledge, I don't have enough resources. See, we got to fire that. I want you right now in the Facebook group, I want you putting, what are you firing today? In this moment, this is what I want you to put. In this moment, I fire what? Donald Trump made that statement famous, you're fired. Who are you firing right now? Lack, scarcity, fear, overwhelm, procrastination? What is it that you're firing? See, before I can pour any more into you, because Myron came heavy, and he came with great high-level tools for you, high-level information, high-level awareness. And that's what we're here to do. See, we're not here. There's some teaching that will meet you where you are. There's some teaching that will even be below the vibration of where you are so that it's easy and you can reach down and get it. But this kind of teaching is the kind of teaching that elevates you, makes you stand up on your tiptoes like this, makes you come up, makes you rise up. Not just rise up in your greatness, but rise up in your awakening. Rise up in your timing, in the synchronicity of purpose. 7 of 10 people feel they're invisible and unnecessary. 3 feel like I have a chance to make a difference in the world. How do I know you're part of that 3? Because you're here. So before I can pour anything into you, I got to get you to fire some stuff. Come on, men. I want you firing some stuff as to why you're not moving forward. See, women, when we get stuck, we just get stuck and start to hide and disappear. Men, what I notice out of years of coaching men is you still move forward, but you move forward with a different cadence and a different pace. There's a velocity that's available to you through this teaching. There's a speed, there's an acceleration that can come should you choose to align yourself with the coaching, the training, and the mentoring necessary to get you from where you are to where you want to be. See, I love what Les Brown says. He says, making money is simple, but it ain't easy. And that's really true about anything that you want to do in life. It's very simple, but it's not easy. Number one, you got to navigate through the stinking thinking that happens in your ears. The human brain has an average of over 60,000 thoughts per day. And over 40,000 of those are pre-programmed toward negative. So why do I even have to have this conversation with you before I can tell you the types of books you can write, the ways you can make money, the platforms that you can build on? Because I got to get through your process of, can I even do it? Can I even make it happen? What does bestseller look like for me? See, for me, what I knew for sure was that bestseller was not indicative of what the New York Times said. Bestseller was indicative based on my own profit and loss statement. Bestseller was indicative of the people that I wanted to reach, the people I was responsible for in my city, in my state, in my region.
Well,
that's what was indicative of bestseller for me. I had to define success on my own terms. Many of you are failing or flailing because you look to the right and the left for success versus looking within. What is success for you? So now what do I want you to do? I want you in the private, elusive, exclusive Facebook community to put a statement of success on your own terms. Number one, I'm defining success on my own terms. From this point forward, I'm defining success on my own terms. As a matter of fact, I want you to declare that. Trevor, what's the hashtag that we're using? Is it Project Bestseller?
it is Project Bestseller, and I'm telling you, I'm defining success on my own terms. I'm writing that down right now. I'm posting it in the private Facebook group, private, elusive, exclusive Facebook group, and I'm putting hashtag bestseller, Project Bestseller, and I'm posting it. I'm hitting the share button. And I'm defining success on my own terms, hashtag Project Bestseller. I mean, that was a golden nugget, but I don't want to interrupt you. The teaching is so good. I'm about to go erase this board and just write down what you're talking about.
Well, you would be wise to do that, sir. You would be wise to do that. Because you know what, Trevor? I'm not wrong. That's what I know. I'm not wrong. All right, so let me say this. I want you even being bold enough to define success on your own terms, not just in the group, but I want you posting this on your own Facebook page, in your own community, making your own tribe aware of it, and I want you using the hashtag Project Bestseller, because sometimes we've got to come outside of our comfort zone, a familiar discomfort versus an unfamiliar possibility. We've got to step outside of the comfort zone. I said to myself today, I wanted to eat something, and I didn't feel like cooking anything big. And, you know, Shay mentioned it earlier, I love to cook, but today I was the only one in the house. My fur babies were here. I had cooked. I make them gourmet food every single week. They eat grilled beef, sweet potatoes, boiled chicken, brown rice, yams, green beans, peas, carrots. They eat really well. And today I had already cooked all of their food, and so for me I was trying to think, what do I want to eat? And the first thing that I wanted was fast food. I said, you know, I think I want something for fast food because I don't eat it often. And I've been on a weight release journey for the past year and released almost 90 pounds off of my body in the past year. And so I said, you know, I think I'll have a little fast food. And the first thing that came in my mind was, you're tired, you've been working hard, you've been working long hours, and you're going to a familiar discomfort when your breakthrough is in an unfamiliar possibility. And I had to let that sit with me, because it hit me like that. Like I was putting on my little Ugg boots and I had my sweatpants on and I was on my way. I don't know where I was going to go, but it was the first thing that hit me. And here's what I know, like I know. When we're creating something new, and many of you don't know a ton of best-selling authors. that's not your community. That's not necessarily your tribe, unless you're in a group, in a meetup group of authors, or you're in a meetup group of speakers who are emerging authors, or, you know, but that's not normally who we hang out with. There's not another person in my local circle that has written a book. Now, when you get into my international circle and my colleagues, and that level expands, that inner circle expands, then there's a lot of people there. But for the everyday people that we hang around, we're pretty much the oddballs. We're pretty much the last unicorns. So we're the ones putting a demand on an unfamiliar possibility. See, this kind of conversation that we're having makes you stand up on your tippy toes, makes you rise up. See, when Myron says, listen, we created over $2 million in sales, that kind of thing makes you stand up on your tippy toes, because that's a conversation that's not for the average. And see, most of you that are on here, you're far from average, but you pretend to be average every day in your actions. You pretend to be average in your budget. You pretend to be average in your finances. You pretend to be average in your relationships. You pretend to be average in your business. You pretend to be average in your spirituality. Allison, how do you have the right to say that? Well, because I judge it by the results. If you don't have the results that you want, see, many of us can talk a good game, and want is inside of our chatter, but commitment, true commitment to making something happen, shows up in our behavior. So your behavior says, I'm going to do something different.
Could you repeat that again, Allison? The commitment shows up where? I mean, just go ahead and repeat that. That's another one of them gold nuggets I hear there.
So when you want something, it shows up in your conversation. You talk about it at Starbucks. You meet friends. You have great conversation at Panera Bread, St. Louis and Company. When you want something, you go to the bar. You say, oh, my God, I want this. I'm going to do this. You know, all those people that you meet that's fitting to do something. I'm from Texas, and so we always finna do something. You know, that's where want shows up. However, commitment shows up in our behaviors. It becomes the thing we say, and the thing that we do follows right after it. So we align the tongue in our mouth with the tongue in our shoe. So what we say becomes what we do, shows up in where we go, who we hang out with, and the result that is our life. So when you don't have those results, it means, did you want it or were you committed? See, most people want us, Trevor, to judge them on their intention versus their impact. See, I really don't care that you intend to be an author. I care that you create the impact and the reality to be one. That's what's important to me. See, I don't care that you want it. I care that you're committed to it, because when you're committed, you bring a coach on. When you're committed, you get the training. When you're committed, you buy into a program that can teach you the things that you don't know, where people are 10 steps ahead of you, where people can show you, groom you, mentor you, advise you, take away the steps, shorten the cycle. That's what you do when you're committed. That's the distinction. And many of us call ourselves internally a failure because we spend more time intending than we do impacting. And that has to be a shift in the way that we respond from today forward. And that comes in firing. Some of you just got an aha right there, and you realize, you know what? I got to fire something. I got to fire intention as my leader. See, intention gets to be that stakeholder, but it doesn't get to lead you. Impact has to lead you. You have to know how to assign certain things. Intention has to be your stakeholder, meaning it grounds you in, this is my desire, this is the thing I want. Intention and want align. But impact and commitment are all a part of the conviction conversation, which says, here's what I know, like I know that I know. 90 days from now, my book will be in the market. Here's what I know, like I know, like I know. 90 days from now, I'll be stepping out on stages, even if it's a stage I have to invent for myself. See, this book came out of my heart and into the world, but how many of you know I didn't have a budget to do this book? I didn't even know how to write a book. I talked to a friend, I said, listen, I want to do a book. And he says, well, if you're committed to do the book, I can help you. I said, how can you help me? He said, there's an interviewer. She's trying to start writing books for people. I can connect the two of you. We got together and she said, how long do you want your book to be? I said, I don't know. She said, what's the subject matter of your book? I said, I just want to help people's lives. She said, who's the audience of your book? I said, everybody. She said, okay. And she's asking me all these questions and I'm thinking, what's my budget? How long is the book? Who's the book for? Right? What are the chapters going to be? How long are the chapters? Here's the number one question she asked me. What's the experience you're committed to create for them? When they walk away, they'll be able to say, as a result of Allison's book, what happened? And I realized in that moment, I have no idea. I have no idea what results I want. I know I wanted the results of seeing Allison Bird down here. Like, that was exciting. I know I wanted the result of somebody swiping their credit card for $19.99. That was exciting. Like, I knew some of the results of what I wanted, but I didn't know the greatest result, which was the experience I was committed to create. So I want you to identify that. So now, where are you going to put that? In the elusive, the exclusive, private Facebook community. As a result, people will experience what for your book? For the work that you're up for? What will people experience? Let me show you guys something, because I think that this is imperative for you to know that when you're looking to be established as an expert, you've got to not only be satisfied with being an expert, but show you. I'm so glad that Myron went ahead of me. Go ahead, Trevor.
You dropped for a second, but you're back. You dropped for like 2 seconds, but you're back. You're back.
Okay. I'm so grateful that Myron went ahead of me, because he talked so, he talked up here what it looks like to be published, what it looks like to put those books out there, what those numbers look like. I'm going to show you guys what it looked like for me bootstrapping my book. All right, I'm going to show you what it looks like for me, who started a company, had less than $10,000 in my savings account, spent that $10,000 in under 6 months. Next thing I knew, I am traveling. People are calling me everywhere, but nobody's willing to pay me. I don't know how to negotiate. I don't know how to leverage. I don't have any products out on the market, and I found myself broke, busted, and disgusted and afraid, and couldn't tell anybody. Couldn't tell anybody. Why? I'm on the cover of magazines. I'm on interviews. People are putting me in places, and I'm thinking, how can I tell anybody? I don't even know how to make money. I am broke. I am on food stamps, and yet I'm traveling somewhere. Somebody bought me a first-class ticket, not because I got first-class money, but because I got a first-class connection. I didn't know what to do. So I had to learn how to utilize my connections so that I could leverage that and turn connections and conversations into cash. And I'm going to show you guys how I did that. So, Joan, if you'll do me a favor, Joan is on. Joan's going to help me out, because I want Joan to show you guys. We're going to put up an image in the private, the elusive, the exclusive Facebook community. And what I want you to put up, Joan, is I want you to put up my sales plan. If you'll put that image up for me, I want you guys to see this, so everybody will be able to see this. And Trevor, maybe when she puts it up, maybe you can pin it for just a minute so that people can grab it and have easy access to it.
We'll do it on the case. We'll do.
Okay, good, because I've only got a few more minutes, so I want to make sure that I can hit this really, really, really quickly. So here's what I want to show you. All right, this was my ebook budget. I had an ebook budget, you guys, of this was my second book I was putting out. So I'd already done When God Takes a Bath, Lessons of a Life Transformed. I'd already done Bath Time, right, Reflections. I'd already done that CD. So now I was doing my next book. I thought I had it over here. I don't know where I just put it. Okay, so I moved it somewhere, but I'll show it to you. But I was doing my next book, and at the time I was working solely in the space of transformation. So let me tell you guys this. There are 4 kinds of writers out there. You're either going to be an informational author, meaning you're doing the how-to of writing, All right, how to do hair, how to do stock investments, how to be a speaker, right? Informational. Then there's inspirational. You're going to inspire people from a place of spirit, not necessarily religious, but that soulish expression, right? The third way is to be motivational. I'm going to be your rah-rah, your cheerleader. This is how you're going to do it. This is how you're going to make a difference. Rah, rah, rah. You can do it. You can go. Here's the breakdown. Here's the breakthrough. Make it happen. Motivational. Or you can be the fourth kind of writer, which could be transformational, which is like Tony Robbins. Tony Robbins gives experiential learning, experiential opportunities. Oprah Winfrey just put a book out there, What I Know for Sure. Her book is motivational. If you look at Iyanla Van Zandt, Joel Osteen, those are inspirational, spiritual types of authors giving you information. If you look at the how-to of the authors, in my industry, it would be like a Grant Cardone, a Jeffrey Gitomer, who teach on sales, who give you that information. Those are just so you can understand the how-to writers, okay? So at this time, I was doing transformational writing. So I want you guys to see these numbers. I had an ebook budget of $2,800. It was all that I had. And let me tell you, actually, I probably had $1,000. If I remember correctly, I had $1,000, and I had to create another $1,800. It's when I learned, and this is something I want you to write down and hold on to. This is when I shifted once again from my worker mentality to my owner mentality, where I got clear money is not earned, money is created. Money is not earned, money is created. Meaning if you say you don't have enough money to do something, you don't have a money problem. You've got an innovation problem. You've got a resource problem. You've got a connection problem. You got a vision problem. You got a forecasting problem. Meaning I can't forecast my future. I'm not visioning my next best step. If you don't have money to do something, that's never real, because money is created, which means once you have a desire, once you have a why, then the how will follow through. It's a distinction between intention and impact. All right, I'm going to get off that. Ebook budget, $2,800. Here's the money that I made off of my $2,800 ebook project. Number one, I did a conference. So I did a conference, and it blew up bigger than I ever could have imagined. And let me be clear on this, guys. I want you to know this. When you look at why am I writing a bestseller, I don't ever want you to write a book. I only want you to write a bestseller. And I want you to write a bestseller as determined by your terms of success. New York Times bestseller, Amazon bestseller, doesn't matter. Now, have I hit the Amazon bestsellers list? Yes. Have I hit the Amazon bestsellers international list? Yes. Have I hit over 15 of those individual lists? Absolutely. Have I written books on my own? Yes. Have I self-published? Yes. Have I done collaborations? Yes. Have I done large collaborations with major writers like Lisa Nichols with outreach to over 38 million people across the globe? Yes. So I'm telling you from a position of knowing and a position of overstanding, not understanding. So I'm coaching you out of what I've walked through, not what I'm walking to, right? I'm navigating from a path I've already journeyed, and I've gotten to, like I love what Dr. Martin Luther King says, I've been to the mountaintop, I've been there already, and now I'm telling you how you can navigate there for yourself. So when I look at this, when you write a bestseller, you want to write a bestseller because you want to become red hot in a sea of beige. Meaning so many people are probably talking in your industry, you've got to find a way that you can stand out. One of the reasons that you want to write a bestseller is because you can leverage it for multiple revenue streams to come in, which is what I'm sharing with you. You want to expand your teaching platform, and all the time, teaching platforms don't come handed to you. They come when you create them, which means I'm going to create my own conference. I'm going to do my own Google Hangouts. I'm going to build my own audience. I'm going to start attracting my client versus hunting and chasing for my client. My client is going to find me because I'm going to pull them toward me, okay? This is how you begin to dominate in your market. So this was one way I got clear as a transformational leader in my own backyard, city of San Antonio, Texas. I had an opportunity to make a big, massive impact. So I hosted a conference. Tickets were $199 for VIP. We sold 75 of those tickets, and tickets were $99 for general admin. We sold 325 of those tickets. So our numbers, and then we did roughly about 50 philanthropic gives, which means we gave them to movers and shakers in the city that I knew I wanted seated in the place. So we had roughly about 435 people that were at the event because not everybody came. So $199 in VIP tickets resulted in $14,925. Think about this, you guys. My ebook budget was $2,800. In just my tickets alone, $14,925. In my general admission, $32,175. My total revenue for the conference, $47,100. Now, why was it only $47,100? Some of you may say that's exciting. Shay and Trevor, you guys know I missed a big opportunity there. I actually left money on the table because I didn't sell at the conference. So I actually probably left roughly about $60,000 to $65,000 on the table because I had 435 people in a room, a captive audience. Yeah. But how many of you know I didn't know what I didn't know? I only knew this far. It's why we bring teachers, and it's why we bring coaches, and it's why we join programs so that they can teach us beyond what we know to get us to the things that are our birthright and are our responsibility. So I did the conference. After I did the conference, then I did speaking engagements. My speaking engagement fee at the time was $10,000. I negotiated it most of the time to half off. So with this particular teaching platform, when I went back and looked at the notes today, we did 5 of those, okay? We did 5 of those at $5,000, which brought in another $25,000. This is the kind of thing you're going to learn through this series. This is the kind of thing, when you're listening to Trevor teach, about how to market and how to brand, it's not about you looking pretty. It's not about you having a hot logo. It's about how do you leverage it to bring in income and resources. How do you leverage it to be connected to the right people at the right time, doing the right thing, bringing in the right money. So I know we're doing a marathon race of teaching right now. You got to stay. You got to stick all the way through. That's why we had to break this up into 5 parts. Here's what's next. So now I've got $47,100, $25,000. Then I did e-course sales. By this time, I learned to do selling on the road through those 5 engagements. We thought that we would have over 250 people register, but we only had 63 people register at $299 per participant, which brought in another $18,837. The total earnings were, you guys have the image of this, and I gave you the image on purpose. I gave you the image on purpose. $90,937 less the cost at $2,800, profit of $88,137 in a timeline of 7 months. We had 324% profit over what we had invested in this particular project.
Can the church say amen? Can the church say, well, I mean, it is Sunday. It is Sunday. Here's what I want. Here's what y'all just got. For those people, and trust me, we're just getting started. Y'all just got your hashtag book business plan. Hashtag book business plan. Hashtag project bestseller. Somebody holler if you hear me. Just go ahead and put that in. Hashtag book business plan. Hashtag project bestseller. And see, here's why we came here tonight. I called Allison. I said, Allison, some of these people, I talked to some of the people, and let me tell you what happened, Allison. We were having a conversation. They told me that if you're not on the New York Times bestseller, you can't call yourself a bestseller. And I called Myron, and I told him what they said. And they said, if you're not an Amazon bestseller. And I said, I'm perturbed. I said, you know what makes me angry is that others are allowing the New York Times to determine what's a bestseller for them, and that we're out there allowing others to define our success, that we're allowing others to put us in a box. And she says, Trevor, don't worry about it. Did you see her post today? She says, hey, Myron's here, but he said, we're going to redefine what it means to best sell. And when we say sell, we mean sell, and we mean what's best for us. See, because I sell for me, but I provide for them. I sell for me, but I provide for them. And she just gave you the hottest book business plan that you can see. And I'm going to tell you, this is just a snippet of what she's going to be bringing on her part in the series. But I do want to encourage you to do a few things. I mean, you want more Allison. I mean, how could you not want more Allison? She's coming back tomorrow. She's going to be on station Money Mover. She's going to be on the Money Mover station. And I want to encourage everybody at this moment to register so you can hear her live tomorrow. More Allison, all the time. And Allison, how can they connect with you tomorrow? I know they want to get the secret link, and then we have more stuff for them. I mean, your brother, he's here. You know, Della, Toro, he is in the house. We get him cute. We got him queued up in the green room. You know, he's just launched his hit reality show, The Keynote, which is a derivative from the fact that he wrote a book, and he's coming on next. And then I'm going to come in behind and laying out the roadmap. But hashtag book business plan, hashtag Project Bestseller 15. And before Allison gives you the secret link so you can connect with her on station Money Mover tomorrow, here's what I want you to do. What was your number one takeaway? I just want you to just think about that right now. She just rocked out. I mean, she just accelerated your profit. I mean, she just gave you hyper acceleration. But here's what I want to know. What was your number one takeaway? See, at this moment, it's not about getting excited. It's about thinking. It's about remembering. It's about holding on to key information. What was your number one takeaway? I just want you to just hold that in your mind for just a second. And then I want you to think for a second. Why was that takeaway important to you? Now I want to take it to the next level. I want you to take that number one takeaway, and I want you to hit the share button above the video. And I want you to write in there what your number one takeaway is. And then at the end of that, you're going to put hashtag Project Bestseller. Hashtag Project Bestseller. Then I want you to think for a second. And here's what you're doing. Why was that? You're sharing with others because remember, your now I want to take it to the next level. Big takeaway could be somebody else's big breakthrough. And you might just start creating synergy amongst the people in your sphere of influence by just sharing this type of information. And see, it's okay to borrow knowledge. See, let me tell you what my number one takeaway was, is that the things that you want show up in your conversation, but the things that you're committed to show up in your actions. Hashtag Project Bestseller. That was my number one takeaway. And I shared it. And many of you start to hit the like button. And so I want to get you into the habit, into the rhythm of sharing things of value. We got to get you, we're coming up on a special time of the year, and it's all about giving. And sometimes we only want to give things that come from us. Mm-hmm. But what you really want to give is not things that necessarily come from us, but you want to give things that are most beneficial to the person that's receiving it. Mm-hmm. We got to not think about us, we got to think about them. Now, Allison is going to go ahead and give you the special link so you can connect with her on channel Money Mover on Monday. And by the way, we're just getting started. And listen, there are some people, they don't have the hashtag business stamina. Business stamina is hanging in there until I get what I came to get, until I finish the course. Sometimes I got no business stamina, and it's okay. But the same people are like, oh my God, I'm so sleepy. See you later. Have a nice day. It'll be that same lack of stamina that'll hold you back from your success. It'll be that same lack of stamina that held you back from getting to or achieving your greatness. It'll be that same lack of stamina that kept you from breaking through to 6 figures and shattering the 7-figure ceiling. It'll be that same lack of stamina. Sometimes you got to learn to hang in there. Stamina is not something you think about. It's not something you just say. It's an action. It's a form of commitment. Tonight, you're not those people. You are a person who has business stamina. You are a person that has, write this down. Here's a new one for him. Here's a new one for him, Allison. Here's a new one for him, Della Toro. You have hashtag learning stamina. Learning stamina. That's right. You can hang in there and learn. You can hang in there and transform. You can hang in there, and here's another one. I have a hashtag success stamina. Hashtag success stamina. You can do it. I believe in you. Even if you don't believe that you can do it. I want you to know that Trevor Otts holds the belief for you tonight. Now, Allison, go ahead and give them the secret link on how they can connect with you on channel Money Mover on Monday. And then, Shay Brown, let's get Della Toro McNeil, headliner of the new reality show, the hit reality show, the keynote. I might be able to get y'all a little sneak peek, a little preview. He's going to talk about how he went from an author to a speaker to being on television and to now having his own reality show. But, Allison, I digress. Let's tell them about how they can get on to channel Money Mover on Monday.
All right, well, let me first. Hey, Del! Oh, that's my brother from another mother right there. Oh, I love you so much. Oh, my gosh, I love you. Okay, so let me first say this, because what I don't want people to be confused about is that tomorrow is for everyone. So I need to give some parameters before I put the link up there, is that tomorrow is not for everyone. And Trevor talked about this group being called Money Movers, and it's for people who get, I'm about moving obstacles, I'm about moving excuses, I'm about moving mountains, I'm about moving circumstances, that my reality doesn't define me. My past is not where I'm stuck. My mess and my madness actually get elevated into my message. And so this opportunity isn't for everyone, because some of you still don't have the success stamina it takes to hang around other successful people. And you are jumping on a moving train when you come into the Money Movers. So you got to know how to jump in. You got to have that speed. You got to have that agility. You got to have already stretched out. You got to already be in the working out game of the entrepreneurial life and the entrepreneurial hustle. So if you're looking to grow more, to do more, to be more, to become more, and to create more, then come play with us. Then come hang out with us tomorrow. Tomorrow at 8:30. So, Joan, if you'll put it up there. Now, I want to be clear. It ain't for everybody, but it is for some of you. And those of you that it is for you, go to expectmore14.com. expectmore14.com. You can register. We'll be there tomorrow at 8:30, Google Hangout style, having a great time. And I'm not just going to be talking to you about your mindset. I'm going to talk to you about your mindset, your messaging, and your money. And I'm going to share with you key things that I've done on how I learned how to go from making $8,000 a month, $8,000 a month in a corporate job, to making $1.4 million in 72 hours. That's what I'm going to be sharing with you tomorrow. So if you want to know how to accelerate, because here's the reality. Many of you over years and years and years of working will make millions of dollars or $1 million, right? You may make that, you may hit that $1 million place, but you will not be a millionaire until you learn how to accelerate your income, meaning you do it quicker, you do it sooner, you do it faster, and you change your money from being lazy money to being active money. So I'm going to be sharing those details with you tomorrow. So let me say this before I turn it over, because I got to move out of the way for Del. When Del shows up, I got to move out of the way, because he got and I love this. And you know what, Del? I'm going to tell one of your stories to transition to you.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
I'm going to tell one of your stories.
Oh, my gosh. I'm going to get you. I'm going to get you.
You guys have to know, when I jumped into the speaking industry, I called George Fraser and I said, George, I need help. I need a giant that can help me understand what it means to be effective, impactful, in integrity, and authentically me in the speaking industry. Who do you know? Many of you know George Fraser. I call him the godfather of so many of us in this business. And George says, you got to call Del McNeil. You gotta call Della Toro. And I called Del, and he sat on the phone with me, and he took every question, every minuscule. I say, well, does this sound dumb? But I don't know this. What about this? Can you teach me this? And not only did Del become a mentor and a teacher for me in those conversations, but he became a mentor and teacher for me when I watched him. Every video I could find, every book of his I could buy, every product I could have. And this is a story that I love from Del, and I'm going to share it with you because I believe it's about your own personal expansion today. So Del told this story, and it just awakened me to my core. And he talked about, Del, you talk about this little boy who is watching this older man. And this little boy is brand new to fishing.
Right.
And he's so excited. He shows up on the dock, and he's got all his tools. He's got his bucket. He's got his bait. You know, he's got his pole. He's ready. Yep. And he's thinking, okay, step 1, step 2, step 3. I know everything I'm supposed to do. But right across the dock, he sees this older gentleman.
Yep.
And he sees this older gentleman, and this gentleman is fishing, but every time he casts, he pulls up a little fish, and he pulls up that little fish, and he takes the little fish, and with such great care, he puts it in the cooler. And then he goes back, and he puts his new bait on there, and the old man, casts it out again, and this time, when he pulls up a big fish, but he takes the big fish off the hook, and he throws the big fish back into the water.
Throws it back.
And so the little boy watches this exchange for about 11, 12 minutes. He's watching little fish, tender care, takes the little fish, puts it into the cooler. Big fish, tender care, takes it off the hook, throws it back into the water. Yep. So the little boy starts reciting and saying, wait a minute, okay, step 1, step 2, step 3. He's going through what his uncles told him, what his daddy told him. He's like, I know how to fish, but how come they didn't tell me about this little fish, big fish rule? He's like, how come nobody told me that I'm supposed to take the little fish and that's what I take home in my cooler, but the big fish I take off with just as much care, but I throw it back in the water? He's nervous now. Like, I got to go find out what's going on, because now he starts to second guess everything he's ever known. And he's like, wait. I thought I came to the party ready. But maybe there's something else I need. So he picks up all his fishing accoutrement and walks over to the older gentleman and says, excuse me, sir, can I ask you a question? Yeah, boy, what's up? And he says, well, I've been watching you for the last few minutes, and the little boy is nervous, and he's trying to figure out how he gets it out, and he says, I notice every time you cast your rod, when you get a little fish, you put it into your cooler, but when you get a big fish, you take it off and you throw it back into the water. And he says, I'm asking because I'm new to fishing, and I need to understand if there's something I don't know about big fish. And the older man looks at him and he says, well, no, there's nothing you don't know about big fish. And he says, well, and he starts going through his list. Look, I got my bait, I got my bucket, I got my cooler, I got my ice, and he starts going through all the different things, and he says, but why are you throwing those big fish back? And the old man reaches behind him, and he pulls out this little frying pan. And he says, well, the reason that I've been throwing those big fish back is because this is the only frying pan that I have. And he says, so because this is the only frying pan that I have, I don't have enough to contain that big fish. I can't even cook it up right.
That's right.
Here's the thing that's so powerful about the lesson. The little boy is new to the game. Right. And the person that he's watching is someone who is content in playing the game at a 10% level.
Right.
See, he wasn't watching someone that said 10% won't do. He wasn't watching someone that said 20 and 30% won't do. He wasn't with the A team who said, listen, if this is all I have, then I got to start enlarging my opportunities, expanding my territory so that I can do more, I can be more, I can have more. He was around the wrong teacher, and he was ready to second guess everything he knew. He was excited. He came to the dock excited. He came to the dock ready. But then all of a sudden he was convinced he was doing something wrong because of who he was looking at.
That's
Some
it.
of you are stuck in where you are, not because you don't have the right ideas, not because you don't have the right opportunities in front of you, not even because you don't have the right thinking, but you simply haven't aligned with the right teachers. You simply haven't gotten with the one that's going to train you on the skill set to grow you up from where you are to where you need to be. You simply don't have a coach who is 10 steps ahead of you. You simply don't have a mentor that says, I've been where you're trying to go and I can confirm you're on the right track, or I can help you course correct when you need to do something different. Why do you need to be a part of Project Bestseller 15? Why do you need to come over to Expect More 14? Why do you need to listen to Dell and Shay and Trevor and I? Because we've been where you're trying to go. We started with a pan this big, and now we've enlarged beyond what you could even see and even beyond what we can imagine. We get it. And so what I want to say to you is the reason that you're in this tribe is because you needed to snap in to people that could see you, that could hear you, that could validate that the thinking of your thinking was not too big. It actually has space in which to grow. You're in the right place. You're doing the right thing. You're ready to make the right money. And now it's time for you to make the right decisions and move in the synchronicity of purpose for where you're called and caused to be. That's why you're here. So if you needed a permission slip, and if you needed a permission slip for your greatness, and you needed a pink slip to fire that little pan, and go, I don't care if you got to go to Walmart, I don't care where you got to go to get you a big pan. I want you taking pictures of you holding a big pan, putting it in the private, the elusive, the exclusive Facebook community through this whole series, because we need to symbolize when our courage shifts. And when we have something internally shift, we need to show it physically manifesting. I'm going to be the first one to put my picture up with my big pan. I promise you that. I promise you that. Back over to you, Trevor.
All right, Shay. All right. Make sure you connect over at expectmore14.com, expectmore14.com, and show up on Channel Money Movers. Get the money moving in the right direction. Get everything flowing in the right direction. It's all about wealth, folks. It's all about creating some wealth. And so, Shay, with that being said, I'll go ahead and turn it over to you. Let's make sure to give a virtual applause to Allison Bird. And here's how you can give the virtual applause. Hit the share button above the video. Just hit the share button above the video, and you can put in "You Rock" @ Allison Bird, and you can put hashtag Project Bestseller. So you put you hit the share button. That's how you do the digital applause. You hit the share button above the video, and hit "You Rock" Allison Bird, and then put hashtag Project Bestseller 15. And by the way, if I haven't told you, you rock, Allison. And by the way, we love the necklace, the chain. You always come with something some amazing accoutrement, around your neck. And I'm sure many people are wondering where you got it from. But with that being said, Shay, I'll go ahead and turn it over to you.
Thanks a lot. It's always a pleasure, Allison. Once again, thank you for sharing those words of knowledge. I can't wait till you have your time, and you can go a lot deeper than you had tonight. Thanks a lot. Up next, we have two very, very special presentations. For those that are here, that are watching right now, you're really in for a treat. First up, you have Della McNeil, and I'm going to introduce him. Let me put the spotlight on Della. There he is. There's Della, that big old smile. He's like, peace. What's up? I'm just ready to kick. Della, I like how you arrived, by the way. You got your T-shirt on. You're kicking back. You're just hanging out. You're being authentic. And you're just being you. I mean, I know you know how to put the tie and jacket on when you have to, but today you're just you, man. I can't wait to hear the message. And then right after Della speaks, I mean, just almost immediately after him, Trevor Otts, and you can see right behind him. I don't think he can show a picture there, but for those that are watching, he's drawn on the whiteboard. He's put together the campaign of campaign. He's going to walk you step by step through it. How do you be a bestseller? How do you monetize it? How do you get your message out? How do you build the credibility? How do you get the respect? And more importantly, how to get the speaking engagements that you're looking for. And I can't wait to hear the message he's bringing. But first, let's bring to the stage none other than the person I've had a chance to meet. Both Trevor and I had a chance to share the full throttle experience. Maybe not to talk about leaning in and then going what? Full throttle. The guy that talks about how you have to perform in the storm and just so much more. I'm going to read his official bio, but I'll just say this first. Just recently, and maybe he'll mention this, he's a very modest guy. He was mentioned as one of the top 32 speakers that in the world. Let me just say it again. I will read his bio, but one of the top 32 speakers in the entire world. So that puts him in company people like Tony Robbins, Rhonda Britton. I mean, so many other folks. Then that's not why he's here tonight. Now he's here to talk about how to be a bestseller, how to become a TV personality, how to get all the things he wanted to get, and he'll talk about that. But first, let me take a minute. Dale, I've got to read the official one. Although I just saw the guy eat some chicken wings. We were hanging out at a spot, just kicking back, so he knows how to relax. I'm taking my sweat off when I finish my naked smoothie that I'm drinking in a minute. I'm gonna take my sweat off. Okay, here we are. Let's get going, ladies and gentlemen. Get ready. We have Della L. McNeil II. That's important. He's been transforming the lives of people from all walks of life for over 15 years as an internationally renowned professional. I did say professional speaker, and this is why he's here. Best-selling author. Della has spoken in 48 of the 50 U.S. states. Now, come on now. Somebody got to say something about that. And has delivered well over 3,000 presentations to major corporations, colleges and universities, professional associations, conventions, churches, and leadership conferences. In 2011, Della became a certified speaking professional. This is the highest international recognition of a professional speaking excellence. Della has been featured on, national and worldwide television networks. You know them: Fox News, NBC, BET, TBN, Daystar, Oxygen, and the World Network, as well as syndicated radio shows all across the country. Here's what I want you to know before I bring him up. He is a celebrated author of Caught Between a Dream and a Job, How to Leave the 9-to-5 Behind, and Step into the Life You've Always Wanted. Della is an honored graduate of Florida State University, where he earned both his bachelor's and master's degrees with honors. He's been featured as a motivational expert in 2009. He's done so much more. He's a humble guy. Yeah, he's sitting back. Yes, he's kicking back. Yes, he's relaxed. But he, above all, is authentic. And with that being said, I welcome to this virtual platform none other than the Della McNeil. Take it away, Della. Take it away. Better known as Right. He rides a Harley, baby. He rides.
We're gonna lead into it. What is up, Project Bestseller, Della McNeil? Listen, I'm so pumped, delighted, and honored that you all are with me hanging out right now today. I want you all to just give a whole lot of love to the incredible faculty. Allison Bird, who literally just hit the ball out of the park. If there was a grand slam to be hit, sister, you just hit it. Absolutely incredible. My main man, great personal friend of mine, colleague, Myron Golden, for just doing an incredible job kicking us off. And to Shay and Trevor, the baddest guys on the internet today. I love you guys. Dr. Wright, thank you so much for being on this program as well. I'm honored just to have a few minutes to share with you all and just kind of add value over the next few minutes that we have together to take you to that next level. I'd like everyone to write this down. You are the aspirin to someone's headache. The question is, how long are you going to let them hurt? I'm going to say that again. You are the aspirin to someone's headache. The question is, how long are you going to let them hurt? One of the biggest challenges that I see with people who want to become national and internationally recognized experts and authorities, et cetera, is we are in our own way. What I mean by that is we are focused so much on ourselves. We're focused so much on what we are or what we're not. We're so focused on what we have or have not achieved, what we have or have not accomplished. Oh, well, once I get this together, once I get that together. I love what Allison said. She said, not only is playtime over, but listen, you ain't got no more time left. There is no tomorrow. I remember watching Rocky and Apollo Creed used to say, there is no tomorrow. There is no tomorrow. You got to do it now. You got to do it today. I want all y'all to look at your watch and say it's now o'clock. Here's what time is it? It's now o'clock. Now is the time for you to get off your story, get off your excuse, get off your crutch, and it's time for you to make your dream, your vision absolutely happen, especially as it pertains to you becoming a bestseller. This is called Project Bestseller. And I'm fortunate in this game, in this space, like Shay just mentioned, we were just named one of the top 32 best speakers in the world. I'm really humbled by that. Tony Robbins is in that company. Susie Orman's in that company. Dr. Farrah Gray is in that list. Les Brown, Dr. Willie Jolly, Malcolm Gladwell. So we're really honored to be a part of that. And in 2011, I earned my CSP, Certified Speaking Professional designation. I'm actually the youngest speaker on planet Earth to earn the CSP at 33 years young. I'm the youngest speaker on the planet to earn the Certified Speaking Professional designation through the National Speakers Association, and I earned it at age 33. I earned it 4 years ago. It puts me in the top 7% of paid speakers all around the world, so I'm humbled by that. But I want to talk to you today about how you go from taking your message and what Allison talked about, taking your mess and your madness and turning it into an incredible message, and then finishing. Because I want you all to write this down. Publishing is really finishing. Write this down, y'all. The two hardest things to do in life are to start and to finish. The two hardest things to do in life are to start and to finish. A lot of us never get in the game because we don't get the fortitude and the fight to get started. Those of us that do start, we get so distracted that we don't finish. Footnote, because it's Sunday, I'm going to go ahead and go there and share something that I believe is going to bless everybody's soul real quick. Many of you all have proven to the enemy that you cannot be stopped. You've overcome enough stuff in your life that you've proven that you can't be stopped. The problem is you haven't proven that you can't be distracted. And if the enemy can't stop you, he will distract you with so many other things that you never get to your goal. So publishing equals finishing. I want you to write that down in the private, elusive, exclusive Facebook group. Publishing is actually finishing something, okay? So some of y'all got your ideas and your vision and your concept. You got it on a legal pad tucked in a drawer somewhere. But if you really want to take it to that next level, you got to understand that publishing is actually finishing something. So when Myron's talking and when Allison's talking and when I'm talking and I'm sharing a book or whatever, the only difference between us and maybe you is the fact that we made a decision to put bookends on this concept, bookends on this vision that we had, and actually finish it. And sometimes what happens is our ability to and I coach and mentor speakers and I develop speakers, and I'm really, really humbled by that. I've been doing that over 10 years, and like Trevor was talking about, we got a brand new reality show that we're working on right now. We're getting ready to, so keep us in prayers. We're trying to pitch this to some major networks right now. It's called The Keynote. I'm so excited about that. But one of the things that I'm passionate about is developing speakers and authors, of helping them become nationally and internationally recognized experts and authorities. And publishing is a huge part of that platform, because publishing, like Allison said, is it's packaging your knowledge, and it's positioning your knowledge in the marketplace to show people that you really have the goods and you got what it takes. And so when Allison shared the story about how she said that her advisor pulled her to the side and said, you're doing a disservice to people by not having a product or a service or whatever, I'm going to take it a step further. I believe that when you are on stage or when you're on a webinar or a conference call or any kind of a platform and you are talking, speaking, training, coaching, consulting, doing whatever it is that you do, you are diagnosing issues in people. Now, if you diagnose issues in people but then you don't give people the prescription to the pain that they have, and then you don't tell them which pharmacy to go to get it fulfilled, uh-oh, come on somebody. And the beautiful part about being a speaker, author, trainer, coach, consultant, the titles that we have is you get to be the doctor on stage, and then you get to write the prescription with your call to action, and then you get to go to the back of the room and be the pharmacist and fulfill. Good God have mercy. I mean, is anybody else on this program but me? I mean, why is it so quiet? I'm just trying. I mean, Trevor. I mean, Shay,
yes,
did y'all even hear that?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me? Mic check, mic check.
I'm just trying to make sure. I mean, Allison, I mean, can you even breathe right now? So on stage, you are the doctor diagnosing these issues in people's lives.
Woo.
And then you literally, with your call to action, you're writing the prescription, and then when you go to the back of the room, you are now the pharmacist fulfilling it. And you own all three components.
So you're doing a disservice when you're telling somebody, okay, this is your problem and this is your issue, but you haven't taken the time to finish something enough to say, now here is what, because what, y'all, the stage is temporary. You're killing me, man. Everybody's rushing to get to the stage. But I love what Bishop, every year I get a chance to spend about 4 days with Bishop T.D. Jakes in a room that's about 200 people from around the world. And one of the things that he says is everybody's clamoring to get to the stage, but what you don't understand is that these lights is hot. I was quiet on that one. Come on, somebody. These lights is hot. Because when the lights are on you, come on, somebody, when the lights are on you, everything is shown and everything is exposed. So everybody wants the stage, but here's what I'm trying to get you to understand. The stage is the easy part. Your obligation and your responsibility to that audience is what happens when your hour is over. Have you created something so powerful and so profound that when you're done with your 30 minutes or your hour, you get ready to go on a stage or a plane and go somewhere else? What have you left with those people that now you become a 24/7 solution in their life when you're not physically there anymore? Publishing and creating products and resources from whatever it is that you have created is your way of literally duplicating yourself, duplicating your wisdom, duplicating your coaching, your gifting, your talent, and your anointing in the life of someone else, so that way you can be a 24/7 solution for them. And that's what I made a decision to do in my life, and that's what we're trying to help you do here at Project Bestseller 15. We're trying to help you create a 24/7 solution so that you can be a resource and a value add in someone else's life. I just want to share with you a couple things about my publishing journey. I've had a chance to write 6 books. I've had a chance to do major book deals. I've also self-published books and blah, 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 blah. You've heard all kind of credentials tonight. So I don't need to get into all that stuff. That's great, beautiful, boring stuff. We've done a lot in the publishing space, and I'm humbled, honored, going to bookstores to see my book, great. Done all kinds of book signings, et cetera, et cetera. But they specifically asked me to come on and talk about, Della, how did you get your books from your book concepts onto television? And I'm really humbled because I actually, that journey for me began because I've always had a strong passion for television and getting into different networks and getting into interviewing and things of that nature. So one of the things that I want you to begin to think about is, what about my subject is newsworthy? I want you to write that question down. What is it about my expertise that is newsworthy? Okay? And the reason why you want to ask that question is you want to say, okay, what is it about what I'm talking about that would appeal to a news outlet? What is it about what I've written in my chapters that would appeal to my local market? I want to encourage you to start local, start small, and then begin to start branching and building out from there. One of my books that I wrote was a book called Robbing the Grave of Its Greatness. 7 keys to basically living your best life right now. I wrote that book back in 2004. And during that time, I was going to a church here in Tampa called Without Walls International. And the pastor, the co-pastor of that church was a woman by the name of Paula White. Many of you all remember when Paula White was kind of getting her rise to Christian stardom, if you will. And so at that particular time, I was a member of that church. I was involved in leadership, et cetera, et cetera. So I wrote the book, published the book, put it out there. I was already speaking. I was already on the circuit. I was already full-time. I was making, and I was a self-published author, but I had incredible content. And that's why your book is so important, because let me just say this too. Once you write a book, you'll never have a problem giving a presentation again. I know a lot of speakers who talk about, man, I'm nervous. I don't know what I'm going to talk about. I don't know what I'm going to say, blah, blah. Once you go through the birthing of a book concept, and this is one of my newest books, it's called Thriving Through Your Storms. You can pick it up on Amazon. But once you go through the experience of birthing a book, the content is so deep in you that you don't have an issue. You don't have a problem with getting up on stage and talking about it for 20, 30 minutes or an hour. But it's when you have not gone deep in your subject matter that you struggle and you have to pull for content and you get nervous, et cetera, et cetera. But once you've actually gone through the birthing process of birthing a concept through a book, and you've gone from start to finish, no matter how many bumps and bruises you had along the way, you hit the stage with a level of raw boldness and a tenacity, and you have depth about you. That's the beautiful. See, this is not about publishing books. This is not about achieving the goal. It's about helping you become the right person in the process. I say this to authors all the time. A book is always working harder on you than you are on the book. Boop, 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 boop. Can I get a witness in the building?
A
Say
book
that
is
again, Dale. Say that again.
a book is always working harder on you than you are on the book.
That's a tweetable there. That's a one more time, like your pastor said.
A book is always working harder on you than you are on the book. The entity, the book, the project of itself is literally, it's honing you, it's shaping you, it's molding you, it's framing you, it's doing all of these things to you, the entrepreneur, to you, the person, to you, the business person, to you, the visionary, to the child in you, to the little girl, to the little boy in you. That book is doing things to you. So finishing, or publishing as we're calling it, is all about helping you become the kind of person so that once you've completed it, you can now get your message out. Y'all, we all know the statistics on a numbers of books that are sold, et cetera, et cetera. Less than 3% of books, self-published books, ever sell more than 1,000 copies in their lifetime. And less than 1% of self-published books ever sell more than 5,000 copies in their lifetime. In their lifetime. So if you meet someone who's sold more than 5,000 copies of a self-published work, they're in the top 1%. Why? Because more than what most of us do. We print a couple of books, we give it to our couple of friends and family and people that go to church with us, whatever, and you sold your little 160 books or whatever, and you're like, okay, I'm done. And you only get the book printed, profound moment, watch this, you only get the book printed when there's an order. Here's the problem with that. You are missing out on the opportunity to create, like Allison talked about, create revenue and cash out of thin air, because out of sight is out of mind. That's why I always encourage my authors, no matter if you're using print on demand or not, get some cases of your book and keep it in your garage so you can see that sucker. Because if you see it and you write on that box, this box equals $1,500 in revenue, then guess what? You're going to work on getting that box empty. Allison, am I right about it? Am I right about it? That's all I'm trying to say. I mean, Shay, Trevor, am I right about it? Y'all feel what I'm saying?
Right.
If you see it and you say, okay, if I empty this box,
yes,
that's my rent money, then you're going to work on emptying that box. But if it's print on demand and it's just, oh, whenever an order comes in, you ain't got no hustle. There's no fight. There's no fortitude. There's nothing there that says, I need to do this. I have to do this, and it's got to be a must. So my challenge to you is really getting crystal clear on am I really in this thing? Am I really unapologetically in this thing? Am I all in? Am I committed? Am I going for it? Am I make it happen? Or I'm going to sit back and kind of play around with it and fart around with it and just kind of dibble dabble. You can't do that. So I made a decision that because I was speaking, I was already out there making things happen, that I wanted to take my book to that next level. So as Paula was making her rise, she was looking for people to come on and talk about their expertise. By the time Paula's show hit BET and some of the other major platforms, I had already been on local news media about my books because I connected my book content to newsworthy information, and I began to approach the news stations with story angles, write that word down, story angles that my book content addressed. So for example, when Robbing the Grave of Its Greatness came out, there was a chapter in Robbing the Grave called Caught Between a Dream and a Job. So when a television news station was doing a story on people who were unemployed or in transition, I would say local author has the answer to current recession, or local author has the answer to current unemployment rate in the Tampa area. Blah, 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 blah. And I would write a little angle story pitch, and I would send it out to them, and boom, all of a sudden I started getting invited to come on as a self-published author with no agent, with no nothing. And so all of a sudden I'm making this noise as a young guy who's got powerful content, and so all of a sudden when the producers of Paula's show were saying they were looking for content, they said, hey, Della, we need to have you on. So I was like, okay, cool, boom. I came on. They negotiated what my book rate was going to be. They said you were going to have you on BET at first, and watch this. This is huge. One of the coolest things about my career is that I've been fortunate enough that pretty much every television show I've ever been on, they've rerun my show as what's called an evergreen subject matter. Evergreen is, write that word down, evergreen. You want your content to be so universal, so it's got to be so principle based that it's not just for one time of year or another. I can tell you almost every national and international television appearance that I've ever had has been rerun at least 6 to 10 times. And that's just free. That's free money. That's free opportunities of your book and your brand and your message consistently getting out there, because whether it's been Paula or Rod Parsley or Joyce Meyer or
or any of the major networks that, I mean, the BET, the Fox, all this. Now I'm not talking about Fox and like in an NBC or whatever. They don't rerun those shows. But I'm speaking more specifically in the Christian space. When you're on those Christian networks like Breakthrough with Rod Parsley or Paula or some of these other global networks, they've rerun my show over and over and over and over. And these are 30-minute shows, sometimes hour-long shows. And it's incredible. So you start local, and you start by positioning your book and pitching your book to local news stations and aligning your book subject matter with something that's newsworthy that they care about. And you pitch, and you just do a pitch. You can do it via email, you can do it via Facebook, whatever. I mean, but you pitch your book concept out there so they can kind of get a hold of it. And then you start building up, and every time you do a television show, what you need to do is get the footage. Get the footage of that show. Make sure in the lower third they put your name, they put the name of the book and your website. Your name, the name of the book, and your website. Of course, if they can fit the hashtag for social media, put that in there, or your Twitter handle or whatever, add that in there. But you want to make sure that you're constantly positioning yourself in the marketplace based upon what your book subject matter is. Really, really crucial. Start local and then let it build from there. And every time you do anything on television, get the footage. I don't care if you got to pay for it, whatever. Get the footage, post it on YouTube, and then start blasting it out to your list, letting people know, hey, I've been on this. And then when you're at the television station, ask them who are some of their colleagues and who are other people that they know that they can connect you with. Because if you're a good interviewer, and this is the stuff that I teach my speakers. So if you're really interested in kind of getting into the speaking game, inbox me. And I have a couple of opportunities left for my 2015 speaker program where we've turned it into a reality concept. So inbox me if you're really serious about having a speaking mentor to really just explode your career. But check this out. Ask them, hey, if you're a good interviewee, they're gonna start telling their colleagues about you. But while you're still there at the station, once you've done a good job, say, hey, are there any other networks that you could recommend me to? Are there any other shows that you think would really enjoy having me on as a guest? Ask for the business, ask for the opportunity, ask for the sale. And 9 times out of 10, they're gonna say yes. And say, you know what? Would you mind putting in a quick text or a phone call or shooting a quick email to them so when I call them, it's already a warm lead? Rather than saying, oh, yeah, we'll do it. Say, hey, will you send them a quick text so that way when I follow up, when I get back to the office in about an hour, they'll already have heard from you, and that way I can just go ahead and reach out. So I was able to take my book concepts, and because I would always attach my book content to something newsworthy and pitch it to the news media, that's how I began to start getting interviews. And one interview led to the other. And then once people start seeing you, they start requesting you on other networks, other stations, and it begins to grow and blossom and build out from there. And so for each one of my book projects, whether it's Caught Between a Dream and a Job or Thriving Through Your Storms, or interestingly enough, I've got another book called The Rules of the Game, How to Write Your Own Ticket in College and Beyond. And this book, this book has sold as many copies as this book has, and this book has never had the media attention that this one has. But this book sells in bulk because I sell this book in bulk to colleges and universities all across the country. So you might do a television show and you might get an Amazon spike of maybe 200 or 300 orders from being on a television show with this book, whereas a college and university could order 1,000 copies of this book for their freshman orientation, and boom. And I don't even have to go to that school and speak. They just call and place an order. Boom, you're done. So there are so many roads to success in publishing and finishing, and project bestseller, that it's unbelievable, and they all lead to yes, and they all lead to open doors and opportunities. And so for me, the television game really came as a direct result of me knowing my content. Let me say that to you also. I see a lot of authors. Y'all listen to me real carefully, real quick. Just because you can publish cheap now because of CreateSpace and a lot of these other print-on-demand companies that are out there that make publishing so easy. See, myself, Allison, Myron, we didn't start publishing in this era. We were publishing when you really had to work your message, work your content. You really had to type out your books. We didn't have all these cute little. The truth is nowadays, y'all. The truth. Can I say it like I need to say it? Do I have y'all's permission to say what I want to say?
Go ahead, say it like you need to say it. Say it like you need to say it.
All right, here's the epidemic that I see. Because of and I love Fiverr and I love all that stuff. I think it's incredible. But I think because publishing has gotten so easy, people are doing it very cheap, and they're doing it very poorly. And so they're basically coming out with pamphlets and calling them books. Very little substance, very little depth, and it's not powerful. And the number one thing, on top of, above and beyond social media, the number one thing that's going to get your book out there is word of mouth. People raving about your book and people then sharing it and say, you need to pick up this book. You need to get a copy of this book. It's really, really important. But if your book is whack, but you rushed it just because you could, or you did it on the cheap and you didn't invest at a high level to learn from the masters how to not only just do it good, but do it so good that you can keep that book in the marketplace for years and years and years and years and continue. Tony Robbins hasn't had a book in 20 years and just released a brand new book and still selling millions of copies of all of his other stuff. So when you publish right, and when you go deep in your subject matter and your expertise, and you really put your best into those projects, regardless of how easy it is to just throw something out there. I don't want none of y'all to throw anything out there. I need you to do it with excellence and do it like you really, really, your heart and your soul is into it. Mm-hmm. Because that's what you're selling at the back of the room. You're giving people a piece of you to take home with them. So I'm going to need you to put you in it. Stick your whole foot in them collard greens. That's what my mama used to say. She said, child, sister so-and-so stuck her foot in them collard greens.
Say put your whole foot in the collard greens?
Whole foot in the collard, yes sir.
I'm going to type that into Facebook right now. Type that into Facebook.
Put it in the group. I'm going to need you to stick your whole foot in your book. I need both feet and toes to go into your book project. Because the more you really put it in there and you go all in, or as we like to say at full throttle, as you lean into it, as you really lean into your concept, people are going to feel that, and their message is going to resonate, and it's going to spread, and it's going to be incredible. There's a reason why Myron can consistently sell Trash Man to the Cash Man. There's a reason why I can still sell Caught Between a Dream and a Job like I just published it last week. There's a reason why Allison can continue to just crank out the content that she's put out over and over and over again. I say this all the time. When you publish well, you make today money for yesterday's effort. Good God have mercy. I'm going to say that one more again. Did y'all catch that one? When you publish well, you make today money for yesterday effort. Can I get an amen in the building? Can I get somebody to shout on that one? I mean, I don't know about y'all, but that's just bananas. That's just bananas to me.
I'm still over here putting my whole foot in the collard greens.
But y'all, seriously, we're here to talk about it. When you publish well, you get today money for yesterday effort. Because when you publish well, you work on that concept, you work on that book, you put it together, you make it tight, you make it right, and you're done. And you just get to hit the reprint button over and over and over again, and new audiences and new tribe members are constantly being exposed to your stuff for the very first time. And so what I was able to do was able to publish. I was able to parlay publishing or speaking into publishing into product development, publishing also into television and media, and now we're taking publishing and we're taking that even to reality television and other platforms that we're working on right now. So I'm really, really, and like Allison was talking about with her business plan, leveraging your book and turning your book not only into products but to conferences and events and other functions, because your book is a concept, and your audience will buy your concept in multiple formats. I'll say it again. Your audience will buy your concept in multiple formats. So one of the things that I've done is I have my book, right? But then I also have coaching programs, right? Like oh Lord, there's a secret. Should I give the secret away?
Go on, do it. Go ahead, do it. I mean, right. You said we were gonna give them the secret, and they doubted us, Dale. They doubted us. What's some doubt?
They're playing the radio. Okay, so what you want to do is you want to make sure that for your book, again, people are busy, so a lot of people will buy your book, but even more people will buy your audio program that you created as a spinoff from your book. So one of the things that I was fortunate enough to do was I created an audio program that was a spinoff of Caught Between. And if you want to know more about this, if you haven't heard about Caught Between a Dream and a Job, you need to. I've done a whole national infomercial about it. Visit caughtbetweenadreamandAjob.com. That's caughtbetweenadreamandAjob.com. We just did a 30-minute national infomercial this summer of 2014. It's absolutely incredible. And I want to give a big shout out to my main man, Lee Fuller, who's my Infusionsoft guru, who helped me put my page together, and we did all kind of great stuff. But go to caughtbetweenadreamandajobcom, and you can learn more about this resource, this coaching program inspired by the book Caught Between a Dream and a Job. And if you're caught, if you're not living your dream full out, Caught Between a Dream and a Job is designed for anybody who is not currently getting paid to do what you love. If you are not doing what you love for a living, you need this, hands down, unequivocally. So visit caughtbetweenadreamandajobcom to pick this up. But y'all, what I'm trying to share with you is your book then births your coaching program. Or for Thriving Through Your Storms, for example, we have the Thriving Through Your Storms book, which you can get on Amazon right now. And then we have Thriving Through Your Storms, the audio coaching program. And I just came from a huge convention in Orlando 2 days ago and sold out of this thing. Absolutely incredible, because people love to have something that they can listen to in their car. They love something that they can listen to as soon as they get done hearing you. Remember, speaking 9 times out of 10 is a very audible experience. So if you can learn how to convert your print material into something audible that people can hear, boom, now you've just created a whole nother aspect of your product funnel that people can then begin to subscribe to and be a part of. So understand and know that your book, I'll bring this to a close, your book is literally the beginning of your funnel, and it leads to not only television appearances and opportunities, which builds the brand, builds the celebrity, et cetera, and you can charge more fees and blah, 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 but it also leverages into product sales. It leverages into getting plays and movie deals and all kinds of other things like that. So, y'all, the goods are there. This is it. You're in the right place. You're in the right time. But you want to learn from masters. You want to learn from the greats. And tonight and this whole week, you're getting a class from the Titans. Not a clash of the Titans. You're getting a class from the Titans. Come on, hashtag class from the Titans. I like that right there. Shay and Trevor, I'm turning it back over to y'all. Your boy just wanted to jump on real quick, add a little value, talk about how publishing is finishing, and just kind of add a little bit on that whole, how we got started in the whole television space and how the books really leverage into those opportunities. So thank you so much, man. At the end of the day, news outlets always love authors. And just like Allison said, it gives you that expert credibility. So once you have that book out there, put it out there, and they're gonna love you.
Well, you know what? I mean, one of the things I admire about you, Dell, is that you always bring it down, man. You always bring it down. And I liked how you talked about, and they can't see it. Maybe they can see a little bit of my board, but I wrote one thing you said over here, which is you have the pill to someone else's headache.
You are the aspirin to someone else's headache.
You are the what?
You are the aspirin to someone else's headache. The question is, how long are you going to let them hurt?
Okay. I have to go up here. Sometimes I come here as your good boy, your good friend Daniel Grissom says, or D says, you come to teach, but you find out you are taught. And so, it just looks like you're ready. I got it now. You are the aspirin,
yes, sir,
to someone else's headache.
Come on.
How long will you leave them in pain?
Yes.
Now, Dale, let me ask you a quick question. Clearly, you're one of the top-rated speakers right now in the country. You're speaking all around the world, literally. First question is, just give us a kind of sneak peek if somebody wanted to bring you in to speak to their conference.
Right.
Generally, what do you charge just in speaking fees? Just in general, you go to a college, you speak. I just want to kind of give them a sneak peek.
My current rates right now are between $10,000 to $12,000 for a 1-hour keynote.
Say that number one more time.
$10,000 to $12,000 for a 1-hour keynote.
$10,000 to $12,000. And let me just kind of put that in perspective, if I might. Okay. Let me ask you another question. How many speaking engagements would you estimate are generated as a result of your book every year, or books?
I would say easily, because I do about 60 to 70 dates a year. I'd say easily 30 of them are direct derivatives from publishing content.
Right. So I got Shay Brown, the mathematician over there. He's the money man. And Shay, why don't we just go ahead and do 10,000 times about 30 speaking engagements
Yes,
right?
sir.
Basically, about, averaging about 10 to 12,000. Let's take the lower end, 10,000. By the way, if you want to bring Dell in, you can do it right now for 10K.
Absolutely.
You can do it right now.
It's going up. It's going up soon too. It's not
Let's
staying at
get
that
this
bargain
board.
price long, I'm sure.
Not at all. Not at all. Not
Right.
after now that, because that's in fact, now that we got the top 32 out of 60 in the world in 2015, our fee is going up.
Yeah.
So Shay, what does that number equal, Shay? 30 times 10,000. What's that number?
Fortunately, I didn't need a calculator for this one, Trevor. 30 times 10,000 got me $300,000. That's 300, $1 bills, but $300,000 to be exact.
And that's just 1 year. That's just 1 year, folks.
That's 1 year.
And I just want to kind of put that in perspective as it pertains to what you're doing with your book. I mean, you got to get serious about getting your book out in 2015 and beyond. You got to get serious about that because it could be the ticket to your wealth.
Right, and the point is very important.
I'm excited here because I got the board up and we're going to map out the process. I mean, all of that good information that Myron gave you, and all of the good information that Dale gave you, and all the good information that Allison, the Profit Accelerator, gave you, and we're going to take that together, take all of that, and we're going to map it out in the plan. And here's what I'm going to do. Shay. I'm going to give away at the end the secret plan. I'm going to give away the secret plan for those people who are here at the end. You're going to get something that we've been holding back. Now, one other thing, just as a little side note for those people who are currently showing that success stamina, Della Toro is going to be hosting a preview rather of the keynote, his upcoming reality show he's training speakers in. Dell, if you might, how might they be able to snatch up one of those tickets that Rand Carr present, brother?
Right. We're gonna put the link on the private and loosely exclusive Facebook page for the Eventbrite event, but it's because we already got the Eventbrite page already set up, so I'll shoot that link out. It's gonna be based right here in Tampa. We're gonna be crushing it. It's on December 18th. From 6:30 to 9 at the AMC Theaters Veterans Movie Theater. Really, really excited about it. It's going to be incredible, man.
Right, and I just want to throw in there real quick if I can, Trevor. I mean, I couldn't let it go by. Allison was pinging me back and forth. We were having this little conversation that it's important for everyone to note that when Trevor mentioned that $300,000, it's important to mention that's just one line item of the plan. So that's revenue coming in from just one line item, which is books. I'm asked to speak. This amount of money happens. Take that plus this other plan, and then you take that revenue, and obviously $300,000 becomes another piece of the puzzle. So I just want to make sure that you're all clear on that. And why do I say that? Because that's some pretty good walk-around change. All right, with that, look at Allison. Allison came back on as quick as Allison, don't say anything. Don't say anything. Just nod your head. Just nod your head and say, Shay, you acknowledge me. I know how to follow instructions. Got it. Allison, thank you very much. Dale, you're the man. You rock. I can't wait till Dale has his own segment. They're going to bring him back, and he'll be able to go deep and talk about some things that he's doing. So, Dale, Toro, thank you so much, man. We appreciate it. You're a very busy guy, both you and Allison and Myron. And with only 1,440 minutes in every day, you've given us very precious minutes of your time that you cannot get back again. So thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have none other than the Trevor Otts. He's been itching, walking back and forth, pouncing. We're here at the office, and he's walking back and forth, and he's like, okay, I can't wait to show and just put together what Allison's talked about, what Della Toro's talked about, what Myron's talked about, and then he's going to take that and he's going to walk you step by step through it. Now, before he does that, here's what I want you all to do right now. Just right now before he gets started, I'll say something quick about him, but before he gets started, here's what I want you to do. In the private, in the exclusive Facebook group, here's what I want you to do. Just put hashtag, I'm ready. Just put hashtag, I'm ready, Trevor rocks. Just put hashtag, I'm ready, Trevor is speaking. I'm sorry, Trevor is speaking. Because Trevor's going to come out right now. Like, he's ready, like, okay, all right. Trevor, there's no music tonight for you, by the way. There's no music for you. Allison didn't cook you any cookies tonight, by the way. It's just you getting down with the get down. Ladies and gentlemen, hang in there just a little bit longer. Because I will say this. And then, Trevor, I'm going to turn it over to you. And this is very important. Della Toro mentioned it. Myron mentioned it. And Allison mentioned it. how important it is for you to be able to share your life lessons, your thoughts, your subject matter expertise with other folks. And think about folks who have left that type of legacy with us. Those type of folks, books that we're reading today, and they're no longer with us, whether it's Maya Angelou, whomever it may be you follow. I love her books. I love her stories. And I'm so thankful to the person upstairs for allowing her to take what was in her head and put it on paper. And you, too, can do that as well. So with that being said, I'm excited. I can't get ready. Trevor, I'm going to actually go to my board over here. I'm going to take some notes while you're speaking. I've been taking notes with all the speakers. All right, Trevor Otts, I'm coming to you in about 30 seconds. So the next voice that you all will hear, get your paper, get your pen, get ready. And before we do that, just you see the share button above us, just for fun. I got to do this, Trevor. I know you're ready. You got it. Jeez, Moniz, they're pinging me saying, Shay, I'm ready. Shay, I'm ready. Hey, I'm ready too. Before you do that, you see the share button right there. You see the share button. Just hit the share button. Just hit the share button. And then after you hit the share button, here's what I want you to put. Trevor is teaching now. Hashtag Project Bestseller 15. Here we go. Hit the share button. We're gonna pay this forward because he's speaking right now. The moment you've been waiting for, right now. So hit the share button and put Trevor is speaking now. Hashtag Project Bestseller 15. I can't wait, Trevor. I'm excited. Now I'm gonna turn it over to the automation guru, the branding specialist, the marketing guy that makes it all happen, and more importantly, the process will now be revealed. With that being said, Trevor, mic check, I'm coming over to you.
Mic check, Shay Brown. I'm just adding a few extra little touches to the magic board here. I'm really excited because now we get to put all of these good ideas and all of these strategies and all of the things that we heard, and we get to map out our 2015 wealth plan. We get to accelerate our profits, as Allison would say, and we get to go full throttle, as Della would say, and as my good friend Myron Golden would say, we get to take it to the next level. And so today, one of the things I want to talk about is how do you put all of the things that we talked about in place. And I want you to know that today I'm as angry as I've ever been. And I got to apologize in advance because I came onto the hangout, I was a little angry. And let me tell you what I'm angry about. I realized today that there are many people out there who have expertise, who have stories to share, but because they've been procrastinating, because they haven't taken the time out, because they haven't saw fit to share their stories and share their expertise with a world who needs it, that we have been underserved. And I was thinking about my son. His name is Addison Chase, and he's 5 years old. He's going to be 6 in about less than a month. And I was thinking about the fact that there's a wealth of knowledge that's just sitting out there with people like yourself who have yet to write the book. And I was just thinking about how many people have been failed as a result of you not writing the book. How many people have been failed as a result of you procrastinating? So tonight I'm not here to pat you on the back. Matter of fact, I'm not here to pat you on the back at all. I'm here to say that we failed. We have a legacy that we are obligated to leave to that next generation. We have people who need to hear about our expertise, and we have limited the people who can benefit from who we are as people to just the people in our sphere of influence. And that's a problem for me. And I think tonight is an opportunity for us to rectify a wrong. I think tonight is a chance for us to make meaningful change in the world. And it's really interesting because we're at a time in the country now where we're seeing all of this political turmoil, and we're sort of looking to our politicians to change the world. And I'm of the belief that that's something that happens with each of us individually, that we each at our own resources and our own ideas to solve the problems. I like what Toro said. Toro said, you know, we are the aspirin to many people's headaches. And so today, I want everybody to just write down into the group right now, I'm committed. Just write down, I'm committed. Now, as you're starting to write that down, we're going to lay out a process by which you can produce a book, but not just any book, a best-selling book. And when we say best-selling, I want to be clear. We really mean sell the book. We really mean generate revenue. We're not talking about selling books for publishers. We're talking about selling books for you. And so you got to get serious about generating revenue. You got to get serious about creating wealth. And something is a small note. Is really interesting is that oftentimes when we think about the book, we think about how much money the book is going to make us. And for most of us, we're failing to realize that the book is an entry-level product. And I just want you to just think about Marvel, for example. I used to be a comic book kid, and going through high school and going through middle school, I read a lot of comic books. I was like the comic book kid, and I had X-Men and Spider-Man and things like that. And the comic book was only like $2 and $3. And Marvel and DC Comics and a lot of those comic books still exist today. But here's what I can tell you about their bottom line. Their bottom line is barely impacted by the sale of the book itself. But it is the derivative products of the books that's really bringing in the revenue. So now, because they had the book, then they created the movie, and out for the movie they created the video game, and after the video game they created the action figures, and they're generating literally billions of dollars, not millions of dollars, billions of dollars from the derivative products that are created as a result of the book. And if you listen to Allison, and if you listen to Myron, and if you listen to Della Toro, the thing that you will realize is that they weren't seeing the book as one-dimensional. They weren't seeing it as one item. They were seeing the book as the genesis. That's the beginning. They were seeing the book as the beginning of this wealth blueprint. They were seeing it as the beginning of your revenue model, and they weren't seeing it in some individual life. And so today, when we're talking about creating that bestseller, we're talking about creating the whole process, seeing the big picture. There's more than just a book. Tonight, I want to make sure that we're paying it forward. There are some people out there right now in our sphere of influence, and they may need to hear what we're talking about. And so the first thing I want everybody to do is hit the share button above the video. Hit the share button above the video. And here's what I want you to type. I want you to type the one reason why somebody should be listening to tonight's presentation. What's the one reason that you think somebody else should be listening to this presentation? And then I want you to put hashtag ProjectBestSeller. Hashtag ProjectBestSeller. And go ahead and do that now. It's your way of paying it forward. And here at the Peak Performance Institute, one of the things that we believe that the person who outgives the competition will out-earn the competition. And it's always our goal to be the biggest givers. And I encourage you to join me tonight in being of a giving spirit. And, you know, I was really touched the other day, Shay, and I don't know if you got a chance to see it, but I was just reading something that Allison Bird posted on her page, and she was in the grocery store, and she felt led to give. And she was in the grocery store, and there was a lady in the grocery store, and she had a bunch of groceries, and Allison had just bought her groceries. And Allison walked over to the cash register and said, by the way, Allison, most of you already know, she worked at a grocery store, so she knew like the system. And she said, can you take that lady's credit card out of the system? And she took it out, and she swiped her credit card. Shay, you hear me? She swiped her credit card and bought all of the groceries. And the lady just hugged her and started crying, and some amazing things happened. And what I want to remind people is that giving can provide for people in their time of need. So first thing I want you to do is share the link, because there may be somebody who needs to hear this. The other thing is I want you to remember is that the book is your way of giving to a world who needs your products and services, a world who needs your expertise, a world who needs to hear your story, a world who knows that something is possible because they read it in your book. And that when you don't produce the book, you rob people of their possibilities. And so you're a thief. You're robbing people of the opportunity. You're robbing people of their possibilities. You're robbing people of your gift. You've stolen from their future. And what I want to encourage everybody to do tonight is stop stealing from our future. Stop stealing from the future of my son. Stop stealing from the future of your sons and daughters. Stop stealing from our future. You are our future. Your knowledge, your stories, the things that you need to share. So go ahead and be a big giver. Hit the share button above the video. So let's get started with the process of producing our bestseller. When? This year. When is now a good time to get started? Right now. So one of the things that you see here is we've laid out the process, and you see where I have numbers 1, 2, all the way down to 10. And so what we're going to do is we're going to produce a 10-chapter book. Now, one of the #1 mistakes that I see a lot of authors make is the fact that they cannot get all of their knowledge into one book. And it's just going to be impossible. Let me tell you something that's a guaranteed impossibility. You will not be able to get the birth of your knowledge all into one book. It's just not going to happen. You're not going to be able to do it. So what you got to do is be able to deliver your knowledge in chunks. I want you to write this down. There's more money in what you know than what you do. There's more money in what you know than what you do. And so it's incumbent upon you to package up what you know. You got to get your knowledge into a package. And one of the easiest ways to package your knowledge is through a book. And so I want you to be conscientious about the fact that you are now starting to package your knowledge. And so we're going to keep this down to a very short 10-chapter book. Now, one of the reasons that we're doing this is also common sense. Here's the age-old story. How do you eat an elephant? Bite by bite. So some of you are trying to feed the world all of your knowledge at one time. And it's too much for them to digest at one time. And so one of the things I want to encourage you to do is to break your book down into 10 small chapters. So here's the first thing that's going to happen. You're going to go here. This is going to be your title, as Myron taught us, and subtitle. Okay? Title and subtitle. You see something unique here. You see that I have put a hashtag here. Here's what I want you to do. In 2015 and beyond, you got to make your books more sociable. You got to make it more in line with the time. So one of the things I want you to do is I want you to add something very simple to your title. I want you to add a hashtag to your title. It used to be a time that if somebody wanted to know about your book, that they would just kind of flip the back of the book over and they would kind of read about it. And they would kind of see what other people have said about it, or they would try to look for the reviews on it. And on Amazon, they let you get a little sneak peek. But really, what you want people to know is what others are saying about your book. And so here's what happens. When you use the hashtag in your title, what will naturally happen is people will automatically go and do a search for that hashtag. And just in that small instance, you have made your book sociable. And here's what happens is, just matter of fact, there's a show that comes on television, and it's called Scandal, and it's a big show. And one of the things that really took the show over the top was not the massive advertising budget, but it was a little small thing that they did, and they added hashtags at the end of every episode. So there was like this episode where some guy got locked up, and they like hashtag free this guy. I think it was free Huck, right? And they started doing the hashtag, and what started happening is all over the internet, people were posting free Huck, free Huck, free Huck. And there were people like me who didn't really watch TV, and I didn't know anything about who's the Huck and what's a scandal. I didn't know anything about it. And so I just see all of these nuts posting free Huck all over the world. I was like, is he in jail? Is what crime did he commit? I mean, I thought he was like a real person. And so here's what happened. I basically clicked on the hashtag, and I went to do a search for the hashtag. And what I found when I got there was all of these people talking about this show named Scandal. And what I said is like, what is Scandal? Here's what ABC had done. what they had done is they started posting at the end of every episode of Scandal. They just popped up for like 15 seconds. They would show the hashtag for that episode. And in posting the hashtag for that episode, it caused that show to go viral. Now, here's the thing that's really interesting about it, is that Shonda Rhimes, the producer of the show, had produced other shows. She had produced Grey's Anatomy, and she produced other shows. But the other shows that she produced didn't gain as much traction, and some of them just eventually faded out, but not Scandal. Scandal just rose to just epidemic numbers just based upon this simple technique. And so as all of these people were posting these hashtags, hashtag free Huck, hashtag this, hashtag that, here's what happens. ABC was controlling the conversation. And what they did is they knew you would go do a search for the hashtag. So what they would do is every so often, they would post video clips and they would post images about the show. So when I went to look up what's free Huck, I saw all these people talking about this episode, and then I saw an advertisement from ABC. And that's how I learned about Scandal. Then I watched it, got hooked, and went to Netflix. Paid $9.99 and watched all of them. I had a Scandal. Holler if you hear me. If you just binge watched on Scandal, holler if you hear me. If you're still watching it, I watched it. I got to admit, it's a guilty pleasure. I was watching Scandal on Thursday nights. But I learned about it because I was just following a hashtag. And so tonight I kept telling you to post hashtag ProjectBestSeller. But after I had you do a bunch of posts, what happened was you started littering the internet with all of these tags. There was a quote in hashtag ProjectBestSeller. There was a picture in hashtag ProjectBestSeller. There were these golden nuggets in hashtag ProjectBestSeller. And all of a sudden, they want to say, what is this about? What? I see this hashtag ProjectBestSeller, and people started searching for ProjectBestSeller. People started clicking on the hashtag. And when they got there, they found you. When you use the hashtag in your title, you are now creating your own buzz. You're creating, as my good friend Allison Bird would say, your own tipping point. Everybody just type in there, I'm going to create my own tipping point. And so all of the monies that we're throwing into marketing and advertisement, but I want you to know that the marketing and the advertising starts the moment that you choose the title. See, today, I want you to understand that I'm here to talk to you about how to get to the sale part, the best sale of the book. See, Myron and Allison and Della, Toro, they told you about the importance of the book and how to write the book. But I'm here today to talk to you about how to get to the bestseller part of the book. I put in hashtag ProjectBestSeller. And here's what I believe. I believe that there are too many authors who don't treat their writing as a business. I do. I believe that there are too many business owners and entrepreneurs who don't go into authorship. And so you get authors who don't think about the business part of writing books in the derivative products, and you get business owners who don't see the value in sharing their expertise and their knowledge. And today, I'm here to bridge that gap. So first thing we're going to do is we're going to choose a title and a subtitle. The subtitle should clearly explain the benefit of reading this book. You know, my book is called hashtag Profit Accelerator, the subtitle may be 7 ways to go from $7,000 to $1.4 million in 72 hours. So the subtitle should clearly explain what the benefit is to the or to the reader. The next thing that I want you to do is you're going to choose 10, when you're mapping out, you're going to choose the title first. And matter of fact, let's stop right here. Hey, listen, some of y'all got some books in y'all right now. I'm just kind of led this way. Some of y'all got some book titles right now. Here's what I want you to do. Post your book title in the group right now. Put whatever the title of your book is going to be, post it into the group right now and put hashtag ProjectBestSeller. Now listen, it ain't got to be cute. It's got to make sense. Go ahead, post it into the group right now. And also, I want you to put here's what I want you to put. The title of my next book is hashtag blank. And then I want you to put hashtag ProjectBestSeller. I want you to even hit the share button above the video, and I want you to type in these words. The title of my next book is hashtag Profit Accelerator. Let's just say it's the title of your next book. And then you put hashtag Profit Project Bestseller at the end of it. Now here's what's going to happen. I'm just teaching you. If you were to do a search for Project Bestseller right now, whether on Twitter or whether on Facebook or whether on LinkedIn, you know what you would find? You would find people who were advertising their book, advertising their products and services. People like you. I'm trying to teach you. Listen, the things that we have you do is not for your health. They are exercises designed to help get you to that next level. So, by the way, Shay, as we get some of those titles out, let's kind of shout some of those people out, because some people probably got some amazing titles. So anyway, the next thing you're going to do is you're also going to make your titles begin with a hashtag. This is a little bit new age because there's some things that have changed since the 80s. There's some things that's changed since the 90s. There's some things that's changed since 2000. The major thing that's changed is that we moved into a new world. Marketing is no longer one-dimensional. Marketing is now three-dimensional.
All right, you may want to mention Denise Dennis.
Denise Dennis, right?
Denise Dennis had a chapter, which is the title of my next book is, on my microphone, Secrets of a Side Business Success.
Secrets of a Side Business Success. And Shay, I'll let you run back to your computer real quick, and I won't move, and you can read off some of them. And what I'll do is I just spend a few seconds talking about the change in marketing. Here's what you got to know, is that marketing used to be about who knew, but marketing has changed now to who is responding. And marketing is no longer one-dimensional. It's three-dimensional, and your marketing now has to move to the point that it has become interactive. And interactive marketing is how a lot of businesses are really starting to go viral. And so the question is we know that your book is going to serve them, but have you set up a process by which they can interact with you as an author via social media? Okay, and so Shay, go ahead and give me some of those titles that we had there, and I'm going to go ahead and just wipe something off the board real quick.
All right. What's coming on me is I ran from the other side back in here. A couple of folks who shared their titles. Andrea Rogers said the title of my book is The Pathway to Your Purpose, hashtag Project Bestseller.
Now Shay, let me ask you a quick question. Sounds like did she add a hashtag at the beginning of her chapter? Like, give me the chapter, Shay. Tell me the title again.
Okay, let me go back in. I'm bouncing back and forth. Let me go back. Hold on here. Okay, the title of my book is her name is Andrea Rogers, The Pathway to Your Purpose.
So my title would be the hashtag Pathway to Your Purpose. So the hashtag would be Pathway to Your Purpose. So I wouldn't include the in the hashtag. So it would be the hashtag Pathway to Your Purpose. And so that anytime somebody looked up hashtag Pathway to Your Purpose, they would see things that others have said about the impact that your book or your speech or your products and services have had on them. And what else do we have, Shay? What else do we have out there?
All right, I want to read a couple of them if I can. We have Jerry Jeffries says the title of my next book is hashtag Born into Darkness. Johnny Mack says the title of my next book is hashtag Finish So You Can Start, hashtag what every woman wants. I mean, he's sharing a number of them.
I have, did you say he has two hashtags in his?
No, he has a couple of different books inside of him.
Okay, got you.
He has a couple of different books, but Carmen White Jank, hope I said that right, Janak, Janak says the title of my next book is hashtag Winning from Within. She put the hashtag with winning, by the way, and let us know that she wants folks who are winning within. Robin Renee Konos shared hers. Elaine Clark says the title of my next book is Finding Harmony in the Life of Brokenness.
So I would not necessarily make that whole title, because it gets a little long. So my hashtag might be hashtag Finding Harmony.
Okay.
So, say, let's
Let
say about
me, let me grab.
two more.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna do three more real quick. Norma Simone Biana says the title of my next book is hashtag Time to Go. Leave emotional abuse and other forms of abusive relationships. Pretty long. Trey Kearney says the title of my next book is hashtag I'm still standing. Sierra Coppage says the title of my next book is hashtag spiritual mind and physical bodies 28 days to wholeness. Woo! Okay, I know you said two more, Trevor. Let me get two more. Annette Butler Bryant says the title of my next book is hashtag helping mothers survive beyond the system. Rosanna Reed says the title of my next book is hashtag breaking free from captivity. I'll do one more. Latoya Burns Conwell says hashtag it was an inside job. And Daphne Clark Hudson said hashtag intuitive interviewing. I can't get to everybody tonight, Trevor. Greg Sarin says my next book is titled hashtag engineer your college success. How to get the most out of your college years. Trevor, they're sharing a number of these, dude. I'm going to turn it back over to you. Georgette Taylor from Texas says the title of my next book is hashtag say yes to bliss. Trevor, I think I'm going to sit right here. You keep on doing what you're doing in the other room. But they're sharing right here in the private and elusive exclusive Facebook group their title.
I would say to the people who, by the way, thank you for being sharing with us. We really appreciate it. And I just want to take our time and make sure that we honor every aspiring author out there. Because your story matters, your expertise, it matters. And I want you to know that your life, it matters. Hashtag it matters. And here's what I can tell you, is that let's just say you have a long title. You can make just a section of that the hashtag. And the goal of the hashtag is to control the conversation. See, here's what I want you to know, that it's not, when we're talking about wealth and we're talking about success, it's not about the haves and the have-nots. It's about the yous and the use-nots. And what we mostly find is that when people are not finding success, when they're not generating the revenue that they want to generate, it's mostly because they're not using the resources that's right in front of them. And here's what you got to do, is you got to stop holding your future hostage to ignorance. You got to stop holding your future hostage to ignorance. It's about the use and the use nots. And just this simple technique, I've seen this simple technique explode people's books, explode people's marketing. And what I know is that if you just start to use this, understand it, hashtag marketing. Write this down. Things have a way of finishing just like they start. Write it down. Just write it down. Things have a way of finishing just like they start. Are you starting your book project out on the right foot? So first thing we want you to do is we want you to use a hashtag in your title somewhere. And nobody owns a hashtag. But here's what you can do. You can dominate the conversation. You like that? You out there, Allison? You like that one? We can dominate. If you don't know anything about Allison, she wants to dominate. She touched something, she wants to dominate it. She goes into the kitchen and she goes cooking. I'm going to dominate this kitchen. She goes into the business world. I'm going to dominate this business. She's a dominator.
And Trevor, Jay Shoup says one of his books is going to be hashtag your story matters.
Hey, Jay Shoup out there. How you doing, Jay Shoup?
Says hashtag power to manifest. They're following you, Trevor. They're following you. Nadra Owens Reddick, for the first time, says hashtag how to live life almost free.
Now listen, everybody. Listen, this is what I want you to do. I want the world to know that y'all are getting ready to produce some bestsellers. I want the world to know that y'all are getting ready to produce some bestsellers. So hit the share button above the video and make sure you put the title of my upcoming bestseller is hashtag whatever the book is, and then I want you to put hashtag Project Bestseller. And so that whenever somebody on the internet sees hashtag Project Bestseller, when they go over there, they see that you are about to kick off your bestseller. By the way, you know what's really powerful? Is some of y'all gonna start getting speaking engagements before the book has even been released. By the way, this is very important. So make sure your title is a hashtag. And here's what I want you to do. We're only going to do 10 chapters. Why? Because how do you eat an elephant? Bite by bite. Every chapter should include a hashtag. Every chapter should include a hashtag. Now, by the way, I believe that some of you, look, I'm getting that book out of y'all tonight. Tonight it's going down. Everybody else want to go to sleep, good night. We can ready to get down in here tonight. Okay, now, here's what I want you to do. You've already taken the first step. You've already given me a title. This is what I want you to do. I'm just asking you to do something very simple. Go ahead and give me the title of your first chapter. Right now, post it into the group, give me the title of your first chapter. Give me the title of your first chapter. Your chapter should have a hashtag embedded in it. So as certain people may read a chapter in your book, and they might be like, oh my gosh, it was so salacious. And they basically type about that hashtag, and they share about it, and basically it causes people to say, what's that going on? Oh, and it leads right back to what? Your book. You got to use the hashtag this way. By the way, if you ever watch Scandal, they use a different hashtag every week, and it's the last thing on the show. Right before they leave you on a cliffhanger, right before they kill somebody, shoot somebody, put somebody in jail, president gets in trouble, something amazing, explosive, they always put some type of hashtag. And so,
Lorraine Santa Rosa wants you to know from California. Hers is owning while serving. She wants you to know that.
Hey, that's Lorraine Santa Rosa from Agents for Veterans, running an amazing organization serving veterans who are looking for homes all around the country. So all of your chapters should have a hashtag in it, because those hashtags also lead back to your book. Now, here's what you got to do. You got to make sure that you are constantly dealing with the conversation. And Shay, let's queue up. Let's get ready to get Dr. Letitia queued up. But make sure that each chapter has a hashtag embedded in it. This is a part of your marketing. Now, y'all thinking to myself, Trevor, we ain't even got to the book yet. Here's what I want you to understand, that the marketing happens before the book even gets started. You know the number one mistake that I see authors make is they don't start marketing the book until the book is finished being written. Or they start saying, that's why I want a publishing deal, because I want the publisher to go market my book. I want the publisher to be responsible for marketing my book. I want the publisher to be responsible for the sale. Let me tell you something. It's your vision, it's your dream, it's your knowledge, it's your expertise, it's your story, and guess what? It's your responsibility. Who's going to take care of the baby? You. It's your responsibility. It's not the publisher's responsibility. It's yours. It's not their story, it's your story. It's not their expertise, it's your expertise. If they come on and help you, it's just icing on the cake. But understand it's your responsibility. And no matter how many sales they produce, the initial responsibility is yours. Hashtag be more responsible. So we got our chapters here, chapter 1, chapter 2, chapter 3, chapter 4. Each chapter has its own hashtag. And what I want everybody to do right now is just say, hey, chapter 1 of my book is hashtag what? And then you put hashtag Project Bestseller. But what you'll find is that the first step is just choose the title and then choose the title of each of your chapters. That's all I'm telling you to do. I ain't telling you to give a synopsis, write a paragraph, figure out what it's going to be about. No, no, no. I want you to choose the title, and I want you to choose 10 chapters. I want you to actually limit yourself to 10 chapters. We got to get this book out of you. Limit yourself to 10 chapters. How do you eat an elephant? Bite by bite. Now, once you actually have all of the chapters set up, here's what I want you to do. By the way, the chapters haven't been written. All we've chosen is the title. All we've made is made it sociable. By the way, Shay, did we have anybody that shared the titles of their first chapters? Just want to make sure we didn't miss anybody. Mic check, mic check. I think Shay's on the phone. Okay, not a problem. Now, the next thing that happens is I'm going to write this in here is the pre-sale. Okay? Many authors are leaving this out. They are leaving out the pre-sale. And it's really important that you consider the pre-sale and start thinking about some of the newer age ways that you can really sell a book. So one of the things that we've started doing is we've started using crowdfunding as a way to facilitate pre-sales of the book. So in other words, you are basically communicating to a public that essentially you're going to produce this book, and this is what the book is going to be about, the subtitle, and you're communicating why you want to do this book, and basically you were starting to let people pre-purchase the book before you ever wrote it. It's called crowdfunding. And so one of the things that you got to put in your model right now is you got to put in crowdfunding as part of your model. Just go over to Kickstarter and just look at the amount of people who are pre-selling books, pre-selling CDs, pre-selling movies. Go over to Indiegogo.com, and that's why I'm really proud to have added none other than Dr. Letitia Wright to this project. And for those who don't know who Dr. Letitia Wright is, she is one of the leading crowdfunding experts in the country. And Shay, you know, I believe that many people, they are waiting till the book is produced to start generating some revenue, when there can be some revenue coming in now to actually fund the book, pre-sales, and fund some of the marketing and advertisement efforts that you are trying to produce. So the first thing is, do you have a crowdfunding strategy built into your book model? And if you don't, I would encourage you to put it in there. Now, Shay, really quickly, just check and make sure that anybody put down what their chapter 1 was going to be in their book, because I just believe in getting things started, and I want to create what's called some writer's momentum. Hashtag writer's momentum. And Shay, if I understand correctly, we do have none other than one of the leading crowdfunding experts in the country on the phone, and or on the Hangout. If we have her, Shay, I would just like if she could just spend about 5 to 10 minutes just talking about, is it possible to crowdfund the book? What are some of the results that she's actually seen? And what are some of the best practices? And she could just spend a few minutes talking with us about that. And then I won't let the cat out the bag, because it's a big.
Oh, I know. I can't wait till you get to the next section, Trevor. Dr. Wright, let me do a mic check. Mic check. I'm going to read a couple of these chapters, but mic check, mic check. Are you there?
Mic check, mic check. Can you hear me?
All right, mic check. We can hear you loud and clear. I do want to acknowledge and thank all of you. I've enjoyed reading the chapters. I mean, there's so many folks who have a story inside of them. They have a message inside of them. They're ready to, as Della talked about earlier, they are the aspirin to someone else's headache. Dre's Lee, that's her name, just now said, title, Woman Who Art Thou, Chapter 1, Mirror, Mirror on the Wall. I like that. I like that.
Is that hashtag mirror, mirror on the wall?
No, she didn't put hashtag mirror, mirror on the wall. She just put mirror, mirror
say the hashtag.
on the wall. Trey Kearney says the title of her first chapter is hashtag destroy.
I'm getting them used to the habits, Shay. You know, habits are really good things. You got to form stronger habits. You got to do it subconsciously so that you're doing it all the time. Because every time you use that hashtag, you're marketing your book. Every time you use a quote from your book, you're using that hashtag. You got to learn how to dominate the conversation. And you cannot dominate the conversation with bad habits. Use the hashtag, folks. Shay, take it away.
Take it away. I'm going to do that. And Dr. Rand, I'm coming to you in about 2 minutes. I can't wait to hear about this whole crowdfunding, and is it possible, and how does it actually work? So I'm looking forward to that, because this is something.
Okay, so Shay, while we're getting her on, a couple notes.
Well, she is here. You got to give me a second so I can get to the titles. I know you're hearing. I think Trevor's hearing like a double echo of me coming through, because we're in the office, so he's hearing me yelling, I'm hearing him yelling. But she is on here, Trevor Otts, to let you know. I want to recognize 2 or 3 of these folks, where there's many, many more who've been participating, trying to give you their first chapters. But let me just acknowledge some of them, then Dr. Ray, I'm coming right to you. The first chapter of my book is Destroying Families. That's Trey Kearney. Donya Zimmerman says the title of my new book is hashtag How to Succeed in Life. And the first chapter title is hashtag Live a Purpose-Filled Life. So we got that right there. Thanks a lot. Anicia said the title of my first chapter is hashtag Perfect Little Secret. Oh, I like that. Second chapter, hashtag No More Crumbs. Devonda Hollowan, who just got accepted to the Facebook group, Trevor, she was fighting to get in and wanted you to know what hers is, says the title of her next bestseller will be hashtag Living Life Vividly. And then she has the title of her first chapter, which she didn't put the hashtag, Learning to Manifest a Life Filled with Purpose, Power, and Passion. You need the hashtag there. Latrice, and then I'm coming over to you, Dr. Wright. She went over and beyond, Trevor. I don't know if you can hear me. Went over and beyond. Latrice Williams McKnight said, book title, hashtag What's Faith Got to Do with It? Chapter 1, hashtag Fire, Fear, Higher Faith. Chapter 2, hashtag adjust your attitude. Chapter 3, hashtag imagine it. Chapter 4, tell a testimonial. There's so much more. Oh, she went over beyond. Okay, Dr. Wright, what I do like is she's put the last one, Chapter 5, hashtag hope. Dr. Wright?
And Shay, before we go to Dr. Wright,
Mhm.
here's what I want. I'm trying to give you a shift in your mindset. I'm trying to get you to do some things that are counterintuitive. Here's what I want you to know, and I really want you to write this down. The marketing and the selling of the book precedes the production of the book. Some of you are waiting to market the book after it's produced. Some of y'all are waiting to sell the book after it's produced. And what I want you to do is shift. I want you to throw that out. The marketing and the selling of the book precedes the production of the book, meaning it comes before. And that's something that, like, that's why we started with the hashtag. That's why we started now. Pre-promotion. It's just like Apple. They start marketing that phone 6 months prior to the phone ever coming out. They start building up anticipation. When you go to the movie theaters, they let you start buying tickets, pre-sale. I bought a ticket for Lord of the Rings before the movie even came out because I knew I wanted to go see it. So they were pre-selling tickets. How many of y'all have purchased the ticket in advance or pre-purchased the ticket to the Prince concert? That I know that some of you attended the Oprah's Best Life event. You pre-purchased the ticket before the event was ever actually produced. You started pre-purchasing the ticket. And so this is not a strange concept. When we talk about marketing, listen, there's some movies that are coming out in the next couple of years, right? And Terrell, you got to keep me in the middle of the screen. They're telling me to move, right? But I don't want to cover this, okay? There are some movies that are coming out right now that they have yet to even make the movie, but they've already announced that the movie is coming out. You know what I made you do? I made you announce that your bestseller is coming out. I made you stand out there and write it. I made you, sometimes you can't just hear your success. Sometimes you got to be able to write your success. You got to be able to write your own ticket to success. And tonight we're writing our own ticket to success. We're writing our own bestseller. And the power is truly in our hands. And so just think about the movies that you're seeing right now. They are advertising the movies right now, and it's yet to even be made. They might even produce like one little snippet or one little click, one little clip, but the movie is not even done yet. And you're already excited about the movie. And what I'm telling you is that when you don't pre-market the book, you are robbing people of the opportunity to get excited about the products and services that you offer. You are robbing people the opportunity to get excited about your story. You are, I've called y'all thieves this much, but you're robbing people. You're robbing them. You're robbing them of the opportunity to get excited about an experience that you are going to be sharing with them. Stop robbing the folks. What did they ever do to you? Come on, folks. Start pre-marketing your events. Start pre-selling it. And listen, I brought the A team today. I don't know about the B team. They never had a show called the B team, but I know they had a show called the A team. And on the A team, Hannibal always had a plan. We got a plan. Some of y'all don't even know about the A team. It's an 80s show. I'm telling my age. But hey, Hannibal always had a plan. I got a plan. Hang in it. Dr. Wright, talk to them about best practices on crowdfunding. And I just want to know, is it possible to crowdfund my book? Do I have to wait for the money, or can I start the pre-selling process? Take it away, Dr. Letitia Wright.
Well, thank you so much. Listen, it is absolutely crucial that people crowdfund and pre-sell their book. And yes, you can crowdfund and pre-sell your book. The first book to make $1 million in crowdfunding was a book about stick figures. Like the head is a circle and the triangle skirt. Stick figure people. This book made $1 million crowdfunding the book. Before you even write the book, wouldn't it be great to have already sold about 10,000 copies? Wouldn't it be great to have all that money already in your pocket and you're still just now writing the book? I think that is absolutely the way to go. What crowdfunding is and the way it works for authors is it does work as a pre-sale. Now I got my little Shea Brown Vanna White pointing to the word crowdfunding. But you can crowdfund the book by pre-selling it and pre-selling all of the units ahead of time. Crowdfunding works. It is a $9 billion industry. I know you haven't heard much about it. It's still a little bit cutting edge. But with crowdfunding, you can absolutely have all the money for your book before the book exists. And the other benefit of crowdfunding is that you will create a tribe. You have your group of raving fans already waiting for your book. They've already purchased the book. They may have already purchased some workbooks that you have to go with it, some other items you might make to downloads and all those things. They can all pre-purchase this through crowdfunding. You get the money, then you write the book, you complete the book, and then you deliver it. It's just that simple. And then you already have a crowd. If you should decide that you wanted to work with a publisher, a different publisher, guess what? You can tell them, look at all the sales that I made. You can show that you've already raised so much money with your crowdfunding the book. You already have a hungry tribe ready for the book. That is nothing but a good deal for everybody. So here's what happens when you crowdfund. You're able to promote the book before it comes out. You're able to get publicity and PR before the book is out. And you're able to sit back and write the book in comfort and ease. No strain, no trying to figure out how I'm going to market it once it comes out. Because here's a fact. In the book world, your book is old when it's 4 months old. So you can't start, publicizing it and marketing it the day you get the physical book. You've got to do that months before the book comes out. Because after 4 months, the media considers your book old. We don't want to talk about it anymore. Unless it's a super, super, super hot book, you're not going to get any more juice out of that book. The media has seen it on the shelf. They don't want to talk about it anymore. So you've got to figure out what's going on with crowdfunding. One of my favorite projects, and this project actually is what brought me into crowdfunding, was a Kickstarter project called A Pug Named Fender. And I'm just going to tell this quick story. A guy I know on the web, met him on the web, named Trell Robinson, and Twitter he's @Fave, @Fave. You can go and check him out online, give him a shout out, say Dr. Wright said give you a shout out, Fave. And Fave crowdfunded his book called A Pug Named Fender. He had a dog, he was a pug, he was named Fender, and Fender passed away. And Trell made a comic, an online comic that became very, very popular. He was writing in Common, he was writing in Layla Hathaway, he was writing in all these stars, and it became very, very popular. And he wanted to take all of the comics and make them into a book. And so he crowdfunded the book. And I got to see this crowdfunding project from beginning to the end, and the light bulb went off. I said, entrepreneurs, authors need to know about this. And when I started asking people, do you know what crowdfunding is? Nobody knew what it is. So crowdfunding is using a website, leveraging a website, and getting many donations, many sponsorships, micro sponsorships, small amounts from different people to add up to your goal. So if you need $15,000, $20,000, $30,000 for your book, you're going to pre-sell. You're going to get people to give you the money before the book comes out. Now, not only is this a fantastic way to raise money, but it's also a way for you to be very clear that you have an audience for your book. Have you ever seen an author who wrote a book and then didn't really know who they were trying to sell it to? Didn't really know who the audience was. It's super crazy. So I'm going to be teaching you how to turn that, flip it around, sell it, market the book before you even write it. You'll have the money in your pocket before you write it. You'll know how many books you sold before you write it. And that is the way to go. There are all kinds of websites to use. You can use Kickstarter. You can use Indiegogo. There are actually 500 separate crowdfunding websites that you could use. So if you'd like a resource guide to kind of go over some of the different websites, I created a resource guide. We talk about the top 25 crowdfunding sites, and you can get that if you just text 909. I accidentally muted myself. 909-906-9797. That's 909-906-9797. If you text the word fund, F-U-N-D, to that, you will get the resource guide, and we'll talk about 25 different sites. You see, you have a lot of choices. Some of you have heard about crowdfunding, but you've only heard about Kickstarter and Indiegogo. And so I want to break it down to you and really share which websites will really work for you. There are 500 different choices. You don't need to feel confined to either of those and still have a successful crowdfunding project. Now, my friend Trell Fave, at Fave, F-A-V-E, he was successful in his crowdfunding. I turned around and crowdfunded the first crowdfunding book I wrote, and I came in $1,100 over the amount I was trying to raise. I was a little creative. What I did is I went to my East Coast tribe, and this was before I met Shay and Trevor. I went to my East Coast tribe and said, I will sell you a group of books and do a webinar for you. They bought larger amounts. See, there's all kind of different ideas you can do to make your crowdfunding project special, to really give your tribe what they want, because what the tribe wants is you. So I can't wait for you to write your book. I can't wait for you to have the peace of mind of having the money and knowing that you're having the marketing and you're ready to go. You need to sign up and get Project Bestseller. This is your best chance for you to get it done. If you procrastinate and you wait, 2015 is going to be here. Your competition is going to be out there doing their thing, and you're still going to be sitting there going, I should have done it. You no longer can say, well, I didn't do it because of the money, because I'm going to show you how to get the money. Back over to you, Shay.
Well, thanks so much, Dr. Wright. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. You're sharing some fresh ideas, and we certainly appreciate it. And for some folks, they had never thought about this. This is a little different, a little unique for them. And in just a few minutes, Trevor's going to unveil the rest of the formula, the entire step-by-step process. I mean, it's going to happen like that. So, hey, hang in there just a little bit longer. I can't wait. He's already given a sneak preview. He's tipped his hat. Dr. Wright, you rock. We appreciate it. Let me do a mic check, and see if Trevor Otts. Let me go zoom in. There he is. He's already right on the board.
Yeah.
Mic check, Trevor Otts.
Okay, so Shay, as we're coming down the home stretch, now we're starting to get into some of the nuances on how to produce the book, even if you're not a writer. And we had to get the pre-work done first, and now as we're just coming down the home stretch, we'll be wrapping up shortly here. We only got a few more steps to cover, but I want to cover what do you do next. So first, we chose our title. We made sure that our title was sociable. And we made sure that each of our chapters used the hashtag. And by using a hashtag in the title and using a hashtag in our chapters, we made our book social. And we started to lay out the infrastructure. We started to put the infrastructure in the house together. And now that we did that, we're starting pre-sales based upon getting people excited about the title. And we're starting crowdfunding. So what we've done is we started a pre-marketing campaign and we started a pre-sale campaign. Now, here's what's going to happen. Because we have mapped out what each chapter is going to be about, because we've chosen the chapter of each title, here's something special we're going to do. What we're going to do, and what we do here at the Peak Performance Institute, and we do this for all of our clients, we actually set you up with an interview, 10 interviews based upon each chapter. Now, not 10 audio interviews, 10, listen to me closely, 10 professionally done video interviews. So imagine you being interviewed about your chapter. Imagine that the questions that we're going to ask you have already been submitted to you. Follow me. And in addition to that, you add questions that you want us to ask as well. And so imagine that we have 10 questions that we're going to ask you on video. 10 questions that we're going to ask you on video. We have some award-winning interviewers. As a matter of fact, you're looking at one of them now. I'm going to give her a big shout out. I'm not supposed to say anything, but she's going to be she's so good, she's going to be interviewing Hillary Clinton coming up. She's that good. She's interviewed Brian Tracy. She's an award-winning interviewer. And She also heads up the Right Place TV show. Let's just give Dr. Letitia Wright a shout out. She's a woman on fire. She's a woman doing her thing. Just put on there, just put out there, Dr. Letitia Wright is a woman on fire. Just put @Letitia Wright. I think that's L-E-T-I, the name will come out. @Letitia Wright is a woman on fire. But what's going to happen is you're going to be interviewed about each chapter. Now, for some of you, you might just hire somebody to go and interview you. And we're going to do that via video, high quality HD video. Now, that may not be that amazing, but watch what happens. So I'm just going to put in here video interview here. And I'll put video here and video here and video here. And I'll just put the quote signs here. It's a process, folks. Now, here's what's really happening. Each chapter, we're going to do a video interview on you. And we're going to ask you questions about that chapter. And we're going to record it. And then a day later, we'll interview you about another chapter. And a day later, we're going to interview you about another chapter. Now, you already know what the questions are. The questions we have submitted to you in advance. So your interviewer has the questions in advance. You have as the interviewee, you have the questions in advance. What we recommend is a 7-3-3 formula. 7 questions that the interviewer, who is a specialist, gives you in writing about the chapter. 3 that you give the interviewer that you want them to ask you. And then 3 that can be random, that the interviewer can just randomly ask so that they can provide greater clarity to the person who is watching. You got 10 videos. 10 videos. 1 video for every chapter. Remember I told you y'all got a pre-sale? Watch this. Those 10 videos are 10 pieces of content. We're building an infrastructure. But in each of those videos, you can produce probably a minimum of 3 snippets, like 3 little, maybe 1-minute snippets. So this interview is probably 30 minutes, and this interview is probably 30 minutes, and this interview is probably 30 minutes, and this interview is about 30 minutes, and this interview is about 30 minutes, and this interview is about 30 minutes, and this interview is 30 minutes, and this one is 30 minutes. And in those, the editor can find little snippets, little 1- and 2-minute snippets. Why might I get 1- and 2-minute snippets? Let me tell you why. Because I'm going to start pre-advertising, pre-marketing, and pre-selling the book. I'm going to take those snippets and start leaking them on Facebook and leaking them on Twitter and leaking them out so that people can start getting excited about the book. Those videos are also producing my pre-advertisement video snippets that I can leak all over YouTube about my what? Bestseller. I got 10 videos. Each of those 10 videos, I find 3 snippets in each of them. So now those 10 videos gave me 10 whole pieces of content and 30 video snippets. Listen, my whole advertising campaign is already done before the book has ever been written. I got all my marketing videos. I got all my interview videos. I got my snippets. I'm good to go. Now, when I finish with the video, the professionally done videos by award-winning interviewers, I go to the next stage. Remember what Della told me, Neil told you? By the way, he ain't just some fly-by-night author. He's produced several books. He's been on several television shows. Go ahead and Google him. Go ahead, go to YouTube. Don't worry. You're getting ready to be hearing about him all over the nation. He is red hot. Wait till his new reality show hits the world. It's called The Keynote. Let me tell you something. He knows a little something about turning the book into cash. So he talked to you about the audio part of it. So now I take the audio from the video and I now produce 10 audio interviews or audio tracks where people can hear a professional interviewer interviewing me about the book, telling people things that they might not have even seen in the book. It may not even be in writing, where they get more in depth. Because sometimes as an author, you can't put everything you meant to say in writing. And the interviews, the video interviews, which you now strip the audio out, and now you have 10 pieces of audio. So I'm gonna put it right here, audio. Lord, this is a lot of writing. I ain't done this much writing since grade school. Lord have mercy. I'm gonna write it though. I'm gonna write it for y'all though. I'm gonna write it. Okay, so now I got 10 videos. Each video I use to make 3 marketing snippets per video. So I did a video on chapter 1. I found 3 little snippets to make some advertising pieces. 3 snippets for this video, 3 snippets for this video, 3 snippets for this video, 3 snippets for this video. So I got 30 little video snippets, little advertising pieces that I can post all over the net. My advertising campaign is done. Plus, I still have the whole video itself. And now I have the audio from the actual video. So now I got 10 audios. So I got 10 pieces of video content. People interviewed me about my chapter, professionally done, HD quality. I got 10 audio tracks. That alone is 20 pieces of content. I think my math is right. Now, let's go over here. Tari, I want to go right here. Is it okay if we go right here? Okay, when I go right here, here's what I'm going to do next. I'm going to take the audio track and I'm going to have that transcribed. So I'm going to have the audio track transcribed. And I'll just use the quotation marks here. So let's just kind of back up real quick. We got these 10 chapters. Those 10 chapters, we had a professional interviewer interview me about each chapter. After I got the videos done, I took the audio from those videos and created an audio set, 10 audio tracks. So I got 10 video tracks. I got 10 audio tracks, not to mention my 30 video snippets. And now I get each of those audio tracks transcribed. And now I had the transcriptions of the actual interview. That's 10 additional pieces of content. So that's 10, 20, and now 30 pieces of content. Notice what I keep saying. 30 pieces of content. It's not just about the book, folks. It's about the derivative products that you can create as a result of the book. Remember I told you back to the comic book? They had the comic book, they had the movie, they had the video game, they had the action figures. My question to you is, have you thought about what your derivative products are going to be? Don't worry about it. We have. So now we have 10 video interviews about my chapters, 10 audio interviews about my chapter, 10 transcribed pieces about my chapter. And now I take the video, hear me, I take the video, I take the audio, and I take the transcription, and I now turn that over to the ghostwriter. That's right. You can write a book even if you're not a writer. See, keep in mind, nobody ever said you had to be a writer to be an author. And see, authors, there are writers who do that for a living. And your job is to share the information. Let them do their job by putting pen to your content. And so here's what happens, is they get to see what you were talking about in chapter 1. They get to see your eyes, kind of see where your emphasis were, to see the parts that you were passionate about. They get to make eye contact with you. They get to hear with the audio tracks. And then they get to see the written word. And when they see, most people who've done this, they just take too many daggone shortcuts. Too many shortcuts for Trevor Otts. Which is, if some people just do the interview and say, hey, let's just do the interview and then an audio interview and then I'll write your chapter. That ain't gonna work, because there are things that you need to see. You want to give the ghostwriter the full picture. Everybody type into the group right now, hashtag full picture. hashtag Project Bestseller. Just type it in there. So now the ghostwriter, they can see what you were passionate about. They can see the things that you felt. They can't feel you necessarily in the audio, but they can see the part where you teared up when you were talking about how your mother impacted your life. They can see the part about the time when Allison had to go to the welfare office to get the food stamps. And they can see how emotional she was about it. They can see how passionate Della Toro was about becoming successful. They can see it. And then they get to hear the audio, and they get to see the transcription, the written word. And you turn all of that over to the ghostwriter. So then the ghostwriter writes the chapters. Basically, they produce 10 chapters because they got all of the content to help you produce it. Now, you have the ghost-written book here, where the ghostwriter's already started writing your chapters, but I want to tell you something. Remember we got these 10 videos, these 10 audios, and these 10 transcriptions? I want y'all to put that into your membership portal. I'm about to give y'all one of my secrets. I told you I would give you a secret. Look, the average price for a book is about 20 bucks. Would you say about 20 bucks? Okay. What if I could show you a way to sell that same book for 100 bucks? All right? What if I could teach you a way to sell that same book for 100 bucks? Would you be interested? Let me tell you what we've done with some of the people that we've worked with. What we had them do is create a book club, especially for those people who are writing self-help books. Self-help books are really just a form of psychology for all sakes and purposes. And if you were to read a book from cover to cover, 9 times out of 10, the book is not going to help you, because self-help books are not meant to be read cover to cover. They're actually meant to be read a chapter, implement that chapter in your life, and then go to the next chapter. Read the chapter, and then implement it in your life, and then go to the next chapter. And so it was really interesting is I could always tell what was wrong with a person by going to look at their bookshelf. So let's just say if they really had a dating problem, and they might have Steve Harvey's new book, you know, what was the title of his book? I can't remember the title. What was the title of his book? Think Like a Man, Act Like a Lady, something like that. And they might have on there women are from Mars and men are from Venus or something like that. And they're going to have a lot of books that are addressing the same problem. And what that taught me was that the books that they purchased never solved the problem. And the reason why it never solved the problem is because they read it like it was a nonfiction book, as opposed to read and implement, read and implement, read and implement. Well, why should you care? Because if you're doing read and implement, what you're really saying is, hey, listen, you got to give people instructions about how to consume your content. I want you to read chapter 1, and then you're going to go through 4 things that they can do each week, 1 thing every week that they can do to implement this chapter in their life. So remember, Letitia just told you that the normal shelf life of a book is like a couple of months. But you can extend that greatly by doing this. And so if chapter 1, and I'm going to come to you in a second, Shay, if chapter 1 is about how to change your mindset, and you might say, okay, I want you to read my chapter number 1 will change your mindset. And then I want you to spend the next month executing chapter 1 in your life. And so each week, you basically email them a video or an exercise that will help them implement the chapter in their life or in their business. So each chapter should have 4 weeks of exercises that they can use to implement that chapter in their life. And so that while they may have a 10-chapter book, it may take them 10 months to complete the whole book, as opposed to 2 days to just read through the whole thing. And instead of selling it to them like, here's $20 for my book, you can get my book for $20, or you can join my book club. How much is my book club? Well, my book club is $9 a month. And you automatically get the book. But in addition to the book, you get a few other things. One, you're going to get weekly exercises that are going to help you implement these chapters in your business, in your life. And so you can use these videos that you've already created as part of your membership order. But do you want to call it a membership order? Heck no. That's what everybody else is calling theirs. You're going to call yours a book club. It is designed to help them implement the principles in that book in their life or in their business. And what else is that when they join your book club, they also get your workbook, which is something that's produced as a result of the fact that you have a lot of content. So you can easily produce a workbook to go along with the content. You can sell the workbook separately, or you can sell it as part of your book club. So I'm going to just write here, produce your book club. Now, the book club, I recommend that you make the price between $7 and $9. And you can use automated emails and CRMs to basically connect them to your membership order. So we don't get overly techy. Here's what I want you to think. Just think Netflix. What is Netflix? You pay $9 a month, and when you pay, they give you login credentials so you can access video content. What is your book club? It is basically a place where you're holding content, and for a monthly fee, they get login credentials where they can access your what? Content. Your content is just as valuable as everybody else's content out there. You can sell it too. You can have your own Netflix. Shay, let me turn it over to you because I know that we're coming down the home stretch and there may be some questions out there. But
Well, there's no question, Trevor. We're coming down the home stretch. I know they want to get a sneak preview of what you got to finalize it, but I just want to mention you started a firestorm out here with this hashtag full picture. I think I blinked for a moment, but I know Jerry Jeffrey said hashtag full picture. Kay Reddy said hashtag full picture, hashtag bestseller. D.W. Gilmore says hashtag full picture as well. Monique Blair says hashtag full picture and Project Bestseller. Annette Butler Bryant said hashtag full picture. Anicia said hashtag full picture. Trey Kearney said hashtag full picture. Tanisha Robbins said hashtag full picture. Melvina Furr said hashtag full picture. I mean, they can't wait. I know you're coming down the home stretch in just a second, but I just wanted to call off just a few more folks if I can. They're following you intently, Trevor. I know you got this grand finale, and I can't wait till you say and give the gift. But Diane Ramsey said hashtag full picture. They're still there. Charlotte Brigham said hashtag full picture. Kawana said hashtag full picture. Michelle Flagg, she said, look, I'm still here. Hashtag full picture. And Shantae Herkley said hashtag full picture. I'm going to bring it back over to you, Trevor, but Robin said hashtag full picture. Latanya Burns Conwell said hashtag full picture. I don't know what you said about full picture, but Denise Dennis said hashtag full picture. Edward Womack said hashtag full picture. Trevor, it's a hashtag full picture night going on tonight. Sylvia said hashtag big picture, not full picture. Big picture. Just want to acknowledge those folks, Trevor. They're following you intently. Veronica McDonald and so many others. Patricia Jackson are right there. Hey, Trevor, I'm going to turn it back over to you. I know we're coming down. You've just laid this out. I mean, Rosanna Reed said hashtag full picture. Latrice said I'm still here. Hashtag full picture. Your good friend Greg, who we had a chance to meet, said hashtag full picture. Over to you, Trevor, as you bring it down the home stretch cleverly. I mean, I like the videos. That was just so clever. Back over to you, man.
So, Shay, you know, one of the things I want to mention is that the video we are using in multiple ways. Like, remember, it's not about the haves and the have-nots. It's about the use and the use-not. It's about doing more with less, not doing a little with a lot. And so once we have these videos the videos is the key. You got to make sure you have a professional interviewer. You got to make sure it looks good and sounds good. You got to have people to ask you the right question. Why do people want to be interviewed by Barbara Walters and Oprah Winfrey? Because the interviewer controls how the public perceives you. And so if you get a shaky interview, or you go get your mama to interview you, it ain't gonna work. Invest in yourself at the level at which you expect results. So we got this video, these 10 videos. Out of these 10 videos, we produce 30 snippets for marketing pieces. Out of this video, we produce 10 audio tracks. Out of this video, we produce 10 transcripts. Out of this video, we got everything that the ghostwriter needed. Out of these videos, right, and these audios and these transcripts, we got the content for our membership portal, for our book club that people are going to pay us $9 a month for. And so it's like, okay, which would you like? Would you like to go ahead and just pay me $20 to get the book? No problem. But we do have an accelerated type of plan for you to really get results. We have a results plan. We have a book club. And what we understand is that many people buy books and they just sit on the shelf. And it's more like shelf help as opposed to self-help. And the reality is you're not getting this book because you didn't want results. You're getting this book because you want results. And if you're open to a little bit of suggestion or a little bit of coaching, and if you're open to a suggestion, might I tell you about our video coaching program? And here's what happens. We ask that you read chapter 1 in the book. And then afterwards, every week, I'm going to send you some exercises to help you implement that chapter in your life, in your business, every week. And that way, you have mastery over that area in your life. And so week 1, week 2, week 3, and week 4 is all about getting mastery in chapter 1 of the book. And then when we get to chapter 2, month 2, I'm going to spend 4 weeks of teaching you how to gain mastery. And so what if you never make it to the end of the book? And there have been many books that we haven't read all the way to the end. But even if you just master 1 chapter, even if you just master 2 chapters, it's better to have done that than to have read the whole book and mastered nothing. My book is $20, or you can become a member of my book club, which is only $9 a month. If you don't like it, you get to keep the book for free. If you don't like it, you get a full refund, so there's nothing for you to lose. So what's the best case scenario? You get the book, and you actually get real change and real results in your life. So Trevor, how do you feel about moving forward? Would you like the book, or would you like results? Here's the book, it's $20. Here's the results, it's $9. Which would you like? That $9 a month, your book is 10 chapters. That's how you sell a book for $100, folks. Who told you that you had to sell the book for $20? Who made up the rules? What did Allison say? What did Myron say? You know what they said? We're going to redefine success. We're going to reinvent ourselves. We're going to make our own success. We're going to define it for ourselves. We're going to define what it means to be a bestseller, meaning I'm going to sell something that is going to be what is best for me, not what's best for the publisher. Let me get off my soapbox. Okay, that's how you sell a book for $100. You don't believe me? Just talk to some of my customers. Just talk to Barrett Matthews of E2E Systems. He wrote the book, Why Didn't I Get It Done? A Guide to Getting Off of Your Assets. So now, usually in your books, you're going to have some quotes. And because you have some quotes, you can produce some quote images. And Shay, if you'll post a couple of quote images in there, and the quote images are really just coming from the fact that we're just pulling some quotes from the book, from the videos, from the ghostwriter. Even if you didn't have any quotes, the ghostwriter is going to add some quotes. And she's going to take some of those quotes or some of those lines in the book, some of those key lines, and they're going to turn it into quote images so that you can just you might just post like what Allison said. What did Allison say earlier? She said that the things we want show up in our conversations, but the things that we are committed to show up in our actions. And it might just be an image showing somebody getting on the treadmill, right? Showing up in their actions, right? And at the bottom it would say, ProjectAcceleratorTheBook.com. People keep seeing those quotes. It's like, that's a good quote. And I see ProjectAcceleratorBook.com. Let me go over there and check out that book. See? Or at the bottom, you just put hashtag Profit Accelerator. And it's like, what's that? Let me go check it out. See, there's a quote. There's an image behind the quote. So you're not making your book sociable. That's why we keep coming back to the hashtag. It's all connected. This is all connected, folks. And we produce the workbook. In the workbook, you can sell the workbook separately, or you can sell the workbook separately. So somebody can buy the book for, let's say, $20. They can buy the workbook for like $10. Or if they join the book club, they get the book and they get the workbook. That's a $30 value right there. And they get it as part of your book club. And your book club is only $9 a month. You've assumed the risk for your great work. So that's that. Now, we just now getting to the book. Now, the ghostwriter is finished, and she now writes the book. Notice, look at all of the stuff that we produced before the book even goes down. Some of y'all been worried about writing the book. You ain't even had to pick up a pen yet. All you had to do was open your mouth. Let writers do what they do, and you do what you do. You go out there and you be amazing. You go out there and you tell your story. You go out there and you share your expertise. That's what we require of you. It's as simple as being organized and being willing to share what you have for the world. It's being willing to operate in your purpose. So we write the book, and then we're going to do a couple of little small things, especially if you're writing anything that has to do with self-help. You want to make sure that every chapter has at least one principle. Every chapter has at least one principle. So in other words, the principle in chapter 1 is this. The principle is study to show thyself approved. Every chapter should have a principle in it. So you want to make sure each chapter has at least one guiding principle. Write this down. Every chapter should have at least one guiding principle, especially if you're writing a self-help book. And many of us, we're authors and we're entrepreneurs and we're sharing our expertise and we're sharing our story. Even when when they told you the story, which is a fictional story of the tortoise and the hare, the tortoise and the hare, right? Right? Tortoise and the hare. And at the end, they say the moral of the story, the principle. Every chapter should have a principle. Every time you tell a story, there should be a principle, sometimes more than one. This is very important. This is very important. This is very important. I'm about to make y'all some money. Somebody get excited. I'm about to make y'all some cash. Every chapter should have a principle, if not multiple ones. Okay? What we're going to do with the principles are two things. A, in the back of your book, when it gets to the end, it's going to be all of the principles. So let's just say it was Allison's book on Profit Accelerator. At the back of the book, she would have an index, and it would just basically say Profit Accelerator principles from the book. Profit Accelerator principle number 1, Profit Accelerator principle number 2, Profit Accelerator principle number 3. It'll be all of her principles that were scattered throughout the book in one place. In addition to that, we're going to make this thing sociable. So every time she uses the principle anytime she states a principle in the book, she's going to make the principle. Give me that red marker real quick, if you don't mind. If you just pass me that red marker. By the way, we have none other than the great social media expert, Taria Hache. She's going to be launching Social Media Saturdays coming up next week. So all principles, let's just say, will be in one color. Let's just say green. Can I have the thin one? This thing is like kind of thick. Lord have mercy. There we go. So let's put all of our principles in green, okay? And let's put, then you're going to have quotes throughout the book. So let's put all of our quotes in, let's say, a different color. So write this down. Principles go in one color. Quotes in your book should go in another color. This is no new idea. Oftentimes when you read the Bible, everything Jesus said, they put in one color. Things that are significant, they put in another color. And so you want to make your book easy for people to dissect, easy for people to decipher. You got to make sure that you make the book as easy to read as possible. So you got all your principles in one color in the book, all your quotes in one color in the book, and watch this. The next thing next thing we can do is we can go viral. Watch this. I'm ready to go viral now. I'm about to make y'all some money. Lord have mercy, I'm about to make y'all some money. Okay, listen. After you state your principle, let's just say the principle is study to show thyself approved, right? And let's just say that's one of your principles and you have it in green. At the end of that principle, you want to put 3 things. You want to put the Facebook icon, you want to put the Twitter icon, and you want to put hashtag whatever the title of your book is. So here's what's happening. One of the most shared things on Facebook and on social media are quotes and principles. And so what you're basically saying is when somebody reads that principle, you're subconsciously sending them a message to say, hey, you want something to quote, you want something to post out there, go ahead and post this. And all you're putting is you write the principle, you write it in one color, you put the little picture of the F for Facebook, you put the little picture of the bird, the Twitter bird. This is why you can't use normal publishers to set the book up, because this is what they're not doing for you. They're just printing the doggone book, failing to realize that we live in a different world. Marketing is now 3-dimensional. It's not just about who knows, it's about who responds. You got to take a 3-dimensional approach to your marketing. You got to get people to interact with you. I write my principle, it's in a different color. After that, I put a little F icon, I put a little bird icon for Twitter, and I put hashtag, let's just say Profit Accelerator, because that's the name of my book. And it basically is sending a subconscious message to the reader that go ahead and tweet this out. Go ahead and post this on Facebook. And if they post Profit Accelerator, they type in the tag and they find my book. They find what other people have said about my book. So they find what I said about my book, that's my marketing, right? They find what others have said about my book, that's the public relations. Go ahead and write this down. Marketing is what you say about yourself. Public relations is what others say about you. No matter how big your marketing budget is, you can have great marketing and terrible PR, and everything you do will flop. You can have a small marketing budget like many of us and have great PR, and your book, your movie, it will soar to the top, will create untold revenue. That's just the principles. Then you're going to take the quotes. Here we go, folks. You're going to take the quotes. You're going to take the quotes. You're going to print those in another color. And after you print the quote, you're going to put I got 3 pens here to read. I think this is the first time that I've ever showed up with 3 markers. Everybody just put in the group, Trevor has hashtag 3 markers. So I go to the quotes. I'm getting really excited here, folks. I'm getting really excited here. I'm getting too excited. So after the quote, I put the Facebook icon. I put the Twitter icon. And I put hashtag title of the book. Right? Now, what happens is people read my quote. Do you know that sometimes people, you've done this before, you flip through the book, you don't even read it. But you flip through the book and you see something in green. You're like, oh, what's that? Or you flip through the book and you see something in red. And while you might not have read the book, you might have read the principle in the quote, and you just went ahead and shared it out. Just think about how many quotes of others you see on Facebook, how many principles of others you see on Facebook. Why can't they be tweeting out your principles? Why can't they be tweeting out your quotes? Why can't they be? See, here's what I'm trying to teach you, folks. How do you turn other people into unpaid marketing employees of you? See, you could turn people into marketers of your book without ever even paying them. This is how you do it. And when you do this, you will help your book go viral. Shay, should I give him a next $1 million idea? Should I do it?
Go ahead.
Should I do it? Should I do it? Should I do it, Taria? Okay, watch this. I've never taught this before. This is just in my mind. I just never even taught it before because I was going to hold it for my own book. But I'm going to go ahead and teach it to Taria. I'm going to do it. Should I do it? They hung it. I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. Watch this, Shay. I already got the book, right? All right, Shay. Allison, this is for you. This is for you right here. I'm going to produce 2 additional books from the main book. Watch this. I'm going to produce a little mini book. I call them purse books. One, because it puts some money in your purse, in your pocket, right? Little small books, but also because they're really small books. So I'm going to create another book with just principles. I hope I spelled that right. And somebody make sure I use the right principles or principles. And I think I used the right one. So let's just say I create a little mini book with just the principles, and I sold that for like $5. You've seen it before? The little handy book of, the little red book of sales secrets. Isn't that what it's called, Shay? The little red book. You've seen that. You've gone there. You've seen the little tiny book. How many times have you gone to the bookstore? You've seen that little tiny book, the little purse book. Just got some little things in there. So I create a little book with the principles from my book. Look. Then I create a quote photo book, meaning, listen, books are not going out of style. Have you ever seen a coffee table book? If you've seen a coffee table book, right, Trevor, I've seen a coffee table book. I can take those same quote images and produce a coffee table book with just the very visually appealing images with my quotes on it as a coffee table book, and I can sell that coffee table book oftentimes for like $30 and $40. So I can get this right here. I can sell the book for $20. I can sell the little coaching, the little principles book for $7. I can do a photo book, basically a coffee table book. I can sell that for another $40. I'm just saying, listen, I was talking to the Pruitt twins one time. We were at the Cheryl Woods event, and we were at the, I think it's called Playtime is Over conference, right? And I ordered some chicken wings because we were all doing lunch, me and Ruben and Shay and the Pruitt twins. Better do a shout out to the Pruitt twins.
Allison Bird has been telling you to take notes. He's going to do it all.
Right? Now, here's what happens, right? We were eating chicken, and I ate some chicken, and I was eating some chicken, and Marla looked at me, and she says, I can tell you from the South. I said, what do you mean by that? She says, look at all that chicken you left on the bone, boy. Look at all that chicken you left on the bone. Let me tell you something. When y'all write these books, y'all are leaving the chicken on the bone. I'm trying to skin this joker alive. I'm trying to get every dime out of this book. I'm trying to get some juice out of this baby. Everybody right in the group right now, squeeze every dime out of the book. Hashtag Project Bestseller. Just right there, squeeze every dime out of the book. Hashtag Project Bestseller. Look, take the notes. Rarely do I get, you are coming behind the scenes of what we do for some of our high-performing clients. You, listen, normally when you're at this level, it's a $100,000 conversation. Tonight it's a free conversation. Now, I ain't done getting the money. I ain't even done, I just got some money. I just scratched the surface. Then, now that I got principles, purse books, I got coffee table books, I got the books, I got the membership portals, I got the workbooks, I got audios, videos. Now, I start generating speaking engagements. I start generating speaking engagements. And I'm starting to create an avalanche. You listen to me. I ain't saying go beg them to be on no stage. I ain't begging nobody to get on no stage. I'm not doing it. By the time I get here, they will come find you. They will seek you out in the dark with a flashlight. You have an avalanche of traffic. You have people quoting you, tweeting you, Facebooking you, hashtagging you. You created your own tipping point. Oh, by the way, for all of my fellow authors out there, you know, the ones who called me, by the way, this is my definition of bestseller. This is the hashtag Trevor's definition of bestseller. And you can put that, post that in the group for me. Just do me a favor. This is Trevor's definition of bestseller. I mean sell, and I mean actually sell in a way that is best for you. I'm talking about producing revenue that you put in your pocket that shows up in your bank account. I ain't talking about units that show up. I showed 200,000 units, but I'm broke and busted. No, no, no. I want you to get paid. I want you to be a best seller. I want you to be amazing. It is in each of you. You are capable of doing this. You have for too long let others define how it should be done. And today you get a chance to choose how you will do it. Today I choose how I will do it. Just write that in group. Today I choose how I will do it. And by the way, don't call me. The 20 or 30 some people who call me, don't call me. This right here, this is money. Hashtag money on the board. By the way, I'm going to give you guys a personal copy of this. I'm going to also do some special things for some people. But here's what I want to know. I want to take 20 people, exactly 20. There will not be a 21st. I want to take 20 people, and I want to walk you through this process. Taria, if you just kind of take this camera real quick. I want to take 20 people, and I want to help get that book out of you. I want to change the world. I want to be an impactpreneur. I don't know how you spell that. I don't even know if that's a word. If it's not, I just made it up. I want to be an impactpreneur, and I want you to join me in becoming an impactpreneur. I want to help coach you through getting the titles and the chapters out of you, making sure that it has smooth transition. I want you to work with our crowdfunding expert, Dr. Letitia Wright, so you can get pre-sales before the book ever launches. But then I want you to work with the thing I'm most proud of, our award-winning interviewers as they interview you on camera. Talk it out of you. Get to the real details. Some of you have not been interviewed. Some of you have been holding on to that book. You've been holding on to that dream. You've been holding on to your aspirations. And what's really interesting is if you heard what Myron said, he said, you know, I didn't have a degree. I didn't consider myself very smart at all. But that didn't stop me from making money. That didn't stop me from generating revenue. Yeah, this is what he said. And it was all about a shift in mindset. And so for those people who've been kind of holding back, stop. 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 I'll give you a perfect example. The oil on my car has to get changed next week. I could go and try to learn how to change the oil on my car. Could do it myself. But there are experts out there that's what they do. So let the experts interview you. Let the experts pull it out of you. Let the experts help you share your story and share your expertise with the world. And so I want to work with 20 people on interviewing them for each chapter in their book. And then we're going to take that and we're going to create the 10 audio tracks as a result of the video. And then we're going to get it all transcribed. It's a done-for-you process. Basically, you're going to spend about a half an hour talking, and we're going to take it from there. And then you're going to get our ghostwriters. I consider them to be the best on the planet. And here's the one I love, that we produce a recurring revenue model for you. Many authors don't have a recurring revenue model. They have a one-time model. I sell a book one time, and if I want to get some more money from them, I got to write my next book. I'm saying you got to switch from the one-time model to the recurring revenue model by producing your own book club that people are paying you to be a part of every month, and thereby extending the longevity of your book. That's the membership portal. By the way, I'm gonna tell you right now. Let me just start right here real quick, because I'm gonna come back and map this out. Look, just the coaching part alone, this part alone, just doing the book coaching is valued at least $5,000. If you wanted to hire Dr. Letitia Wright, no joke, if you wanted to hire her right now, you would be paying her about $10,000 to create your crowdfunding campaign. This is what she charges. Call her, ask her, send her a message. 10 video interviews, HD quality, the interviewer and the videos. You're talking at least another $10,000. So we're talking about $10,000, $20,000, $25,000 here. Then you got to get the transcriptions done. That's about another, I would say, probably about another $1,200, right? Just to get the transcriptions done and done right, right? So the transcriptions are over here. And I would say just to strip out the audio cost, just to strip out the audio, you're probably talking about probably another $800 here, and the transcriptions will cost you another $1,200 to make sure they're done right and making sure that, you know, they're honoring subject-verb agreements, you know, not somebody, you know, from some country who doesn't totally understand the way you use the English language. So you want to make sure that you use somebody within the states here. And then you're talking about the ghostwriter. The ghostwriter alone, usually a good ghostwriter is going to run you $8,000 easily, anywhere between $4,000 to $8,000. Membership portal, oh, that's another $6,000 right there. By itself, $6K, right? The quote images, you're probably looking at $500. To produce a good quality workbook, you're probably looking at about another $1,000. To actually, once you get the book produced, and you're talking about editing and getting the graphics done and getting the layout done and things like that, you're probably looking at another $2,000 here to turn it into a principles book. You're probably looking at easily, I would say probably about another $1,000 in setup here, and probably about $1,500 in setup fees here. And the speaking engagements, you actually make money from there. And if somebody was to do all of this for you, let me just kind of just calculate that up. We'd be $5,000, $10,000, $15,000, $25,000, 26, 27,000, 27 plus 8. 27 plus 8 is what, Shay? 35,000. 35 plus 6, that's 41,000. 42,000, 42,500, right? 44,500, 45,500, 46,500, 40. If you tried to get the whole process done, you could easily be in 47K. Here's what I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna take 20 authors and I'm gonna charge you a micro fraction of that. There's an investment, clearly. And the way we're gonna do this is very simple. Because we're only taking 20 people, and I'll have Shay come up and give you some of the details in a few minutes. But because we're only taking 20 people, there will not be a 21st for the person who wants to produce their own book and they're tired of sitting on their hands. Here's what I'm gonna do. We're gonna interview you, and if you're a good fit, here's what I guarantee you. I'm gonna make an amazing offer to you. What I wanna do is help you impact the world. I wanna create 20 impactpreneurs this year, profitable impactpreneurs this year. And here's my other promise to you. I don't want to be like the publisher. I don't want to be like the bookstore. It's your book. It's your vision. It's your dream. It's your story. And what we're going to do is we're going to make sure that 100% of the profits go to you. After all, you are designed to be a bestseller. If you're interested in getting this done, I'm telling you, we're going to get this done for you at a micro fraction, not a fraction, but a micro fraction of what it would cost you to try to make this whole thing happen. This is a done for you solution, meaning that you show up, we get the interviews done, and the next thing that happens is you're off doing speaking engagements. You're like Dell. You're on television. You're off. I mean, I don't know if, Allison, if you still have that image that you posted up for those people who want it. Just look at what is truly possible for you just by making this process happen. Not enough authors are thinking about their writing as a business, and not enough business owners and entrepreneurs and professionals are thinking about authorship. This is the bridge. This is the time. And it's time for you to really make a decision. Now, here's what I want to do. One, if you want us to take care of the whole process for you, meaning you just become the CEO, Shay's going to give you the link, and we will start the interview process tomorrow. Once we take the first 20 people, that's it. I don't have a million ghostwriters to really be able to handle this. I just don't have the bandwidth to take everybody on. I can take 20 people. In addition to that, I'm going to do something very special. And Shay, I'll let you give them the details. This year, we are producing 3 books. I will be producing 20 books for people who just want to produce their own book. But we will be producing 3 anthologies. And I just want to tell you the names of them. The first book, the first anthology that we're going to be producing is called Project Seven Figures. And in that anthology, we're going to be coming together with people, professionals, entrepreneurs who help people generate more revenue in their life, who are like Allison Bird, the Profit Accelerator. And we're going to be encouraging you to join us for one chapter in the book. We'll still use the same process, meaning you'll be interviewed. You don't have to write anything. You don't have to pick up a pen. We're just going to interview you. And so if Project Seven Figures, if you deal with the mindset related to generating wealth, if maybe you're network marketing, you have opportunities related to generating wealth, if you deal with the skill sets related to generating wealth, then Project Seven Figures might be for you. Book number 2 is Life Leverage. And that is for people, those are my life coaches. Those are my motivational and inspirational people. Those are my transformational individuals out there, where you have a story to share that will add hope and inspiration into the lives of others. And if you think that you'll be a fit for Life Leverage, I want you. I want to tell your story. I want to share your story with the world. The last book that we're going to be producing is called Project Amazing. And it's really just about how to help others have amazing results and an amazing life. And so especially my health coaches out there, where you're like, hey, I've really talked to people about how to, have an amazing body, amazing health. Some of my marriage coaches out there, where you talk about amazing relationships. We want to work with you. And just as a side note, there will be different experts heading up each project. For example, Life Leverage, we're going to be working with none other than Tawana Freeman. She's an amazing woman. She created blacklifecoaches.net. She's the CEO. She's a chemist, a scientist, just a truly amazing woman. And what I want to invite you to do today, whether you have a chapter in you or whether you have a book in you, I want to tell your story. For some of you, you got a book in you. Some of you, you have a chapter in you. I don't want you to focus on anything else other than what kind of impact do you want to have this year? Do you want to go to another year where what's happening is, it's a year later and you still didn't write the book? You didn't even get a chapter done? There's no excuse, especially when you don't have to write. You ain't even got to do the editing or the spell checking. All you got to do is be able to answer the question about your story. So Shay, what I'll do is we will give everybody, because for some of you, you say, hey, I can do this myself. And I think that you should. But for others, you're like, look, if I was going to do it, I would have already done it. And I'll be honest with you. For some of you, you would have already done it. And they're telling me now to move, Shay. Trevor, they said the people want to see the board. And Shay, let's reveal to them the secret link. Shay, I want to make sure that everybody gets the chance to get the secret link at the same time. So I want to be very conscientious of making sure, because remember, we're only taking 20 people. So I want you to be, before we give the link, I'd like you to keep your camera focused over here, and then everybody gets the link at the same time. We're going to be interviewing on the first come, first serve basis. One other little special item. You heard from some of my experts today. As we're taking you through this process, you will be invited to be a part of a very small coaching mastermind where we're going to be dealing with you for 4 weeks. 4 weeks, basically helping to coach the story out of you, coaching you on telling powerful stories, because regardless of what kind of book you're writing, your ability to tell a story is important. You're going to get a chance to be a part of that mastermind. In addition to that, if for some reason you're not selected for the book, let's just say you're not selected as one of the 20 people and you weren't selected to be a part of one of the collaboration books or the anthology, if for some reason you're not selected, you will still, if we tell you that you're not a fit, if it tells you that it's not going to work, I want you to know that you'll still get a chance to be a part of the 4-week mastermind. Now, Some of you might be asking, well, what's the investment, Trevor? Here's what I'm going to tell you. There's an interview process, and if you are selected in the interview process, we'll be revealing to you what are the next steps. I'm taking 20 people on. I'm going to create 20 bestsellers this year. The only question is, will you be one of them? Shay, with that being said, I think I've worn my voice out, and I will turn it over to you.
Did you say you actually worn your voice out? Is that even possible? Is that even possible? I just want to make sure that we make sure that we have that going on there. And hey, Trevor, you've done such a great job putting together one, I'm gonna say, just incredible presentation. I mean, from beginning to end. And this is just part one, I know, of a 5-part series, but this is, I believe, the most important part. And so the question now becomes, for those of you who are ready to tell your story, for those of you who have a message inside of you, and for those of you who have an expertise. There's a level of expertise you have, and you want to share that level of expertise out as well. Then I'm going to share with you how you can do that. I'm going to share with you step by step how you can do that, how you can make that possible. And if you can, you want to zoom in on this way over here. Just follow me. I'm not moving that fast. Let's give it up for the person working the camera. Let's give it up for the person working the camera. Shout out to Teraya. Shout out to Teraya for all she's doing on the camera tonight. Woohoo! And all the hard work she's doing. Okay, Teraya, let's go ahead now and come over here to me. And ladies and gentlemen, get your pen, get your paper, get ready to jot this down, because I want to make sure you know step by. Are you zoomed in on me? Okay, step by step, exactly what you can do. So, Teraya, come over this way. And here's the website that you all can go to. Now, why do you want to go to this website? Well, let me tell you the number one reason why you want to go to this website is because you want to be interviewed. That's the number one reason. You're at least interested in hearing more, and you know that the time has come for you to tell your story. Even if it's not for you, it's for someone else, so you can pass it on, so you can leave a legacy, so someone else can avoid 50 mistakes that you were going to make. Now, isn't that cool? Isn't that great to know? And you have all of this to do it yourself, but you're ready to get it done for you. So get your pen, get your paper. I'm going to walk through something very special. Now, as you know, we're famous for irresistible offers. So I have one tonight. Here's where I want you to go first. First, I want you to go to www.mystory15.com. Let me give that to you again so you have it. Go to www.mystory15.com. Now, why do you go there? Because you're ready to tell your story. Now, you go there because you want to be part of a group of folks who are going to tell their story, release their message, share their level of expertise. More importantly, you want to inspire, you want to encourage, you want to motivate someone to do more, have more, and be more. And that time has come. Now, you might be curious. Okay, Shay, can you do a recap? I've heard so much this evening. And I have a book inside me, I have a chapter inside me, and I want to participate. So let me give you a couple of things. Jot these in your notes, please. Just take some notes. Now, if you're already over at mystory15.com, certainly you can go ahead and put your first name, put your last name in there. Just fill the form out so you can be scheduled or set up for an interview. To make sure it's a good fit. Good fit for you, good fit for us, and a good fit for the audience. But there are a couple of reasons why. Let's do a quick recap. Number one is that you have an opportunity to be interviewed. Now, isn't that pretty cool? So now questions are sent to you in ahead of time. You are already prepared. I can't go into all the details, but just know you're already prepped. You come to your series of interviews. Now, some of you, it might just be one interview. Some of it might be 10 interviews, but let's just say it's one interview. And you share your message. You're going to have a professional interviewer interview you who is an award-winning interviewer. So all you have to do is do what you're doing now. Some of you are already telling your stories, you're just not being paid for it. Some of you are already sharing your message, it's just not enough folks are hearing it. Some of you have life lessons, but not enough folks are being impacted. So that's number one. Number two, after the interview, which will take place, here's what you're going to get. You're going to get the video. So you actually have the video production. So you've been interviewed, you have the video, you got that. Then after that, you will have the audio. Now, this is very, very important. What we're going to talk about later, but you might be wondering, okay, Shay, why should I be interviewed? Shay, why is this different? Shay, why should I be even considering this? Why should I continue to listen? Well, I'm going to give it to you so you can jot it down in your notes. You can have this. You won't find this anywhere else. This is something that Trevor had inside of him, a gift that he wanted to share today for those of you who made it to this portion. And so when does it end? Tonight. The universe rewards people who take action differently than those that don't. So I want you to be ready. I want you to be ready. You got to be ready. Okay, so first you have the interview. Then you get the video. Now you have an audio. This is what you will get. Then you will have an award-winning ghostwriter. What will the ghostwriter do? Ghostwriter is going to tell your story in your voice, from your view. And it is your message, your thought process that will be communicated. Now, the ghostwriters just go do this in a vacuum. That's how it happens to most folks. Not you. They have the interview itself, the video, so they can see you, feel you, make sure the emotions are right. But they also have the audio, and then they have the transcription, which is exactly what you said. Your message, your story, your voice, your view of the world, done for you. Now, I don't know how long you've been working on your book, but isn't it a good feeling to know? Isn't it comforting just to know this all going to be done for you? Now, after the ghostwriter has went out and written your chapter, your story, your message, it'll come back to you. So you have an opportunity to bring it on back home, to review it, which is what you want to do. Most of you want to be the CEO anyway. You want to make the decisions. You make any edits, make any changes, make any edits. You're going to add some things. You might subtract some things. This is happening quick. I don't know if Trevor told you this, but the objective is to have all this done in the next 90 to 120 days. So for the next 4 to 6 months, the book will be complete, finished, done. Now think about the power of that, what that's going to mean. Okay, so now you have the interview, you have the video, you have the audio, you have a ghostwriter that's on your team, dedicated to you. You now have reviewed. Now from there, one of the benefits for those that take that step this evening that are already over at mystory15.com, if someone could do me a favor, I'm up here and I can't do that, but in the private, in the exclusive Facebook group, just type in the words, get your interview, or apply for your interview at www.mystory15.com. So look right above the video feed, and just hit the share button. Hit the share button, and when you share it out, just say, tell your story. Just put www.mystory15.com. Then get all the information. Okay, now that that's complete, you're going to go over, and from there, you have an option. It's not required, ladies and gentlemen. Some of you, hey, all you want to do is have your message, have your story, leave your legacy, help someone else along the way, help another little girl or little boy or a big girl or a big boy like myself with your message. You're going to impact the world, and that's fine. Others of you, there is some interest. Like right now, you're listening and say, you know, see, I'm an expert at what I do in finance. I'm an expert at what I do in network marketing. I'm an expert as a coach. I'm a speaker. I've been through some trials and some tribulations. And so you do want to take what you've already done, because it just makes sense to you. It's a good next step. And you want to create your product. So one of the benefits of working along this is you will walk out of there with a complete product. You've seen the process. It's not a new idea. It's just a matter of it being done for you. So why are you at mystory15.com? Well, there's 6 good reasons here. The number 7, and this is just very special, some of the speaker training for those that are interested in telling their stories at book clubs, at churches, at organizations, at networking events, or just going to schools and colleges and universities. So there's some training that might be necessary, and the training comes from a lot of different areas. And I don't have time to get into that, but you know, typically when you're involved in these book projects, it's often left out. And it's left out because just not because they didn't want to. And if you participated in book projects before, you've never received all of this, it's not your fault. You didn't know. Or you may have never been in this type of conversation. One of my favorite sayings is, there's nothing more powerful than a good idea whose time has come. And tonight, your time has come to be over at mystory15.com so you can do this. It's not about me, and it's certainly not about Trevor. It's not about Project Bestseller 15. It's about you. It's about your message. It's about your time. It's about getting it done. One thing that like the Della Toro said tonight is that publishing is finishing. Publishing is finishing because it's now complete. Okay, then after that, Trevor threw in some golden nuggets. He's famous for doing this. I didn't know he was going to add this piece to it. But a whole crowdfunding component. You're curious. You're interested. You want to learn it. not only do you want to learn it, you want to be part of your book project. Or if you're part of a group of folks who are in a book and you have a chapter in that book, you're like, hey, easy peasy, just include me in that because I am interested, Shay. I want to know how to do it. And tonight that's going to happen. Others of you are interested in finding yourself on blog, radio shows. It's possible right now as you're listening. Della Toro mentioned it best, and Myron did as well, that by being a published expert, you are an expert. And so therefore you have blog, radio show opportunities, and others of you want to start building your virtual platform. And you're looking for a springboard. That's right. Did I just jump that later? Yes. A springboard to get started. And so that opens up an entire opportunity. So if you were to ask the question right now, hey, Shay, what are 10 reasons why I should be over at mystory15.com? What makes this unique and different? I would say, one, an interview typically doesn't happen. You don't have to write. You don't have time to write. You do what you do best. You be the expert. Number two, the videos. You have those for life. Many different ways we're going to use those. The audio, the transcription, the ghostwriter, the review, just the product alone at the end of this is going to generate cash flow, positive cash flow for the rest of your life. Speaker training, the crowdfunding, the blog, radio show, and more importantly, the live stream. And all this is important. So where do you go to get all that? Hey, pay attention. Don't just hang in there a little longer. Go to mystory15.com. This is about getting it done in what? 2015. This is about getting it done when? 2015. Now, you might be thinking, okay, Shay, this has all been great. It's been entertaining. It's been fun. I'm inspired. I'm encouraged. I'm motivated. I'm even intellectually stimulated. But can you just share maybe 7 good reasons? Like, really, Shay, seriously, if I'm a business owner, I'm already busy. Shay, I've spent a lot of money on some projects that worked and some that didn't work. But I like what I'm hearing. And it's me. It's my time, my story, my message. Real ideas for real folks. It really works. Let me give you 7 reasons why I believe it's important. Write these 7. If you don't do anything else, just write these 7 reasons down. If you do it yourself, please put these 7 reasons down because it makes the difference. And this is one of the reasons why Trevor Otts was right behind me, not because of Peak Performance Institute, but he said, hey, Shay, a book needs to be written. And I went through this exact same process. And some of you know the book Sales Swagger. It's a direct result of Trevor Otts and the mindset for me shifting where I was to where I need to be. And some of you know about Sales for Shy Folks. Look, it's not about me. You can do this. If I can do it, look, if I can do it, I'm telling you, you can do it as well. Let's give you some benefits. Number one, some of you want credibility. The time has come for you to be the expert. In the words of Myron Golden says you're the author, which means you are authority on something. I'm going to make it real simple. That's kind of complex for me. Look, credibility is what you want. You want the credibility that what? I am the expert. Having the book puts you in a different group of folks that have taken what you know, what you've learned, and written it down and documented it and left it for someone else. And that's what is important. Number two, I said I'd give you 7. I wish I had more time. If they gave me a little more time than I would share so many more reasons. But not tonight. Number 2 is going to be the respect. See, the respect is you're no longer talking about getting your story done. You're no longer spending time writing it, maybe not getting there. It's not a half project. You get the respect because you finally have completed it. There's just a certain level of respect. Yeah, just a certain level of respect. Now, can you be successful without a book? Absolutely. Can you be successful without a chapter in a book or being part of a collaboration group? Absolutely. But why? Why not take advantage of something that you're already doing anyway? Stories you're already telling anyway. Why not just be you? And as part of this process, we want you to be as authentic as you possibly can. I'm going to be there every step of the way. I'm going to be certainly involved. I'm looking forward to hearing some of the stories. And then the third reason why. Now, first, you got credibility. That's enough by itself. Now you have respect. People say, you know what? I get it. Been there, done that. You completed it. Number 3 is just the speaking engagements. Now, I'm only talking to those folks who are interested in speaking. Now, speaking could be on a conference call. That's cool. Still works. Speaking could be on a webinar where you have some slides and you're talking to an audience. Hey, that still works. Speaking could be on a blog, radio show, or through a video virtual platform like you and I are doing right now, where you don't have to be this speaker that comes up and just talks like this. No, no, no. You just share your story. You just share your message. And that's what that's about. So you want some more speaking engagement. So why are you at mystory15.com? Why are you there? I'm going to tell you why you're there. The reason you're there is that you want credibility. The reason you're there, you're interested in hearing more how you can be respected. Why are you there? Because now you want speaking engagement. Now, what's the number 4th reason? Now, Della Toro mentioned this. Hey, you might have missed it, but you can now increase your fees. The law of supply and demand. Now, does that happen for every author? No. Why not? Because they don't know about Project Bestseller. Or maybe they heard about it, but they never had the team to really implement it. Jot this down in your notes. If you're still taking notes and you're still tuned in, just listen to this, please. And this is very important. And here it is. Success is a team sport. You can only get so far by yourself. So one of the ways you can increase your fees is because now you have the credibility, you have the respect, you have the speaking engagement, and it's the law of supply and demand. Number 5, which I think is very important for you, and this is one of the reasons I would be over at mystory15.com, even if I was just curious. I mean, if you're listening right now, it makes sense. It costs you nothing. It's because some of you want to fill events. Yes, you are a speaker. Yes, you're a coach. Yes, you're in network marketing. Yes, you're a trainer. Yes, you have a full-time job. But you know what? You have this burning desire inside of you. And it's always been there. There's this calling that's been there. But you're like, how do I get someone to hear me if I have a radio program? Shay, how do I get them to show up and even have butts in the seat? Shay, who's going to listen to my story? Teach you how to fill events. And number 6 is just raving fans. You know, it's good to know you can be of service and impact people and help folks and maybe never be there. I love it when I get an email or a text message, or even someone just say, hey, Shay, I'm just able to implement something that I heard you mention. And it might not have been my idea. That's the cool part. But I had a piece of that journey because I shared an idea with them that I had learned with them. And so you create what I call raving fans. Not that they're here to clap and applaud you, but it's the difference in the world that you're able to make. And your book will go a lot further than you ever will. Your video will be around long after you're gone. And audios, we're still listening to audios that have been around since before time, if you will. So important. And then number 7 is the book produces testimonials. So you need some folks to give you credibility. See, nothing sells like success. So there you have social proofing, you have third-party endorsements, you have other folks saying, I took your ideas, I never met you, never heard you, but I read your words, I watched your video, I heard the audio, I implemented the idea, and guess what? You made a difference in my life. If that's what you want to do, you want to be over at mystory15.com. I'm going to talk about what's going to happen once you get there. I mean, some of you are already there. Some of you have already registered. Some of you may have already set up and scheduled your appointments. There'll only be spots for 20. Very limited group, very private group, very intimate group, but a team of folks who are committed and want to do a number of things. So these are 7 reasons why you're ready to get going now, but I don't want to stop there. I just want to share a few bonuses. I had to reach into my pocket and pull a few bonuses out that are very important. Number 1 is that part of this project, for those that are over at MyStory 15, you have an opportunity to work with an all-star graphics team. And graphics are important. You want the look, you want the feel, you want to communicate the mood, you make sure the tone is there, and you want to make sure that your brand represents what you want the brand to be. And so one way to do that is through your words. I get that. And another way is what they hear. I believe that. And there's a transcription, but there's the packaging that has to be all put together. So you have opportunity to work with an all-star graphics team. You're already working with an all-star award-winning interview team to take you through the process. You also have the transcriptions, which you will own for life. They'll pass on. And you have the video production team. And the video production team is very, very important because someone has to take what you've done, someone has to edit it, someone has to create the snippets, someone has to put you in the best light or weave the story together to tell your message from your voice. So I'm really, really excited, Trevor. I just wanted to take a few minutes this evening for those folks who have listened and participated. And right now you're curious. So here's what I want you to do. Just right now, just right now, please. Now, if it's not for you, that's okay. That's okay. What I want you to do is I want you to pay this forward to someone else. mystory15.com. So hit the button just right above. This might not be for you. Maybe it's for someone else. That's fine. Just hit this share button. Share this out. You can tweet it out and say, get your story out. Share your message. And then put www.mystory15.com. And let them go there themselves. Let them go ahead and opt in. Let them go through the process. Hear all the details. And make sure it's a good fit for them. Now, if you've already been there and you're like, hey, Shay, I just registered. Shay, I'm really excited. Shay, I'd like just to talk to you real quick. Shay, I just want to know what's going on. Okay, so I'm going to do something tonight for those folks that are listening. Now, first, you must go and register at mystory15.com. You got to do that. I'm asking you to do that. Why? Because there's a process. Why? There's some other folks that are involved. Why? There's some producers that are involved. There's some sponsors that are involved. Trevor didn't get into all that tonight because that wasn't the message tonight. The message tonight was, this is how you can do it. And if you'd like to be part of a special group, this is how to do it. But I'm going to do something special tonight. I'm sensing some folks out there that maybe you have some questions. Maybe you just want to chit-chat kind of off the record, if you would, or you just want to know how it relates to you. I'm going to do something special. I'm going to do something special. There's a website. The website is very obvious. The website is mystory15.com. You've got to go there to mystory15.com. Just go there. But tonight, I'm going to release my personal cell phone number. This is only for the person that's ready to tell the story. Like, Shay, I don't want to wait. And I might be able to call one or two of you this evening. I will text. I'll follow up personally with some of you. And I'm going to make a commitment. For those that take action in the next 30 minutes. Now, 30 minutes. Now, what do you do? Well, let me tell you what you do. You open up your cell phone. If you have it open now, just go and open it now. Don't write it on a piece of paper. That's so 1980s. Don't do that, please. Don't do that. I want you to go to your cell phone and type in, hit the message button. I have mine. See, I have a little iPhone 6. I don't get paid to promote this thing, by the way. And just type in my phone number, and I'm going to tell you what to put in there so I know to follow up with you. And maybe it's something dealing with what we have here, and hopefully they'll get a shot of this right here. Or maybe it has something to do with what we have here. Or maybe it's a question of how it relates. So type in my cell number. It's 202. If you're going to text me, please write this down, 202-270-1662. Again, 202-270-1662. That's my personal cell phone number. It's going to go to Shay Brown. Here's what I want you to text. Text your first name. I'm requiring that. Text your last name. I'm requiring that. Text your email because I'm probably going to send you something that adds a little more detail to it. I'm requiring that. And then in the body, just put down my story. That's all you got to put. Just put down my story. See, I'm making this real simple tonight. So what do? Take your cell phone out tonight. You can text me. I may not call you tonight. Maybe I'll give you a call tomorrow. And I'm sure you have an appointment with one of the sponsors or one of the interviewers to make sure it's a fit. But now you and I can have a conversation. I can answer some additional questions for you, even prepare you for the interview. So you go to 202-270-1662. That's my cell. You're going to text 202-270-1662. Text your first name. Text your last name. Go ahead and type in your email. Do it right now. If you're just thinking about it, you're on the fence, and should I do it? Should I not do it? Should I do it? Should I not do it? Go ahead and type in your email so I can send you some additional information. And then if you would, type in my story so I know it's related to this. Now, if you happen to have gotten your hands on this long lost video for whatever reason, and it's out there, or Trevor decides to replay this, I thought he wasn't going to do that, but who knows what happens. Sometimes there's some changes. If that happens and you happen to be watching right now, this is going to be on the honor system, okay? It's just the honor system. I'm going to have to believe that you've taken action in 30 minutes from hearing this message, okay? So I'm going to honor it. If there's spots available, great. And if not, hey, no big deal. I'll let you know that. Okay, so where do you go again? How do you contact Shay Brown? 202-270-1662. You're going to text your first name, text your last name, your email, and put my story. With that being said, I'm going to suggest that everyone, Trevor, head over to mystory15.com, set the interview up, set everything up, and I'm looking forward to hanging out with you. I'm looking forward to connecting with you. Trevor has really just done a fantastic job laying this all out, making sure that everyone was aware of what was going on and how it was all happening. And so it's just been one of those amazing, incredible evenings. I'm excited. I do want to thank you all for taking time this evening, spending some time with us. It's been one of those incredible part one of what, 5 parts?
Yeah, and I know it's been a while since we had to come to the board.
We've never done this.
Yeah.
I mean, we've done it in another setting.
Well, normally
we've never brought it into our office.
Yeah, normally for those people who've gotten a chance to work with us through the makeover process, this is our makeover clients. You know what this is. This is the board.
Oh, yeah.
This is where we map out success. And one of the things you got to do with your success is, you would not hop in your car and just try to get to some place you've never been without a map. So why the heck would you do the same thing if you've never been a bestseller, if you've never generated the type of revenue in your book? Why would you do it without a map? If you've never written a book, why the heck would you do it without a map? If you've never done something, why would you do it without a map? I don't know how to cook lasagna. So if I wanted to cook some lasagna, I'd go ahead and get me a recipe, a map, a set of instructions. That's what this represents. And I'm telling you, folks, I mean, it's just as simple. Here's the part that you are really responsible for, the title. If you don't know the title, we're going to coach you through picking a sexy title, a scintillating title, a sensational title.
A title that sells.
Yeah. We're going to help coach you through what should your chapter title be. And then from there, it's just all about the crowdfunding, the pre-sale. You're working with one of the top crowdfunding experts in the country. I mean, she regularly teaches at different college campuses on the subject of crowdfunding. She specializes in micro sponsorship. Some of y'all are looking for a publishing deal. Why would you try to go to one company to get, a big check when you can go to millions of people and get a little bit? You're higher likelihood that you'll be successful. And what they're really doing is pre-purchasing the book. You're going to love being interviewed. Some of you are thinking, I've never been interviewed about my chapter. I never did the video interview. I know. I was looking at all the different processes that existed for how to produce a book, and I just saw the flaws in it. I could just see where they had not adapted to the fact that we were in a new world. And I could just see is that they were just going to continue on regardless of the fact that the world had changed and shifted under their feet. The last time I saw a company do that was Blockbuster. They just said, I ain't going to change. People are going to just keep coming in this store, and they're going to just keep thinking it's a Blockbuster night, and they're going to keep worrying about did they rewind the tape, and they're going to keep worrying about late fees. But there was a company named Netflix, and they basically said, we're not going with the defined model. That they said that what we're going to do is define our success. They said, hey, Blockbuster, you got a four-wall strategy, but we believe in a no-wall strategy. We believe that we live in a different dispensation of time, and while you may consider success within these four walls, we consider success to be global with no walls. Blockbuster laughed at him. Did you know that Blockbuster had a chance to actually buy Netflix? They thought it was a foolish investment. Who's foolish now? There are many of your friends out there right now sticking to the old model. Like, hey, I've heard all this for. We live in a world full of video. #1 search engine in the world, YouTube. That's why the video snippets that are produced as a result of the 10 videos are important. Then we got the audios that you can put on SoundCloud as advertisement. And then you got the transcriptions. And Shay forgot to even mention the membership portal. The membership portal, just having your own book club, being able to basically get $100 per book versus $20 a book. The quote image from the all-star graphics team, the workbook. I mean, the little red book of principles, just like the little red book of sales. And to really make sure we got this all shown on the screen here. And then we got the quote, the photo cover. There's so many possibilities that exist. And it pains me sometimes when I see people struggling to make their voice heard, struggling to generate revenue, and I know that the source of their breakthrough, when I know that the source of their revenue, that the source, that everything they need is sitting right here. I mean, just look, take your hand out. Take your hand out your pocket. Take it off the keyboard for a second. Just take it off the keyboard. And I want you to put your hand right there. You feel that? Seriously, do you feel it? It's still beating. You feel it? You're still alive. That's your passion. That's your heart. People who are authors are sharing things that they're passionate about, things that they believe in. See, you have your hand over your belief center. And I believe that some of you out there want to impact the world. I believe that some of you out there have a story to share. I believe that now is your time. You feel it? It's beating. You feel passionate about it. For some of you, your heart is racing. You're feeling excited about the fact that there are new possibilities on the horizon. My heart is racing because I know that there's new possibilities on your horizon. And I'm looking forward, and I feel honored that you are allowing us to be a part of it. That being said, going over to mystory15.com. And here's what I want you to know. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Don't let fear get in the way of your purpose. Don't let fear get in the way of your success. Don't let fear get in the way. And for many of you, this is your time. You want to know something that's interesting, Shad? I'm starting to look at the numbers. Mm-hmm. This is the highest viewed hangout ever in the history and all of the years that we've been doing the hangout. This is the highest viewed one. What does that tell you? That tells you that there are a lot of people out there with a story to tell. And this is just part one. You're going to be seeing Allison Bird in part two. You're going to be seeing Myron Golden. You're going to be seeing Della, Toro, McNeil. But the good news is those people who become a part of that 20, part of that select group, you're going to be seeing them in your masterminds. You're going to be hearing them. You wanted to learn from the best. You got the best. With that being said, it's been phenomenal and it's been an honor to serve you this year. And we ask you for the opportunity to continue serving you next year. And we believe that together we can accomplish amazing things. So going out there, everybody, be amazing. And so Shay, I know Shay's running over there now. He's going to get us shut down and get ready to get us right. By the way, let's give a shout out to Taria Ha. She's working the camera. She's not only a social media sensation, but she also works the camera. She's like zooming in and zooming out. And Taria, just for those people who want to kind of see the roadmap again, let's just zoom in and let's do a little slow roll as we're taking them through their hashtag titles, their hashtag chapters, as they go through the crowdfunding. I want you to imagine yourself, imagine thousands of people pre-purchasing your book. I want you to imagine being interviewed, talking about your story, talking about your expertise, doing what you naturally do already, just packaging it. I want you to imagine all of the video snippets showing up on YouTube as people are just amazed at the wisdom that you are sharing, as lives are being changed. I want you to hear the audio tracks. I want you to imagine people playing your wisdom, playing your story in their cars, on their iPhones, on their tablet devices, on their mobile phones. I just want you to imagine walking up to somebody and they're listening to you. Just imagine that for a second. And I want you to imagine you sitting back and just marveling at the transcription and the clarity in which you shared your vision. I just want you to imagine that. And I want you to imagine people signing up to be a part of your book club. I just want you to imagine, 1,000 people paying you $9 a month, getting like $10,000 a month in just monthly recurring revenue. That your book is now paying you $9 a month as opposed to paying you one time. And I just want you to imagine getting that first check for 10 grand and knowing that it's coming again next month, that it could potentially be larger. And I want you to imagine your quote images, some of your best quotes, some of your funny quotes, some of your witty quotes. I want you to just imagine, just kind of seeing people sharing them all on Facebook. People are sharing out memes and stuff. People are sharing out your quotes, your wisdom, and your knowledge, and your witty statements, and your principles. And I want you to imagine going to the conference, your first speaking engagement, and there's the workbooks. And the workbook has like your logo on it. And as you're speaking about your expertise, people are kind of writing in the workbook. And there's the person that's like, I didn't get a workbook. There's the person that's like a little mad because they didn't get your workbook. They're about to start a fight over the fact that they didn't get your workbook. Somebody is willing to argue over your work of art. Just imagine that. I want you to imagine seeing your book come in the mail, opening up the box, smelling the book. Smells like a new book. And just reading it. And then that tear drops, knowing that this is what you've been waiting for. You wanted to share your story for so long. You wanted to tell people about your expertise for so long. And it's finally happened. You're really an author now. You've done it. Just imagine that. And imagine the little book that people are carrying around in their purse with your principles. Imagine walking into the dentist's office or the doctor's office and seeing your coffee table book there with quotes of motivation and inspiration and wittiness and expertise just there. And then I want you to imagine when you come to the stage, I want you to imagine that many people know who you are and you never met them. I want you to imagine getting off airplanes. And you know when you get off the airplane and there's the guy, he's the limo driver, and he has the name of the person. And normally when you get off the plane, they don't have your name, they have somebody else's name. But because the person that they're bringing in to speak is you, when you get off the plane, they're holding up their iPad or they're holding up that sheet of paper and it has your name on it. And they grab your bags. You hop into the back of that limousine. They drive you to the hotel. They make sure everything is okay for you. I want you to imagine that $25,000 check that you got paid to speak going into your bank account. I want you to imagine hitting that stage and knowing that this is what you work for. Yeah, the money is great. Being a bestseller is amazing. But the ability to impact the lives of others all over the world, this is why you did it. This is why you're here. I want you to imagine for just a second that you're no longer pursuing your dream, that you are living your dream. Go out there, folks, and be amazing. Go to mystory15.com. Here's what I want you to do. Take a shot on your greatness today. Have a great, have a wonderful, and have a spectacular day. Go out there and be amazing, everybody. Shay, I turn it over to you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thanks a lot again for another wonderful evening that we've had, opportunity to hang out with you. I'm receiving the texts, receiving the messages from all of you, and so I'm looking forward to connecting with you, looking forward to working with you, looking forward to hearing your story, hearing your message, hearing your level of expertise, but more importantly, having your story or your message inspire, encourage, or motivate someone else and make a difference for many folks for years to come.
Cut to Allison Bird for just a second, and she's still out there. She's the Profit Accelerator.
Well, she's not out there, so we can't cut to her. But we do want to thank all of you out there. The only people we have out there right now are you and I. I think Dr. Wright and Myron are still out there. But the rest of the folks have gone home for the evening, or they are watching from the comfort of their home. So they're not online, but I will say that we do want to thank all of you for participating this evening and hanging out there. And with that being said, look for the email, look for the message, and I will be following up. I've got a number of text messages you guys can see scrolling on and on from just tonight. So I did offer that, and I want to honor that commitment, and we'll follow with all of you who've set appointments. With that being said, make it a great day, everyone, and we're going to make some good things happen. We connect again when, Trevor? Again next time. Good night.